Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we are recording live from the beautiful Palazzo Vecchio, discussing the 2001 psychological horror film, Hannibal. This film was directed by Ridley Scott with a screenplay by David Mamet and Steve Zaillian, based off the novel by Thomas Harris. This sequel to Silence of the Lambs came a full 10 years after its predecessor due to multiple delays and hiccups during production. After losing and replacing pivotal people both in front of and behind the camera, Hannibal would have big shoes to fill after the wild success of Silence of the Lambs. Still, this film takes a different tone, weaving an intriguing story as we follow interesting characters through a harrowing continuation. While perhaps not as widely acclaimed as Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal still presents fantastic performances from its talented cast and jaw-dropping makeup effects, making it a worthy follow-up for many fans of the chaotic criminal mastermind, Dr. Hannibal Lecter. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Anthony Jerome M., Kate Lamp, Molly Gerhart, Allison O'Neill, Felnez63, Scott Troutman-Wise, Mercedes X. Bleeple, Hannah, and Jessica Aprick Hernandez. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Hannibal the first time you saw it?
I don't remember exactly the first time I watched it, but I know that I watched it pretty soon, like as soon as it was on DVD. And I love this movie. Like, it's really good. I think I just like Hannibal. I like all three in the series, and I know there's another one. Raising Hannibal?
Yeah.
Haven't seen that one yet.
Right.
But these
Hannibal
three,
Rising.
Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and Red Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I love all three of them. This one is probably third. I think it would be Red Dragon, Lambs, and then this. But it is still really good. Like, I watched this movie quite a bit. Probably not as much as I know I've seen this one and Red Dragon more than I have Silence of the Lambs, but I have seen Red Dragon the most.
Mm-hmm.
But this one was still, and coming back and watching it for the show, I was like, damn, this movie's really good. I was like, there's a lot in here that I still remembered and still was kind of like hanging on to what was happening. And you talking about the performances, man, everybody is fucking on point in this movie.
Even if you don't like it, like that's undeniable.
Yeah. But yeah, there is a lot of pop culture stuff in the movie, and it is like shots and whatever. But it is, and I guess some things that were said, but I still really like it.
I think that's the thing, and we were kind of talking a little bit off mic. I am well aware of certain moments in this film, and I think that I was well aware of them before I had watched it for the first time.
Okay.
Because I think the first time that I ever saw this film, Nay and I watched it together during lockdown, during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And I think we had watched all three. We watched Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and Red Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Nay had fallen asleep during this film. Not a review of its quality or anything.
No, not at all.
I think we were just all very tired.
Because that must be why I don't remember that.
Right. Yeah.
I think it was right. It was like pre-pandemic, like
right
before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was going to school and work. I was tired. Sorry, Ridley Scott.
Yeah, I know. I was in the same boat and I stayed awake, but no big deal. But I think that I appreciate a lot of what this film does.
Mm-hmm.
There are some really good moments of performance, like we had said. I think anytime Anthony Hopkins is doing anything,
but
like especially when he's playing Hannibal Lecter,
mm-hmm.
there is just something so magnetic about his performance and unpredictable.
Yes.
Because I think that there are really, really effective sequences of suspense in this film,
mm-hmm.
just because you don't know when he's going to do what you are pretty sure he's going to do.
Yes.
And that is one thing that I did realize, and I had talked to your sister about it. I was like, we get to see Hannibal play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, he's fantastic when he's out in the wild. It's like, oh, he's doing his thing.
Mm-hmm. And you forget how, honestly, if you look at the runtime of The Silence of the Lambs, how little he was actually in that film.
Yeah.
And when we do see him, we see mostly him just kind of behind bars until the end of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
When we're like, oh, this is what you're capable of.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to see him do this thing that he is very good at doing.
Yeah.
But I think that that's probably, that's a high point, is that performance, of course. I think that everything going on with the locations that they have chosen to utilize for this film, it is gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
And living within the walls of so much history and seeing this European city of Florence as just the backdrop for everything that we experience for probably the first act of the film?
Yeah.
Maybe more?
Yeah.
It's incredible. And I think that the way that they utilize these places kind of lends to an air of grandiosity and opulence that just suits Hannibal so well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Likewise with the score. I think the score is gorgeous in this film. And it does kind of aid in that kind of a sensibility too.
Yeah.
I think my only real issues with this film, I think, are probably down to pacing.
Okay.
Because I think that there are moments that I want more of as far as character dynamics and interactions. And I think we just spend too much of this film apart. And then once we get to the end of the film, it feels like we are trying to cover a lot of ground very quickly.
Okay.
Like a lot of things happen within like the last maybe like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh shit, okay, I guess that's that's all for that. But the other thing, and it's not fair to the film, I will say.
Right.
It's unfortunate comparisons.
Yeah.
Because you do have, coming off of The Silence of the Lambs, which was brilliant. And so you're immediately going to compare it to that. And then at the same time, Jules and I watched the TV show Hannibal together. And this plot line is kind of covered in I think it's the third season.
Oh.
Okay.
And they have so much time to really let a lot of things breathe and to get to know some characters more and really dive into the psyche of some of these people.
Okay.
And so things that we just don't have the time to do here are done, in my view, in a much better way there.
Oh, okay.
So it's like you can't compare that, but it's also in the back of your mind.
Right. Well, you've seen it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think that it's a very good follow-up to The Silence of the Lambs. I don't think it reaches the heights of it, but there are so many things that will stick with you and you will remember kind of forever.
Oh, yeah.
Because there are some very wild things going on.
Yes.
And there are real moments of brilliance here, I think.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I think that, and again, I I guess, slept through it the first time I watched it. So this was kind of a fresh watch for me. And it's one of those things where you watch something and you're like, Molly and I were just talking about it recently, when you're like, oh, wow, that was pretty good. And then you look it up and it's like, anyone who likes this is a fucking dumbass. It's like one of those. It's like, whoa, okay, I guess I'm an idiot. But I think that I don't personally think it's as good as Silence of the Lambs, but I think that it is a good continuation. I think, like you were saying, it is scary and fascinating to watch Hannibal Lecter just be out. Like, this is what you've chosen. And it fits him so perfectly, the things that he's doing. But also it's like, can we catch this man and lock him up immediately? He's terrifying.
Yeah.
It is almost like a lion or a tiger or something, where you see them be very docile, but you know that in a minute they're capable of unimaginable violence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It comes down to his performance, because he plays those moments perfect of like this calm expression, and he's just kind of looking, and you're like, what the fuck? Are you like amused right now and you're just cool with the moment, or are you about to bite someone in the face?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it's this feeling as well of just how intelligent he is.
Yeah.
Obviously and clearly being 10 steps ahead of everyone.
Yes.
And he has some rules. He's got morals.
He does.
He does.
He has his own little, rule set, but it is just, it's a very interesting story. And when you really stop and think about it, I think I don't want to say it gets lost, but some of it feels a little maybe shortchanged is what I'm thinking, because like you said about the pacing, it does go very quickly. And so when you think about all the kind of villain, because there are multiple villains in this, not just Lecter.
No, yeah.
When you think about all the characters that have been introduced and their motives and their reasons behind what they do and the things that they're doing, I think that we introduce them very well, and we kind of like unspool this thread, and then we just cut it. And it's like, okay, next thing.
Well,
because it's like you said, we don't have the time to get into this. And when you're telling this, they said that manuscript was like 600 pages when they first got it to work off of.
Yeah.
You just can't do that in 2 hours.
Yeah, no.
So it's like, I appreciate everything that they included. And it's one of those things where, can you really fault them for it? Because it's like, what else could you have done?
Yeah.
Besides just wholly cut shit out, which they also did do with other things.
Yeah.
But the cast is just, it's really, really good. The performances are fantastic. I am blown away by the effects work and the makeup in this.
Yes.
It's just so good. We'll talk about it later on, but Greg Canham, who we've talked about many, many times, shines. Like, his work is insane in this.
It's so good, especially with one character that I didn't even know that was the actor playing him.
Yep. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
At all.
And I do totally agree, or I understand about the pacing. It does pick up pretty quick towards the end. But I think the one thing, too, that comes to mind was that this film did a really good job for me of keeping me, like you were saying, T, about these beautiful locations. But it's like Hannibal would be there. And then building this world where Hannibal actually lives in, but it's like, hey, I know that place, or that place is real. And it's like, oh, he would totally be there.
100%.
Like you were saying. And it does do a good job for me anyway of keeping me in this illusion of this motherfucker could be real.
Oh,
it's like,
totally,
you know what I mean?
Totally. And I'm just endlessly fascinated by this character and the genius of him. I know we had like what was that? A bracket of the villain that could win, and I voted him even against like some shit that he probably could probably couldn't survive, but that's how highly I regard him.
I think May forgot that Hannibal is still a human being.
Yes.
And there are a lot of things that are not good for human beings.
I just think he could outsmart it, you know?
Probably, but
he probably could.
if he got hurt.
But I think that this is a good follow-up. I think the shoes that they had to fill were massive. And I think a lot of obstacles were thrown in the way of this film. But ultimately what we get, it's not perfect, but I think it's really fucking good. I like it.
Yeah, it's only a size off.
Right. You know what I mean? It just hurts a little at the end of the day. I did want to talk a little bit about, of course, the production of the film. I got my sources for the production and for this episode from Breaking the Silence, the making of Hannibal. The Guardian, Total Film, the DVD production notes, and the director's commentary track with Ridley Scott.
Okay.
So to tell the story of the production of Hannibal, I need to go all the way back to 1985 when Dino De Laurentiis purchased the film rights to Thomas Harris's Red Dragon. He then produced Michael Mann's Manhunter in 1986. This would be the first film portrayal of Hannibal Lecter performed by Brian Cox. And while his performance was well received, the film itself did not do very well, making $8.6 million, which De Laurentiis said didn't even cover the cost of the print ads for the film.
Ooh.
Wow.
De Laurentiis, of course, was very disappointed and discouraged by this. So when Thomas Harris publishes The Silence of the Lambs, he doesn't even read it. The thing is, though, they still owned the rights to the character of Hannibal Lecter, the film rights. Thomas Harris and Jonathan Demme went to them to inquire about making a film for Silence of the Lambs. Dino and his wife, Martha, were so burned by the financial results of Manhunter that they were not interested in making another one of this story.
Yeah.
They lent the character of Hannibal Lecter to Orion Pictures for free since it was doomed to fail, right?
Sure.
Wow.
As we well know, The Silence of the Lambs was a massive success in every regard, with the box office of $273 million against its $19 million budget, and several Academy Awards: Best Adapted Screenplay to Ted Tally, Best Director to Jonathan Demme, Best Actor to Anthony Hopkins, Best Actress to Jodie Foster, and Best Picture.
Damn.
So they were kicking themselves a
Yeah.
little bit.
Oh, yeah.
The chairman of Universal at the time, who actually used to be an attorney and represented Dino De Laurentiis while they were making Manhunter, calls De Laurentiis again because he still has the rights to Hannibal Lecter. Dino De Laurentiis does.
Yeah.
The chairman basically begs him to make whatever Hannibal Lecter film he wants, but with Universal. De Laurentiis said that he felt like other projects were being used as bargaining chips for this one, but the Universal chairman insisted that they already had a verbal agreement to do a Hannibal Lecter sequel together. Long story short, the De Laurentiises end up suing Universal for $25 million, but they end up settling and the project stays with Universal.
All right.
What?
It's just like we go to the precipice of some very messy shit multiple times and then pull back. I don't know.
That's show business, baby.
No, literally. Still, all of this fighting about another Hannibal Lecter film was premature because Harris hadn't even written another book yet. And with 7 years between Red Dragon in 1981 and The Silence of the Lambs being published in 1988, they had no idea when it was going to come out. Harris was known for taking his time when he was writing. So every year, since Harris is a foodie, Dino and Martha De Laurentiis would fly to Miami with their personal chef to have a gourmet meal made for him and be like, so how's the book coming?
All right.
Yeah.
They're like, this is just a social call. But
I feel like you're only talking about the book.
they would even keep track of his whereabouts, trying to get ahead on the production of the film. If Thomas Harris rented an apartment in Paris, does that mean the story's going to take place in Paris? They're just watching him and waiting.
Yeah.
As I said before, The Silence of the Lambs was published in 1988. Hannibal would not be published until 1999.
Ooh.
Before it was published and was still a manuscript, the De Laurentiises bought the rights for what I read was a record-breaking $10 million.
Damn.
The manuscript was sent to Anthony Hopkins, Jodie Foster, and Jonathan Demme for them to read. The De Laurentiises were ready to get this creep show on the road. They meet with Demme to get a deal going, and it seemed to go well, so they were surprised to receive a phone call from Demme's agent stating that he was passing. They claimed to have no idea why after he stayed on board and waited for a decade to do this. They didn't understand why he would pass. They claim, I personally think it was because he read that manuscript.
Ooh.
But Martha De Laurentiis was upset by his departure from the project. Dino said, quote, "The Pope dies, you get another Pope."
I mean, you got to keep moving.
Yeah.
It's pretty callous.
That's show business.
No shit.
Yeah. Coincidentally, the De Laurentises were in Italy shooting a film at the same time that Ridley Scott was in Italy shooting Gladiator. They met up, had coffee together, chatted for a few hours, and then went about their business. According to the De Laurentises, it's after this meeting with Ridley Scott that they get the call about Demi passing on Hannibal. Ridley Scott said that he was at the end of principal photography for Gladiator and standing in the Roman Colosseum when he's told that Dino De Laurentiis is on the phone for him. He asked if he could come to set. Could Ridley Scott spare a few moments for him? And of course, Scott says yes. He thought that they just wanted to come and tour the set. So he was taken aback when Dino and Martha roll up with an entire crew. Dino pulls him to the side and asks if he wants to do Hannibal. Scott thinks that he means the March of Hannibal with the war elephants in Italy.
Oh.
And he's like, after doing Gladiator, I'm like not interested in doing that at all. But De Laurentiis is like, no, Hannibal Lecter. He hands Scott the manuscript and says that he needs an answer by Monday. Scott has this 600-page manuscript to get through and manages to read it while juggling the filming of Gladiator. They're finishing up still. He loves it, calls the De Laurentises and gives them an emphatic yes, but the story is going to need some tweaking and some condensing. When Ted Talley, the screenwriter for The Silence of the Lambs, declines to return to adapt it, Dino De Laurentiis tries to hire who he considered the best, Steven Zaillian, who wrote Schindler's List, Clear and Present Danger. He has a story credit for Mission Impossible. He would go on to write Gangs of New York, The Irishman, many, many others. So Dino reaches out to him. Zaillian declines. David Mamet wrote a version that the De Laurentises accepted, but they said that it needed to be heavily revised. So Dino De Laurentiis reaches back out to Zaillian, and it's only when Zaillian learned that they had gotten David Mamet to do a version that he reconsidered. Plus, he said that it's kind of impossible to say no to Dino De Laurentiis twice.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I was like, how do I take that? But he wouldn't officially come on board until they fixed the ending because he did not like it at all. Cut to Scott, Zaillian, and Harris all locked in an LA hotel room for 4 days until they worked through it and came up with a different ending. Okay. And at the very, very end, we will be talking about that book ending. Because it's very different.
Okay.
Is different being very kind?
It's very different. So now we have our production company, our director, our screenwriter. As we said, Demi did decline to return, but there is also an acclaimed actor who is noticeably absent from the film. But we will talk a little bit more about her later. But after a lot of years and a lot of obstacles, Hannibal would finally open in February of 2001. And to the De Laurentiis' joy, it would be another massive financial success, earning $351 million against its $87 million budget.
Damn.
And while not as critically hailed as Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal is still regarded as an interesting entry in the franchise. So let's scoot our chair up to the dining table and talk about it. Now, before we hang out with this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's dig in. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen The Silence of the Lambs. If you haven't, go watch it or listen to episode 122 of our show as a refresher. After the production vanity plates, the film begins with a black screen where the red credits appear. In this darkness, we hear Barney's voice as he shares that sometimes when things got quiet enough, he and Dr. Lecter would talk about the science courses he was taking. Another voice interrupts. Was Barney taking some kind of mail order psychology courses? But Barney disputes this. He doesn't consider psychology a science, and neither did Dr. Lecter. Another voice laughs at this before slurping and offering. When Barney was working in the facility, he observed Lecter and Agent Starling interacting. The room appears before us in a square, and we press in, finally visually joining in on this conversation. When Barney, played again by Frankie Faison, doesn't understand what is meant by interacting, the owner of the second voice, Dr. Cordell Domling, played by Zelko Ivanek, clarifies, talking to one another.
Frankie Faison, we did talk about him in Silence of the Lambs.
I feel like this is such a perfect character to bring back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love this immediate continuity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's familiar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Zelko Ivanek, he was in Courage Under Fire in 96, 15 episodes of 24 in 02, 32 episodes of Oz from 97 to 03, and Argo in 2012.
All right.
Okay.
He looked incredibly familiar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been in some stuff.
It does seem to Barney that they were interacting, but Cordell interrupts again. He can see that Barney is eager to justify his consulting fee, but why don't they start with what he saw and not what he thinks he saw? Next to him, sitting in profile within his motorized chair, Mason Verger, played by Gary Oldman, tells Cordell in his thick and slightly muffled voice not to be like that. Barney can give his opinion. He implores Barney to give him the opinion on what he saw. What was it between them?
And Gary Oldman, we talked about him in Dracula from 92.
Sure did.
Yeah.
This
Iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly every performance of his, like I was talking about Anthony Hopkins, I think Gary Oldman is just incredible.
Yeah.
But this, it took me until later.
Oh, yeah. No, he's gone.
Yeah.
I had no idea that this was even him.
Yeah. So, okay. I have a little bit of tea on that. And I don't know if it's true or not. I just know that Martha De Laurentiis said it. She said that Gary Oldman wanted prominent billing in the film. He wanted it to be Anthony Hopkins, Julianne Moore, Gary Oldman. According to her, they said no. No one else is getting prominent credit on a film when the two important characters are Hannibal Lecter and Clarice Starling. So Gary Oldman passes. He's like, I'm not doing it then. Then he comes back asking to be completely unbilled. He was like, don't, you know what I mean? Nobody will know it's me, which is interesting.
Hell yeah.
And they told him, yeah. But at a press conference in Florence just before they started filming, Dino De Laurentiis announced that Gary Oldman was in the film. And Martha De Laurentiis said that Gary Oldman and his team were pissed off. And it was kind of in a teasing, so I guess we'll see if he does end up being in it, ha 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 ha, kind of a way.
That's infuriating.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, if I begin this negotiation process saying, hey, I want the same bill as Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah.
And then I come back later and I'm like, you know what? Actually, don't bill me at all. This, I would probably quit the project.
Yes.
If they're doing this shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
that's crazy.
Oh, man.
I know.
It's like, I thought you knew I didn't want to be
Yeah.
mentioned.
I was like, that's actually pretty fucked up, if
Yeah.
true. Which I don't know why she would lie.
Right.
Well,
it
it makes
doesn't
her
make them-
husband look stupid.
It doesn't make them look very good. But I will say, if that was his like proposition, it's brilliant on his part, because I would have never. What gives Gary Oldman visually from this?
Yeah, nothing.
Honestly.
Sitting in the chair across from the two men, Barney confides that most of the time, Lecter didn't respond at all to visitors. For instance, he would open his eyes just long enough to insult the academic who was there to look him over. But with Starling, he answered her questions. She interested him and intrigued him. He found her charming and amusing. We finally see Mason Verger head on. He watches Barney with one of his eyes lidless, the iris and pupil inside a mingled and staring black. His skin is comprised of overlapping skin grafts, rendering his eyebrows gone and his mouth lipless. He ascertains that Hannibal Lecter and Clarice Starling became friendly. If we can just pause very quickly and talk about this makeup.
Yeah.
As I said, Greg Canham did makeup for the film, and we've talked about him many, many, many times before. He worked on Dream Warriors, The Lost Boys, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Thinner, Blade, just to name a few.
Damn.
Yes. He admitted to being very intimidated on pulling off Verger's face because people already had a mental picture of him from reading the books. He said he made about 20 different heads, but they were leaning too grotesque, and they kept coming out looking like zombies. So Ridley Scott brought in doctors to correct the sculpts and make them more realistic because Ridley Scott didn't want Verger to look like a monster. He wanted him to look like almost sympathetic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Canham said that he was thrilled when he learned that Gary Oldman was interested because he knew that he would be game, presumably from working with him on Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah.
But he said that when he found out, he was like, maybe he'll let us pull his eye open and add some of like his real anatomy to this build. And he said that when Gary Oldman met with them, the first thing he said was, do you think you could clamp my eye open?
Oh my God.
And I mean, it worked.
Yeah.
But it would be 5 hours of makeup for Gary Oldman.
Wow.
And another hour for his clothing and wig. And for that eye, they used a sclera lens to make the iris look blurred. It is incredible work.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It draws your eye to every section of it.
Yes.
Anytime that you see him on screen, you are inspecting each section of his
Yes.
face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And each part is more unbelievable than the last.
Oh, yeah. It looks amazing.
Barney reasons that they did become friendly inside of a kind of formal structure. Verger presses, and he was fond of her? Barney tells him, yes. Verger thanks Barney very much for his candor and invites him to keep all the items from his personal treasure trove coming because he's enjoyed them immensely. I was like, Barney, what you doing?
It's a side hustle.
It is. But he's so likable. Like, I don't even fault him for it. Is that fucked up?
No, dude, I have no problem.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. However, it came into your possession.
He's not paid enough.
Yeah.
He's not
No
paid enough.
shit.
At the mention of this, Barney picks up the pink box from the end table next to him and stands. At the sight of this, Verger sucks in air, reasoning that he might be able to keep a cookie down.
That killed me. You
He's
think
like,
he
"Is that
brought
crumble?" He asks what Cordell thinks, but Cordell thinks that it would kill him. Barney unties the white decorative bow securing the box and opens its pink lid, revealing its contents to Verger. And it's not cookies inside. Verger's breath catches and his voice is odd when he asks, how much? Barney reveals that it's $250,000. Instantly, Verger orders Cordell in a hushed tone to write a check for $250,000. Finally, we are privy to what's inside the box, and there, within its pink walls, nestled on a dark silky cloth, is Hannibal Lecter's restraint mask.
Damn.
Yeah, this is like the Holy Grail.
It's a good get. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
like, okay, Barney.
It's like maybe you've done too much, actually.
Keep that one for yourself.
Yeah.
$250,000.
Yeah.
Hey, look at how rich he is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
oh,
is
yeah.
true. Yeah.
Light piano plays as we press in on this. It fades to black, leaving the title at the center of the screen in crimson script. Hannibal.
Looks beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The credits roll over an opening sequence, and we are treated to disjointed images and videos through what appears to be surveillance footage. People walk down the streets of Florence, Italy, walking backwards and forwards. High stone buildings preside over them. We see quick cuts of sculptures, traffic, pigeons fighting, eating, their fluttering wings slowly taking over the serene piano of the score. A myriad of pigeons gather on the street, growing in mass until their bodies create the visage of Hannibal Lecter's smirking face. As they fly away and ruin the illusion, the opening credits come to an end.
I did want to talk about the score very quickly,
Okay.
because just hearing this piano composition in this opening title sequences, I already knew that we were going to be in for something pretty special.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But the composer of the film was Hans Zimmer.
Damn.
Okay.
And Hans Zimmer had worked with Ridley Scott. I think this was their fourth collaboration. They had previously worked together on Thelma and Louise, Gladiator, which he had just finished as we talked,
Yeah.
and Black Hawk Down. But Hans Zimmer was actually just coming off of Mission Impossible whenever he was given the job for Hannibal.
Okay.
And he was immediately brought onto the project. There was like not even a week of rest for him between them.
Damn.
He was, as Nay likes to say, booked and busy.
Yeah.
But the composition that we hear in the opening is a reworking of Bach's Goldberg variations, which are apparently referenced in the novel as well. And at the insistence of Ridley Scott, they became kind of an anchor for the entirety of Zimmer's score.
Okay.
Either referenced in other compositions or being used outright, like these opening credits.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, just as a sidebar, has nothing to do with Hannibal or Hans Zimmer, but I felt like a music scholar because I recognize this composition. And it's only because a different variation of the Goldberg variations is used in a really beautiful scene in Before Sunrise,
Okay.
All right.
which you knew that I would
Yeah,
recognize.
yeah, of course.
But it was really, really interesting to hear about Zimmer's collaboration with Scott on this film and how they kind of found their way to what would become the score.
Yeah.
Scott was incredibly hands-on, and he said that he saw the score as the possibility for what he called the final emotional adjustment for the film, since everything else had already been completed.
Yeah.
It was like this opportunity to fine-tune things or enhance certain aspects of the film or even the performances through what score was chosen,
Oh.
which I thought was really interesting because I've never heard it put that way.
Yeah.
Researching this film, it was kind of a treat to listen to him speak because you can tell he thinks very deeply about every aspect.
Yeah.
He was commenting on every, component of the film and just this very it's like, damn, you're right. Like a very interesting way.
Yeah.
And to that point, as far as figuring out what this score would be, they said that Scott and Zimmer sat together and they talked about literally every single minute detail of every single scene in the film. And instead of saying, I want this to sound sad or I want this to be scary or whatever, all Scott said to him was just saying what each section means and what it's meant to convey.
Okay.
And that doesn't dictate, this, it isn't something as simple as we want this scene to be horrific. And so it's like, okay, well, scary music. No.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's what does this evoke? How do you feel? And what does it mean for the characters? What does it mean for the viewer?
Mm-hmm.
And so they would get into
debates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to say debate or argument. But there was one thing that they talked about. I guess there's a scene that comes later in the film where a character that we have not met yet, a tear rolls down her cheek. And they spent hours debating what that tear meant
Okay.
and getting into a very spirited discussion about it.
A debargument?
There you go. Trademark. But he basically said that he didn't want to limit any of Zimmer's ideas, and that's why they're speaking about meaning rather than mood or tone.
Okay.
And without any limits, Zimmer went to some pretty wild places, he said, and he prepared 35 minutes of original themes to share with Scott. And he said that the film could be so many things, which kind of got his creative juices flowing as he's scoring it. He discussed that they're drawing upon themes that could be related to some kind of Freudian Beauty and the Beast. He said it could be an outright horror film, a commentary on the corruption in the American police force, the beauty of the Renaissance with some of these locations that we visit. There's so many things to pull from.
Yeah.
It's genuinely all of those things. That's
Yes.
why it's maybe that's why a lot of people don't like this movie because it is doing a lot at once and maybe it is too much. I don't know, but all of that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched it 3 times now preparing and it's like, damn, you're so taken by the story. And then when you watch it again, it's like, wow, we're really talking about heavy corruption.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's interesting.
One thing I will say that does kind of worry me a little bit as far as what we're going to learn about what the manuscript was is the emotion that they settled upon for the most part to draw from was affection. And so Zimmer tried to score the film, he said, like a dark love story.
Okay.
But, and I see Nay making a...
Yeah.
I'm holding my peace.
But interestingly, Zimmer talked about writing his score in a way that would force the orchestra to play their instruments at the most extreme ranges. So you'll have a cellist playing the absolute highest note they possibly can and things like this. Mm-hmm. He had said that this was kind of a representation of Hannibal Lecter himself, seeing the character as someone who lives at the most extreme ranges of humanity.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said that he thought that intentionally misusing the orchestra would also kind of give the film an ancient quality rather than it taking on this modern orchestral feel.
Right.
Okay.
It also is almost like everything appears to be okay, just like with him.
Yeah.
But there's something unsettling or something kind of wrong happening, you know?
I would caution Hans Zimmer on misusing an orchestra because I heard Hannibal Lecter doesn't really like it.
No. I learned Ridley Scott had said that this opening sequence here, I guess they had filmed it. They filmed it in Florence as a kind of a teaser kind of a thing of where is Hannibal Lecter. It was going to be like a promotional thing that came out like a trailer.
Yeah.
And they ended up scrapping that idea. And so he used it for the opening sequence.
That's very cool.
But I'm like, that would have kind of been interesting. But it's like maybe they didn't want people to figure it out because if you know Florence, you would.
Mm-hmm.
But that is a clever way of like, because we don't know where the hell he is.
It's been a decade.
Yeah. We fade in to Special Agent Clarice Starling, played by Julianne Moore, lying on her side, asleep.
Julianne Moore. She was in The Hunger Games 1 and 2 from 2014, 2015. Carrie from 2013.
Oh.
Haven't seen that one.
Mm-mm.
She was in The Big Lebowski in 98.
Yes, she
That's
was.
great. And Boogie Nights in 97.
Yeah. I love Julianne Moore.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I honestly feel a little bad for her going into this film.
Yeah. She's, again, we all loved the original Starling.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one, I do feel she takes it and makes her own version of the character. But I still like it.
I like her. I think it's it's not Jodie Foster. It was never going to be Jodie Foster. That's why it's like this is like almost impossible. I would not want to do this. Like we're talking about stepping into big shoes.
Right.
Like I think it's very ballsy of her to be, make it her own, so to speak.
Yeah.
But since we are paused, I can talk a little bit about her casting because I thought it was kind of wild.
Okay.
So do y'all remember when I told you that the De Laurentises maintained the film rights to Hannibal Lecter and loaned them to Orion to make The Silence of the Lambs?
Right.
Well, when they passed on The Silence of the Lambs, they lost the film rights to Clarice Starling. Orion had since gone under and its properties were acquired by MGM. So they had to go to MGM to strike a deal between them and Universal to even be able to have the character of Clarice Starling in Hannibal.
How the hell?
It's so, you learn about these things and it's like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like it's so weird.
How did you get the one character?
Yeah.
It's show business, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the moral of the story. But clearly they made it work. But obviously this is Julianne Moore and not Jodie Foster who won the Oscar for portraying Clarice Starling in The Silence of the Lambs.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, when that manuscript went out, she was sent one. Anthony Hopkins said that she read the script when he did, and he was pretty sure from her reaction that she was not coming back. Ridley Scott said that she had already played Clarice Starling. She had already received the highest form of recognition for it. Plus, she was finally getting to be able to direct and make Flora Plum. So she was ready to move on, and it was no hard feelings. That was his version. Dino De Laurentiis said that this is his version. Okay. Everybody grab your salt because I don't believe this. Dino De Laurentiis said that Jodie Foster's agent called him and said, Jodie wants $20 million and 15% of the gross before she even reads the script.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't.
So Dino said, give my love to Judy Foster. Goodbye. And he repeatedly called her Judy Foster fully, intentionally, and disrespectfully in that Guardian interview.
Wow.
Dude, what a child.
I know.
God
That's
damn.
crazy.
So this is multiple different versions of why she didn't come back.
Right.
But despite all the speculation, Jodie Foster shared herself in an interview why she didn't return for Hannibal. quote, "The reason I didn't do Hannibal is I was doing another movie, Flora Plum. So I get to say in a nice, dignified way that I wasn't available when the movie was being shot. But Clarice meant so much to Jonathan and I, Demi. She really did. And I know it sounds kind of strange to say, but there was no way that either of us could really trample on her."
I understand exactly what she's saying.
Yeah.
And also, reminder, the manuscript that Jodie Foster read is the book version with the book ending.
Mm-hmm.
And we will talk about that more later.
Okay.
But Dino De Laurentiis said that even when he was reading the manuscript, he knew Jodie Foster wasn't even right for the role of Clarice Starling.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, what?
Like, Jesus Christ. How much fucking salt do we need?
Yeah,
A lot of salt. An unhealthy amount of salt. And Martha,
The doctor has warned us about that.
And I'm swelling up over here. Jeez.
Yeah.
about the level of salt. So Martha De Laurentiis kind of agreed and said that just because Jodie Foster didn't want to come back didn't mean that Clarice Starling was dead. So they just needed to find someone else. They thought about Angelina Jolie, Hilary Swank, Kate Blanchett, Ashley Judd, and Julianne Moore. Scott wanted to get Anthony Hopkins' opinion because their dynamic is so important in the film. I'm really not trying to dogpile on this man. Okay, I'm just reporting the facts as I learn them. He wanted to get Anthony Hopkins' opinion. De Laurentiis, Dino, said, well, it's not up to Anthony Hopkins. So he didn't care what he thought.
Yeah.
Still, Scott went to Anthony Hopkins because he said that it's his movie too, and he should have a say.
Yeah.
Anthony Hopkins championed for Julianne Moore because he had worked with her before and considered her a true talent, and Ridley Scott agreed. As for Julianne Moore, she heard that they were interested. She said she flew out to meet with them, flew back home, and the next day she received a phone call that she got the part. She did say that she could never replicate Jodie Foster's performance, and she didn't want to. She was trying to give her own interpretation of the character of Clarice Starling.
Yeah.
Firstly, Dino, with this whole thing about Anthony Hopkins,
I'm like,
Yeah.
if you don't have Anthony Hopkins on board, Hannibal is not anything.
Yeah.
This film is not a success, I don't think.
Yeah, you should care what he thinks.
Yes. Like, he just, I don't even remember if he's still with us.
Yeah.
it's not, I checked.
Okay. Then I won't speak ill of the dead. But that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just don't understand. Well, and I will say, because I said, of course, I do have sympathy for Julianne Moore because it's like an impossible task.
Yeah.
I think what I tried to keep in mind as I'm watching it is 10 years have passed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was something to kind of bring me back because I do miss Jodie Foster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
She was so perfect in that role.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some moments that I just don't feel it, really. And I part of me wonders if it's because there aren't as many scenes with the two of them together, it feels like.
It might be.
Yeah.
It might
okay.
be because
Okay.
that dynamic is very important.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel for her because, again, I think it was very brave of her to even attempt.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't think she does a bad job. And I think that is, Ridley Scott said something similarly. If you think about Clarice Starling, where she is in her career in Silence of the Lambs versus where she is in her career in Hannibal, that is going to be a different person. She has grown, she's matured, she's, more steadfast. And so I like you said, I think that does give a little bit of grace.
Mm-hmm.
But
she dyed her hair.
She dyed her hair. She did a lot of things.
Yeah.
The way that I kind of deal with it or kind of like wrestle with it in my head, because in Silence of the Lambs, we did have him, he was caught. Hannibal. So our interactions were very limited to, he couldn't really go anywhere. You have access to him whenever you want.
Yeah.
Here, she doesn't. So it's like Starling has to be a little different here, so I don't expect the same level of what I got in Silence of the Lambs for this. Because this fool's just out.
Yeah.
He's just gone.
That's a thing, too. That's going to change you.
Yeah.
What she experienced with him and knowing that he is just out in the world. He could be in the car behind you, or he could be halfway across the world. You have no idea.
Yeah.
That's going to change you as a human being. So, I mean, I allowances can be made because it's not Jodie Foster, but it was never going to be.
No.
And also, I respect the fuck out of Jodie Foster because she said explicitly she stood to make more money doing this than anything else she had ever done in her career. But she stood on her principles and did what she felt was the highest form of respect for this character.
Yeah.
And I think that's very fucking admirable.
Yeah.
Same with Jonathan Demme.
Oh, yeah. And as much as you miss them, you respect them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you understand.
Yeah. And I also do want to commend the choice of Martha De Laurentiis because this story does desperately need Clarice at the center of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I promise we're going to stop taking so many detours. There's just a lot to talk about up top. Back to the film now. It's only when we pull back that we realize Clarice is asleep on a cot in the back of a van. Special Agent Burke, played by Boyd Kestner, wonders how she could sleep at a time like this. But Special Agent Brigham, played by Peter Shaw, explains that she's on jump out squad all night. She's saving up her strength. We linger on Clarice's face, cutting away when her eyes abruptly open. The van the agents are inside is disguised as a restaurant supply vehicle when it backs into a warehouse, congested with FBI, ATF, and DEA agents. Clarice and her crew hop out of the back. Later, men gather around a car as Clarice gives her instructions with her maps and paperwork spread out on the hood. Just as she calls for everyone to listen up, DC police officer Bolton, played by Terry Serpico, interrupts and introduces himself.
Terry Serpico. He was in 20 episodes of Law and Order, SVU.
All right.
106 episodes of The Inspectors.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
See, we got a theme here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clarice replies flatly in her southern drawl that she can see his information on his badge. How do you do? Bolton asserts that he's in charge here. Clarice takes a moment to introduce herself as Special Agent Starling and offers to explain why they're all here so she and Bolton don't get off on the wrong foot. She's here because she knows Imelda Drumgo. She arrested her twice on RICO warrants. The DEA and ATF are here for the drugs and weapons. And Bolton is here because the mayor wants to appear tough on drugs after his own cocaine conviction. And he hopes that he can accomplish that by having Bolton here. Bolton chomps on his gum as he nods. You got a smart mouth, lady. But Clarice would just appreciate it if Bolton would let her continue. Bolton crosses his arms and says nothing, so Clarice gets back to the briefing.
Lady.
Yeah.
That is Special Agent Starling.
Yeah.
Well, because she sunned him.
She
And
did.
he's like,
No,
this
yeah.
fucking bitch or whatever. It's like, no, just be quiet.
Well,
Yeah.
it's wild to also bring up that conviction.
But if it's the truth, then
It
we're
is.
here to save your ass.
Absolutely.
To
Yes.
make y'all look good.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
It just surprised me. And I was like, I would not say another word.
Well, it's like she's
No.
like, we know the song and dance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
let's be real.
But already, to me, this Starling is already coming off as a mega badass.
Yo, yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. The fish market's back is to the water, and across the street on the ground floor is the meth lab. As we press in on an FBI wanted poster of Imelda Drumgo topping the papers on the hood of the car, Clarice warns that Imelda is HIV positive. She will bite and spit when she's cornered. Addressing Officer Bolton, she adds that if he happens to be the one to put her in the car in front of those news cameras, he doesn't want to push her head down. She'll likely have a needle in her hair. Bolton still says nothing.
How can you still be silent when somebody's giving you every detail of the suspect we're looking for? It's like, you know them.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You've been doing this for a minute.
Is because he would have to admit, well, if you didn't tell me all that, then you know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's valuable information that I need. And he's not going to admit that.
And
Just say
shouldn't they
nothing.
be researching that shit before they come to do this sting or whatever they're doing?
Well, if their only thing is just to make sure that that politician doesn't look bad.
Well, that would cement it for me that, okay, that is our role in this. 'Cause
Yeah.
I didn't know any of that shit.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
We watch from above as the van makes its way down the street. Clarice reports through the radio that they want to take her in the building, not out on the street. They can get closest with the van. She says that if things look good on her signal, they will hit the front, the DEA will hit the back, and DCPD will back up the DEA. She alerts that Ivelda will have her watchers out at least 3 blocks around, and they have tipped her off before in time, so let's not make a spectacle of themselves. The multiple vans pull up to the fish market where innocent people are tending to their stalls, loading and slicing fish. Clarice walks through with Burke in the distance behind her, and when she comments that it's busy today, a man agrees.
I understand not making a spectacle.
Yeah.
But one thing that I really would like to have them consider is to not make this obvious, because I have never seen more clear law enforcement presence in my life.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
It is.
It's really bad.
It's like you're all grouped up together.
Yes. Like, why are they all speaking into their watches? Like, why are they looking around with sunglasses on?
Yeah.
But one thing that did surprise me a lot, for how many beautiful locations that they utilize in this film, this fish market is a set.
Really?
I would not have guessed that.
No.
Another van pulls up with a crew of suited up FBI agents waiting pensively in the back. Keeping his eyes peeled, Brigham goes to a stall and conspicuously orders a cup of coffee. He shuffles through his cash. He sips the coffee as he and Clarice watch the street. A car pulls up, bumping loud music, and catches their eye. Bolton pretends to make a call at a phone booth, but he's watching as well. The car pulls up and parks on the side of the building. A gang member in a red bandana, played by an uncredited Gano Grills, gets out and strides to the building. Behind the car, Ivelda's bodyguard, played by an uncredited Derek Simmons, walks by with a diaper bag slung over his large shoulder and an earpiece with a microphone curled against the side of his face. Ivelda Drumgo, played by Hazel Goodman, finally exits the building with 3 men guarding her. Clarice laments that they're all carrying guns, but she focuses in on what Ivelda is carrying. There is a baby and a carrier strapped to her chest. As Red Bandana and the bodyguard greet each other, Clarice radios to Brigham that it's too crowded. There are too many people. She thinks they should call it off. What does he think? Pretending to browse produce, Brigham responds in agreement. All units stand down. From inside the FBI van, he gets a copy from Whiskey Team, then a copy from Burke, who still stands watching among the market stalls. But Bolton skulks through an aisle, countering, "This is Bolton. Stay on target." Brigham repeats that he told units to stand down, but Bolton doubles down. It's too late. They're moving in. Clarice says again that Brigham said it's off. Ivelda is crossing the street now, flanked on either side by the men around her. Clarice points out that Ivelda is carrying a baby. She repeats this fact, and it's true. Ivelda walks with confidence in her zebra print suit, gold earrings shining in her ears, and her hands securing the carrier and the baby inside, closer to her chest. When Clarice says again for all units to stand down, Bolton pulls his gun. The bodyguard spots this, and the carefully crafted facade is all dashed in an instant. When the bodyguard whips out a shotgun and fires, hitting an innocent civilian, Clarice pulls her own gun and screams that they're FBI.
Bolton, you raggedy bitch.
Oh my God.
Swear to God.
And because his little fucking ego was hurt.
Yeah.
It is chaos. And when the agents fire, Red Bandana and the bodyguard are both shot multiple times in the chest and killed. A gang member in a basketball jersey, played by an uncredited Jaleel J. Lynch, pulls out a gun and sprays the crowd with bullets as he gets behind the wheel of the car, and Ivelda is ushered into the back seat. The gunfire continues as the car speeds away. Agent Brigham jumps into the narrow street, firing at the car barreling down on him. He tries to jump out of the way at the last minute, but it's too late. He's struck by the car and rolls over the windshield, falling in a heap to the side of the street. Stalls are crashed into as the driver tries to regain control, and the baby wails helplessly inside. A gang member with a machine gun, played by an uncredited Chuck Jeffries, leans out of the passenger window, firing until the car collides with the parked vehicle, pinning him between the two. He goes limp as he falls back. Clarice approaches with her gun drawn, shouting for them to hold their fire, but the machine gun wielder finds the strength to pick his head back up, and he aims his gun at Clarice. She fires, and he falls back, dead, blood pouring from his mouth. The bullets finally silenced, and with Burke behind her with his own gun, Clarice cries out for Ivelda to get out of the car. And after a moment, the door opens. The baby inside whimpers as Ivelda steps out on her zebra print pumps, twinkling glass falling at her feet. She asks, "Starling, is that you?" Clarice screams at her to step away from the car and raise her hands. The baby is still in the carrier on Ivelda's chest when Clarice pleads with her again to show her her hands. But Ivelda is casually cradling the carrier with one hand, with the other out of sight when she asks, "How have you been?" Clarice implores her not to do this. Ivelda asks, "Do what?" With one swift motion as she speaks, Ivelda pulls the gun from behind her back and fires, her sheer scarf catching the wind and floating as the bullet soars right into Clarice's gut. Ivelda fires again and again, and so does Clarice, and blood flies as Ivelda is hit in the chest. She screams as she flies back in slow motion, and the baby's cries pierce the tense score. We see the subsequent events in black and white pictures as the shutter clicks again and again, capturing Clarice rushing to the body, pulling the baby from the carrier, and sprinting to one of the stall's sinks. Out of the pictures now, Clarice washes the baby free of his mother's blood with the sprayer, assuring him gently that she knows and it's okay. The baby continues to wail, while below, ice floats within Ivelda's blood. This is a lot.
Yeah. In some ways, it couldn't have possibly gone worse.
Yeah.
Thankfully, this situation, the baby is okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to, but goddamn.
Yeah.
Bolton.
Yeah. This is all literally all him. I did want to share that there was no baby. This is in every shot. This is a fake baby made for production. An animatronic baby.
Oh, no. Yeah, I hope so.
Well, even in the carrier, I thought, I was like, it looks great.
Very
yeah,
good.
no, they did a good job.
Like even when she's spraying it down and it's writhing.
Yeah.
There was never a real baby ever.
That wasn't a stunt baby.
That was not a stunt baby. Not a real chick.
There's no antique machinery around.
No. I still can't believe you thought Gordy from Nope was a real.
What? Moving on. Today we're talking about Hannibal.
Okay. But yeah, what's the word? Like snowballs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Everything, this is all really, I don't want to say cool, but following it, it's just like, oh my God, I was sitting there. And again, I've seen this, I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
But still seeing this little standoff they have for those like 2 or 3 seconds, they're familiar with each other. And the whole, Clarice, or Starling, is that you? I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
And again, I've seen it, but it still kept me there like, fuck, what's going to happen? I know it's going to happen, but.
Did anyone think of Kill Bill when she's like, very funny, bitch? Yeah. Very funny. It's just like, do what? Bam, bam, bam.
It's like, come on,
Oh
man.
my God, damn it. And Clarice knew. She knew. She was like, don't do this.
And the shutter clicks.
Yes.
It's like, the narrative that's going to be formed.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it just couldn't have gone more against what Clarice said.
Yeah. At home, Clarice sits openly sobbing and shaking, still streaked with blood from the disastrous raid. On the TV, the news covers the funeral of BATF agent John Brigham at the Arlington National Cemetery, who was shot and killed in the line of duty on Friday. We see coverage of the crime scene on the news, including Brigham's dead body sprawled in the street.
Yeah, what?
I don't know what the hell they're doing at this news station where they're having the B-roll to his grave to be his actual corpse.
Yeah.
That's insane.
The news anchor continues that this ill-fated drug raid that claimed the life of Brigham and 5 others is the latest in a seemingly endless series of incidents beginning with Waco, Texas. In that case, the FBI and Justice Department have been questioned about their use of firepower rather than judgment. And this time, FBI Special Agent Clarice Starling was heading up the calamitous strike force. Clarice is watching this now, still dressed for Brigham's funeral. On the TV, she appears in the back of a car as they try to drive away from the service. The anchor shares that Agent Starling attained some celebrity 10 years ago when she was given information by Dr. Hannibal the Cannibal Lecter, which led to the rescue of Catherine Martin, daughter of the former U.S. Senator.
Now is not the time for nicknames.
Yeah, I know. We're not.
Also, I'm like, why am I getting a bio?
Well, dude, please give me a bio.
No.
Tell them how I'm also a hero.
I guess.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Just don't say my name in this at all. At all.
Well, you've already got footage of me.
Yeah. There's pictures.
Yeah.
Lots of pictures. We linger on a picture of Lecter before finding the newscaster, played by Ricardo Miguel Young, reporting from the cemetery. But Clarice isn't the only one watching the report. Lying on his pillows, Verger watches this on one of the multiple screens suspended over his bed. The newscaster continues that when Agent Starling returns to work later this week, she won't be so celebrated. See, that's why I leave my name out of this shit.
Oh, he was trying to set me up. That rat bastard.
Attorney Telford Higgins is representing the family of one of the victims, and he's filing a wrongful death suit. Verger switches off the TV with the remote and cries out for Cordell. Cordell hurries into the room with the "yes, sir," and Verger tells him, "Get me the Justice Department." We cut to a meeting where FBI agent Pearsall, played by David Andrews, introduces himself and DEA agent John Eldridge, played by James Ofer, to Clarice. He presumes that she already knows FBI Assistant Director Noonan, played by Francis Geenan, so he introduces, from their Office of Professional Responsibility, Larkin Wayne, played by Harold Ginn. Next is Bob Sneed from ATF, played by Ten Koch, and Assistant Mayor Benny Holcomb, played by Don McManus.
Roll call.
Yeah, god damn.
And we hear from about two of them.
Yeah, no shit.
This is crazy. They all sit around a long table with Clarice at its center. Finally, Pearsall presents Paul Crenler, played by Ray Liotta, who smirks with the tip of his glasses pinched between his lips. Pearsall reveals that Paul has come over from Justice as a favor to them unofficially. So in other words, he's here, but he's not here.
In Ray Liotta, we talked about him in Identity.
Mm-hmm.
I love Ray Liotta.
I know.
Yeah.
I miss Ray Liotta.
Me too. He is such an amazing actor who he was.
Yes.
And he is such an asshole.
Oh, I hate him so fucking much.
He understood the assignment.
He
did. Ridley Scott and Ray Liotta had never met before this, but they went to the same gym. Ridley Scott noticed Ray Liotta reading the newspaper while on the exercise bike, while he said he himself was like struggling on the equipment. But Ray Liotta said that he just did what he often did that resulted in him getting work. He just walked up to him and talked to him. Ridley Scott said that he was walking into the gym when Ray Liotta was leaving, and Ray Liotta stopped him in the parking lot and said, "Hey, I know what you're doing. Do you have a part for me?" And Ridley Scott was like, "Actually, yeah, I think I do."
Wow.
All right.
Hey, whatever works, man.
As Pearsall finally sits down next to Clarice, Crenler posits that he's sure Clarice has seen the coverage in the newspapers and on TV. Clarice replies coolly that she has nothing to do with the news, but Crenler reminds her that that woman had a baby in her arms and there were pictures. He's sure she can see the problem here. But Clarice corrects him. The baby wasn't in her arms. He was in a carrier across her chest. In her arms, she had a MAC-10. Still chewing at the tip of his glasses, Crenler grins at this. Sneed sighs that they're here to help her, and that's going to be a hell of a lot harder to do if she has a combative attitude. I'm sorry. Why are we here to help me? Like, why am I the one falling on the sword for this?
I have no idea.
I would be flipping this fucking table.
Yeah, I don't understand.
It's so irritating when everyone was there with Bolton.
Yes.
So you're telling me that everyone fucking rolled over on me?
It's that.
And my memory might be incorrect, but I feel like maybe it was because she was a new agent or simply the fact that she was a woman in The Silence of the Lambs.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like everybody just disrespected her constantly too.
Yeah.
So
and
it's like,
sexually harassed her.
Yeah. So 10 years of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A pager beeps, and both Wayne and Noonan check to see if it's theirs. When Noonan stands up and excuses himself wordlessly, Crinler's eyes follow him before he checks his watch. Clarice asks Pearsall if she can speak freely. When he nods, Clarice declares honestly that their agent called her office to get her assigned to help them, and she tried. She clearly expressed her judgment and was ignored, and now a good agent and a friend is dead. Crinler is still watching when Noonan comes around the corner and beckons for him to come over. He gets up from the table. Holcomb counters that Clarice shot and killed 5 people. Is that how she defines good judgment?
That is not accurate.
Yeah, that's not fair.
I remember one who was an innocent bystander. You do have the agent. Mm-hmm. You have one that was turned into a Jill sandwich.
Yes.
And then
that was terrible.
That was
really
bad.
terrible. And she honestly put him out of his misery.
Yeah, for real.
So she should be getting a commendation.
Clarice glances over at Crinler and Noonan, the latter showing the former something that prompts him to put on his glasses, before she admits that the raid was a mess. She ended up in a position where she had to choose between dying and shooting a woman carrying a child. So she chose, and she shot her. She killed a mother holding her child. She regrets it, and she resents herself for it. Abruptly, Noonan steps back into the room and calls a halt to the meeting, promising to get back to them individually by phone. He clips the pager back to his belt as the other agents leave, aggravated, one of them muttering that this was a waste of time. So I will say, again, I watched this multiple times, and maybe I was a little slow to catch on, but when we see the relationships that are unveiled as the film goes on, Crinler, this dude getting the page and Crinler checking his watch and being like, when's he going to call me back? Like, he knows.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? It took me a couple times to be like, but I thought he was just being nosy.
Yeah.
But I was like, you diabolical.
Yeah.
I hate him. In a room surrounded by empty tables, Clarice sits across from Pearsall when he tells her that she has a secret admirer. With the large window framed behind him, Pearsall slides a paper over to Clarice, admitting that the admirer's not much to look at, but he does have friends in high places. Crinler sits at a table next to them, watching as he sips his coffee. Pearsall asks if she remembers Mason Verger, and of course Clarice does, Lecter's 4th victim, the rich one, and the only one that survived. Pearsall says that Verger claims to have new information on Lecter, and he'll only share it with Clarice. Clarice doesn't understand. If they want it, seize it. Crinler is blatantly staring at Clarice's legs crossed beneath the table. He bites his lip before answering that they'd rather not. I throw his coffee in his face.
There is no veil of anything.
Yeah.
Clarice turns to him, snapping that she wasn't speaking to Crinler. When she is, he'll know it because she'll look at him. He raises his eyes from her legs to her face and offers a small smile. She turns back to Pearsall, asking why they would rather not. Pearsall reveals that the last time he called was when they took Lecter off the 10 most wanted list, and he was upset about it. We look down at the photos between Pearsall and Clarice, showing Mason Verger before whatever tragedy befell his face. Pearsall continues that they told him, hey, that's life. And he counters that this is the Senate Oversight Committee to make your life miserable. We catch a glimpse of Clarice consulting a map behind the wheel of her car. She passes a sign that reads Asheville with a pointing arrow. And beneath that, on the sign, Verger Estate.
That's all you need to see.
Yeah.
To know.
Yes, and it's terrifying that he was like, why is Lecter off the 10 most wanted? Because he is. Okay, here's an oversight committee. Like, the power that he must wield, that is frightening.
Yeah.
Back at the table, Pearsall laments that Verger's family's political contributions may not be enough to buy a senator, but they are enough to rent them from time to time. Crinler sets his eyes back on Clarice as Pearsall continues that there's no reason to go through that again if he really does have something new. Clarice contemplates this. As a future Clarice drives across a long bridge, Crinler leans casually on his hand when he reasons that this is a good deal for her. She can't pretend it isn't. She gets to go back on a celebrated case, and he'll take care of the media for her Drumgo killing. He shrugs. Everyone's going to be happy.
Just the mere framing of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What the fuck, dude? It's like, can I not just be like, dude, what did you just say? And you clearly know that he's here. There's something weird going on.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
You know what I mean? What the hell? You're my boss. What the fuck?
Literally, though, why is Crinler even here?
I don't
Yeah,
know. And when you, Pearsall yourself, said that the Vergers have the money to rent senators,
Yeah.
don't you think it's possible that maybe some of that could have trickled somewhere else?
That they rented someone from the Justice
Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you telling me that. Are you saying there's nothing I can do?
Right.
You're just fucked. And it's like, dude, help me.
Yeah. Clarice counters that she's not happy. Leaning closer, Crinler proposes that maybe she's incapable of being happy. Clarice replies that when you're out on the street, you know you might take a bullet in the line of duty. You accept that or you get out. You live with it. But what you don't expect or accept is taking one in the back in your boss's office for doing your job exactly as they taught you. That makes you unhappy. Pearsall assures her that of course she's right, but that doesn't change anything. Clarice disagrees. It changes everything. It changes me. And this is like, so Pearsall even knows this wasn't your fault.
Yeah.
Like, this is him admitting, like, look, dude, like, it is what it is. Like that. Oh my God. The injustice in the Justice Department. It's just, I feel like this is such an interesting and appropriate setup for the events that follow for the film of Clarice. We know, like, I know that Thomas Harris describes her again and again as a straight arrow because she is.
Yeah.
Like, she is in this pool of corruption, but she maintains her integrity.
Yeah.
And this is the price to pay. Like, it's just so fucked up. Clarice finally arrives at the sprawling palatial Verger estate. She pulls up to the large iron gate and two attendants open it for her. Mist rises from the lake as Clarice makes her way past the fountain centered in front of the mansion. When she parks, Cordell comes out to greet her, introducing himself as Mr. Verger's private physician. He asks her to park down at the other end, and Clarice nods and does as she's asked.
So in choosing this location, Ridley Scott asked himself, how rich is Mason Verger? And this was his answer.
Okay.
The Biltmore Estate in Asheville, North Carolina is the largest private home in North America.
Okay.
Yeah. It was built from 1889 to 1895, 150,000 square feet.
Damn.
And 8,000 acres of land.
Woo.
And so something interesting that they had said was that this site gets about 1 million tourists per year.
Okay.
And so whenever they were filming these sections, they had to section off, I think it was just the library and the tapestry room to transform them into Mason Verger's home. So just to think of that, only 2 rooms
Oh my God.
Yeah.
of this estate were sectioned off for
everything we
Verger.
see.
That's
Jesus
nuts.
Christ.
And the grounds, they had said, were so expansive that it was also used for nearly all of the exterior driving scenes in the film. So no matter where they are going, it's usually part of this estate.
That's wild. We're just on the property.
Yeah.
And even odder because they did spend a lot of time, which we'll get to, in Florence, in Italy, on location.
Yeah.
But there were some sections of the Biltmore estate that were redressed to act as parts of Italy later in the film. So it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's smart, though. It's like,
Yeah.
if we have all this at our disposal,
Yeah,
why not?
Yeah.
Cordell leads Clarice into Verger's massive bedroom, assuring her quietly that one's eyes adjust to the darkness. They pass a sitting area and a large fish tank before finding the bed, the drapery of the canopy pulled closed. Cordell yanks it open, informing Verger, who is once again lying inside and watching the multiple TVs, that Agent Starling is here.
This line, one's eyes adjust to the darkness. Of course, it seems accurate as far as entering this room, but it also felt almost moral as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
You know?
When Clarice greets him, Verger asks if that was a Mustang he heard out there. Clarice confirms this, and Verger questions further. A 5-liter? Yes. He sighs that's fast. Cordell is busying himself at a table full of medicine at Verger's bedside when Verger dismisses him. He can leave now. Cordell counters carefully that he thought he might stay. Perhaps he could be useful. But Verger asserts that Cordell can be useful seeing to his lunch. I was like, bitch!
I know. What?
See if there's any more of those cookies left.
I never got my crumble. Cordell stomps away and Clarice steps forward, asking if Verger is all right with her attaching a microphone to his clothing or his pillow. He is, by all means. As Clarice clips it to his collar, Verger presses a button on his remote, whispering that this should make it easier. The drapes pull back the rest of the way on his bed, allowing the light to find his face. He watches Clarice as he fully reveals himself to her, and Clarice offers no reaction. Verger admits that he thanks God for what happened. It was his salvation. He asks, "Have you accepted Jesus, Agent Starling? Do you have faith?" When Clarice replies that she was raised Lutheran, he points out that that's not what he asked. Clarice speaks instead to the record, identifying herself and adding that she's deposing Mason R. Verger on March 20th, sworn and attested. Verger sighs that he wants to tell her about summer camp. It was a wonderful childhood experience. Sitting down in the chair next to the bed, Clarice dismisses in a clipped tone that they can get to that later, but Verger puts his foot down. They can get to it now. It all comes to bear. His father founded a Christian camp for poor, unfortunate, cast-off little boys and girls who would do anything for a candy bar. Clarice interrupts that she doesn't need to hear about his sex offenses, but Verger assures her that it's all right. He has immunity from the U.S. attorneys, and he has immunity from the risen Jesus, and nobody beats the Riz. I'm like, okay, so this is a monster.
Yeah.
Clarice asks if Verger had ever seen Lecter before the court assigned him to the doctor for therapy. Verger is like, what do you mean? Socially? He laughs, but Clarice confirms that that is what she means, if he doesn't mind talking about it. And Verger doesn't mind. He's not ashamed. Clarice agrees that he shouldn't be. But Verger says that they met conventionally, as doctor and patient. This prompts Clarice to ask how Lecter ended up at his house then. And Verger answers simply, "I invited him, of course." In jittering glimpses, we get a window into the past as Mason Verger invites Hannibal Lecter, played by Anthony Hopkins, into his home.
Sir Anthony Hopkins, we talked about him in Silence of the Lambs.
Of
and
course.
Dracula.
There you go.
Yes, yes.
So they're working together again.
Yeah.
To hear the De Laurentises tell it, they were not very affected by Jonathan Demme dropping out from Silence of the Lambs to this, but they were very worried about getting Anthony Hopkins back. When he was making the film Titus, which I guess was a less than favorable experience for him, he announced his retirement.
Oh.
This was the
No.
quote. "To hell with the stupid show business, this ridiculous showbiz, this futile waste of life. I look back and see a desert wasteland. All those years spent in a fake environment. Everything was fake." He was so discouraged making that film that he said he was not doing it anymore.
Damn.
So he stepped away for, I think, like a year and a half. When Dino De Laurentiis called and asked if he would play Hannibal Lecter, Anthony Hopkins said that he would if they had a good director and the script was right. And after reading the manuscript, he said that he would return for Hannibal, but they had to fix the ending.
That's like everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Moving on. But in this flashback, in voiceover, Verger tells Clarice that he wore his nicest come hither outfit because he was concerned Lecter would be afraid of him. But he didn't seem afraid of him. Lecter just stands there, smoking. In his bed, Verger admits that it's almost funny now. In the past, donning a mask, Verger presents himself to Lecter and drapes his arms over the doctor's shoulders as they spin. He tells Clarice that he showed him his toys, his noose setup, and other things. He explains that it's a way you sort of hang yourself, but not really. It feels good while you, well, you know. Clarice averts her eyes at this for just a moment before lifting them back to Verger's face. He gets back into the story, describing while we watch as Lecter offers him a popper. His voice a low growl. Verger confides in Clarice that he said, "Would I?" And wow, when it kicked in, he was flying. Just an aside, hearing Anthony Hopkins say, "Mason, would you like a papa?" It fucking took me out.
I thought he said Papa at first. Which is also interesting.
Yes, yeah.
The delivery was great.
Yeah.
It was great. Lecter presents Verger the popper, and Verger sniffs it in, allowing himself to be carried away by the euphoria. He spins and presents himself to Lecter, giggling as he swings from the aforementioned noose with his pants down. Verger reveals that Lecter invited him to show him how he smiles to gain the confidence of a child. So he smiled. Lecter said, "Oh, I see how you do it." A giggling Verger continues to swing until his booted feet knock into a mirror and shatter it. His laughter echoes. He continues to Clarice that the good doctor approached him with a piece of broken mirror, and we see Lecter picking up the shard with a gloved hand and handing it to Verger. "Try this. Try peeling off your face." Lying in the bed across from Clarice with the consequences of that night on full display, Verger continues Lecter's pitch and feeding it to the dogs. Verger is all smiles in the past when he accepts Lecter's challenge, taking the shard and digging its sharp edge into the soft skin of his face. Bloody scraps of flesh smack onto the floor below. Lecter says he can still see it. Try again. Lecter picks up a scrap of skin and feeds it to the grateful dog. Verger keeps cutting, keeps swinging as he titters. Now that's entertainment. In the bed now, his voice is quiet when he admits that it seemed like a good idea at the time.
This is grisly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was so surprised to learn. So the cinematographer of this film was John Matheson.
Mm-hmm.
He had just worked with Ridley Scott on Gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
But on the commentary, Scott was talking about how these flashback sequences were shot. And it was really the only section of the film that was shot on this like digital handheld camera compared to how the rest of the film is shot much more theatrically.
Yeah.
But he had said that it wasn't until he shot this that they decided to have a flashback sequence at all. Whenever they were talking about filming this section, a lot of people were giving pushback as to whether or not there would be a flashback period. And so Ridley Scott shot it, and it was only upon seeing it that they're like, oh yeah, I guess it should be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
But it should absolutely be there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I love the way that it looks. Like it really denotes the haze of what Verger was experiencing and like the chopped up memory of it. And I don't know, it was very effective and very fucking disturbing.
And that's what Scott, he had said they wanted to capture it more as his strange memory of what happened.
Okay.
Versus like an objective reality.
Yeah, no, they did a good job.
Yes.
Because it does come really good, like you're saying, babe, as his version of like what happened that night. And it does look really, it's bad what's happening, but fuck the character dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it does look really cool. Him cutting his face, and when it falls, it was like, ooh.
Oh my God.
And that dog's like, it must be my birthday.
Yeah. For me.
Disregarding all of this, Clarice reminds Verger that he said he had new information. When Verger calls out for Cordell, he comes back into the room, picking up a large envelope on his way. I'd be like, oh, so now you need me.
Yeah. It was funny, too, her cutting him off. I was like, he just wanted somebody to hear his story.
Yeah, he did. And she's like, I don't give a fuck. When he hands her the envelope, Clarice reaches inside and pulls out an X-ray of an arm bone. She asks where it came from. Verger reveals that he received it 2 weeks ago from Buenos Aires. When she asks where's the package it came in, Verger commends that that's a good question. There was nothing of note on it. He asks Cordell if they threw it out. And when Cordell confirms that he's afraid they did, Verger offers, oh dear, you think it'll help? He sure hopes so. He hopes it'll help her catch him and cleanse the stigma of her recent dishonor. You shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Clarice stands with the X-ray, thanking Verger because this is all she needs. As she switches off the recorder, Verger asks if she found some rapport with Dr. Lecter during their talks at the asylum. He confides, I know I did when I was peeling. Clarice replies that they exchanged information in a civil way. Verger asks, but always through the glass. Clarice says yes. Verger presses the button on his remote, drawing the curtains back and casting himself into the shadow. As Clarice leans in to take back her microphone, he muses. Isn't it funny? She can look at his face, but she shied when he said the name of God. Clarice betrays nothing in her steady gaze back at Verger while she retrieves her microphone and stands back up.
I don't have time for this right now.
Literally no time at all. And I'm like, why are all of you like this?
I don't know.
Like, why are we speaking in riddles? Why are we like, just give me the fucking X-ray and let me be on my way?
Well, it's almost like, why are you saying it that way? Like,
Yeah.
Do you know something? Are you making fun of me or what? Like,
Yeah, honestly, do you have some kind of insight into who I am?
well, because of him being like, oh, we threw the box away.
Oh,
What did
dear.
it help?
Oopsie,
It's like,
whoopsie.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what the hell? Are you being a dick or are you like...
It's a ruse.
Yeah.
Like, you know it is, but it's like you can't not, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's not enough to charge?
Right.
Right.
I don't
Well,
mean I don't mean like criminal. I mean
Yeah.
like
No, yeah.
argumentative.
Yeah.
And honestly, of course, I would bristle with your bringing up of God when you abused.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah.
the entire concept of it takes on a completely different.
Yeah.
No, it's disgusting because he starts to talk about his crimes against children.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, I don't need to hear any of that. And he's like, oh, no, don't worry. I have immunity legally and from Jesus.
Yeah.
It's like, that's
Yeah,
not
I
why
know.
I don't want to fucking, like, you're a monster.
Yes.
He's like, no, don't worry. I'm fine.
Nobody cares about you.
That's not the concern. Back at the office, Clarice sits at a desk in the records room, looking over Hannibal Lecter's case file. Pictures of him pinned inside the folder stare back at her, and she eyes the X-ray from Verger. The mail guy, Jeffrey, played by Kent Linville, enters carrying boxes. He asks if Clarice is finding what she wants. Clarice wants to know if he's sure this is all of it. He admits that there was more, but it's been picked over little by little over the years. He sets the boxes down on the desk in front of her, and he points out that this stuff is worth a lot of money in certain circles. His gaze meets Clarice's when he adds with a grin that it's kind of like the cocaine that keeps going missing around here, little by little.
Are you stealing the coke from me? What?
It's like I don't know who's doing that.
It just speaks more to the corruption.
Yeah.
And that it's just
Yeah.
like a known thing.
That's-
Everybody knows the cocaine's
Yeah.
going missing, like, but nobody's doing anything about it. It's just a known, like, dirty thing that we're doing.
Yeah, it keeps happening.
Yeah. When Clarice slides a tape marked H. Lecter into the VCR and declines to respond, he leaves the room with a small smile. On the screen in front of her, Hannibal Lecter leans against a wall. When a nurse steps in front of him with her clipboard, he lashes out, baring his teeth and biting her face. The nurse cries out and tries to back away, but Lecter has latched on. They both fall to the ground. Nurses, one of them, Barney, rush to pull him off of her. We go from the blue tinge of the video to real life, where the nurse's blood is stark against Lecter's face and the white of his shirt. Pulled to his feet now, he continues to snarl and lick at the blood. Clarice pauses the tape and lingers her gaze on the grainy rendering of Barney, who aids another nurse in holding the dangerous Hannibal Lecter back. On a street, Clarice watches as Barney walks in his scrubs as he leaves the hospital. When he spots something in the road, he jogs over, holding out his hand to stop the cars. Carefully and gently, he scoops up what he saw, a dead bird lying in the street. He gathers up the limp pigeon and gives the stopped driver a thank you wave.
This, I understand, is to establish
Of
Barney as a decent human being.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Because the first time we saw him in this film, there were some nefarious things going on.
Yeah.
And so it's like we got to do something to...
Right. But it also goes with something we're going to...
Yes.
Absolutely.
A theme, if you will.
Right.
He walks past people playing basketball to his home, but when he unlocks the gate, he turns. It's then that he finally spots Clarice, watching him from behind her sunglasses. He meets her gaze. Clarice smiles. Hey, Barney, you remember me? She goes to stand over at the gate with him. Barney smirks, asking Agent Starling if she would agree for the record that he hasn't been read his rights. Clarice's smile widens as she lifts her purse and unzips it. She speaks to the contents inside that she has not Mirandized Barney and he is not aware of his rights.
This was pretty, familiar.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Inside Barney's home, Clarice begins that when Barney turned Lecter over to the Tennessee State Police, Barney interrupts. They weren't civil to him and they're all dead now. Clarice agrees that they only survived his company for 3 days, but Barney survived him for 6 years at the asylum. How did he do that? It wasn't just being civil. Barney counters, yes, it was. Clarice asks, since he's escaped, was Barney ever worried that Lecter might come after him? But Barney wasn't worried at all. Lecter once told him that whenever feasible, he preferred to eat the rude. He called them free-range rude.
Okay.
He is...
See, just don't be rude.
Yeah. I mean, at least we know what not to do.
Yeah.
But I don't think Hannibal Lecter gets enough credit for how hilarious he is.
He's
Yeah.
so fucking
Yeah.
funny,
Yeah.
genuinely. Sitting down on his couch, he turns the question back to Clarice. Does she ever think he might come after her? Does she ever think about him at all? Clarice admits that she does, at least 30 seconds of every day. She can't help it. She chuckles uneasily that he's always with her, like a bad habit. She questions if Barney has any idea what happened to Lecter's things, his drawings, and his papers. Barney says that because of cutbacks, everything got thrown away when the place closed. Clarice reveals that she just found out that Dr. Lecter's signed copy of The Joy of Cooking sold to a private collector for $16,000. And Barney's like, whew, it was probably a fake. Him signing The Joy of Cooking.
That's...
Yeah.
Crazy. And Barney is raking it in.
Yeah.
He's still a nurse for the love of the game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Again, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
But Clarice continues that the seller's affidavit of ownership was signed Karen Phlox. Now, does Barney know Karen Phlox? Because he should. She filled out his employment application. Only at the bottom, she signed it Barney. Same thing on his tax returns. Barney's mouth flattens into a line. The jig is up. He asks if she wants the book. Maybe he can get it back. But that's not what Clarice is interested in. She wants the x-ray from after Barney broke Lecter's arm during the attack on that nurse. And everything else he's got. Barney sighs. As he goes to switch on the fan in his window, he shares that he and Lecter used to talk about a lot of things at night after the screaming died down. They talked about Clarice sometimes. He asks if she wants to know what he said. But Clarice replies flatly, go get the x-ray. Afterwards, Barney spots that Clarice's eyes have fallen to his open laptop, presumably where the bids for his items are displayed, and he kills the screen. Handing over the file, he tells her that he's not a bad guy, but Clarice never said he was. Barney adds that Dr. Chilton was a bad guy, and after her first visit, he started recording her conversations with Lecter. He has the tapes in a container, and as he hands them over to Clarice, he sighs that these are valuable. Barney goes to his balcony, where he has lain the dead bird to rest. Another pigeon presides over him, and Barney waves it away, deciding that they've grieved long enough as he picks up the departed pigeon. Clarice asks, "What did he say? What did he say about me late at night?" Barney reveals that he was talking about inherited hardwired behavior. He was using the genetics of rollover pigeons as an example. They fly way up in the air, roll over backwards in a display, and then fall to the ground. We cut to Lecter's voice being played on one of Chilton's tapes as he explains this analogy. There are shallow rollers and there are deep rollers. You can't breed two deep rollers because their offspring will roll all the way down, hit, and die. Lecter concludes that Agent Starling is a deep roller. Let us hope that one of her parents was not.
Poignant.
He ate.
Yeah.
He ate. He did eat.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Unfortunately. Clarice takes us in as she listens and looks up to the wall where Lecter's pictures and brain scans are taped. His recorded voice assumes that surely this odd confluence of events hasn't escaped Clarice. Jack Crawford dangles her in front of him, and then he gives her a bit of help. At home, Clarice holds her drink as she continues to listen. "Do you think it's because I like to look at you and imagine how good you would taste, Clarice?" On the tape, Clarice admits that she doesn't know. Is it? Lecter tells her that he's been in this room now for 8 years, and he knows that they will never, ever let him out while he's alive. So what he wants is a view, a window where he can see a tree or even water. He wants to be in a federal institution, far away from Dr. Chilton. As Lecter's voice fades away, the view that takes over for us is more than that of a tree or even water. It's the skyline of beautiful Florence, Italy. As the church bell tolls, Chief Inspector Rinaldo Pazzi, played by Giancarlo Giannini, stands alone in a plaza, smoking a cigarette. When he finishes, he throws the butt to the floor, causing the gathering pigeons to scatter and take flight.
Giancarlo Giannini, he was in Quantum of Solace in 2008, Man on Fire in 2004, and Mimic in 1997.
Hey.
Yeah. Mimic.
Yeah. Like, get those requests in.
Right? Ridley Scott said that he is a massive star in Italy.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah.
I have to be flat honest. The way that we are introduced to this character, we don't completely, and at least in my memory of watching this film, we don't see him exactly head on, it seems. And so I thought that this was Hannibal Lecter's disguise.
Oh, okay.
As we learn that he's not laying low at all.
No, dude. No.
Is so wild to me. But something as well that we do see immediately is the beauty of Florence.
Yeah.
This production utilized, they had said, I think it was over 100 locations for this film.
Mm-hmm.
And so we get different places in Washington, D.C. We've already been to North Carolina. We'll go to Richmond, Virginia. And as we've discussed already, this was legitimately shot on location in Florence, Italy.
Yeah.
And Florence was actually the first city that they filmed in for this production.
Okay.
And De Laurentiis, I know we've had a lot to say about it, but he had said in a making of that they had spoken to the mayor of Florence, and they were basically given carte blanche when it came to using the city.
Oh.
And not only that, but they were allowed to use these gorgeous locations almost free of charge.
Damn.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
But they had mentioned Ponte Vecchio, Palazzo Vecchio, Il Duomo, like all these amazing sites and structures that have so much history and lend so much, as I had said, opulence to this film. And are just perfect places and very fitting for the character of Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Like we had mentioned. But they said that they would show up to places sometimes and people would just open their doors and allow them to film there. And so you end up like there's this pharmacy that we film in later in the film This is the pharmacy of Santa Maria Novella, which is the world's oldest pharmacy.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Built in 1221.
Holy sh- I can't even
Yeah.
wrap my mind around
No.
that.
Said 12.
Yeah.
Yes. It's unbelievable. And so, again, we don't spend that much time there at all.
No.
Yeah.
But this beautiful historic location is utilized for the production in such a way that you're just like so immersed in this environment.
Yeah, that was one reason why I was really excited to get to this movie, because I'm remembering where we're at. It's like, man, that looks so fucking cool. Like, I would love to go visit there.
Oh, yeah.
It's so stunning.
Something else interesting that was pointed out by the producers is that apparently there are, and especially whenever it was this time of filming in whatever year they filmed it, 2001, I guess.
Yeah.
There were 2 tourists for every citizen of Florence. And
Good
so
Lord.
I think they said 500,000 citizens and there were about 1 million tourists.
Damn.
And so dealing with these massive crowds was incredibly difficult for the production.
I bet.
And you see them in this behind the scenes featurette just telling people to keep moving as if they are tourists. Because if you stop and you're like, well, what's going on here? You're ruining everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But they had said that Anthony Hopkins was loving it. And he was just eating it up, no pun intended.
Oh, yeah.
Like, people were asking him for autographs,
Yeah.
and he was just so kind. You see him just talking to fans.
I
and
love that.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you say that, because looking up places, and I don't say all the places because I don't want to say the wrong thing and like be disrespectful, because these are like historical sites.
Yeah, yeah.
And I am but a dumb American, you know what I mean? But I've seen so many travel blogs of people coming to Florence just to see the sites that they saw in Hannibal. So it's interesting you talking about the tourists being there when they were filming, and it's like it begets more tourism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's breathtaking. I can't imagine living in a place like this.
Yeah.
Pazzi enters, I believe, the Palazzo Vecchio with its slick floors, high stone walls, ornate paintings, and sculptures. So there is a man polishing the floor that eyes Pazzi when he passes.
Yeah.
And so there we talk about an Il Monstro case. We'll talk a little bit more about it in a second, but there is a case happening in the background in Italy of this criminal that they've dubbed Il Monstro, and I guess Ridley Scott had initially had more to do with that story in this, and there was just too much going on. Ultimately, it ended up being cut. But this man working this floor polisher that eyes Pazzi when he comes in, we see him later. He's the one bringing a podium upstairs for a really pivotal scene.
Yeah.
He is Il Monstro. And so he is like the murderer that they're trying to
wow.
catch. And so it's this whole other thing happening in the background that Ridley Scott ultimately completely cut. But there are still a couple shots, because I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Because we kind of linger on him looking at Pazzi when he walks by.
Yeah.
But then it never fleshes out.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I was very interested to learn that this was going to be a thing.
That is fascinating.
Right?
Yeah.
And really heartbreaking that it's not here.
It is, but how does that end? Is him and Lecter
I don't
fight?
know.
And I guess like this
Yeah.
town's not big enough for both.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Or he like goes in cahoots with Il Monstro to get Hannibal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I will say the concept of Il Monstro, it does appear in the TV series.
Okay.
And not to, because I don't want to give too much away, but just to say that there are heavy implications that it is someone that we know very well. And that this may be the earlier crimes of a potential individual.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I just need
yeah.
to watch this goddamn show.
Please do.
I need to.
I'm so glad Jules made me.
Yeah. Well, we tried for a second.
We did. I
Yeah.
think whatever we were watching it on, it was no longer on that platform. So we had to
Yeah,
stop
they
and
took
we
it
just never went
off.
back.
Yeah.
But that was fucking years
Yeah,
ago.
it was.
We had other means. And I will say the look that this guy gives to Pazzi, that is such a cool thing for it to have meant that originally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the context of this film, again, I thought that he was looking at him because he's Hannibal Lecter in disguise. And he sees him as like somebody new that he doesn't know.
Okay.
That's what I thought was going on.
That's
and
interesting.
Then this is not where this scene is going.
Because we do see how Lecter is presenting himself. Ridley Scott had said that they did kind of play around with the idea of him doing a disguise or even plastic surgery.
Oh, wow.
But he's like, if I have Anthony Hopkins, I'm not going to have him wearing a fake nose and prosthetics the whole film.
I was going to say, hopefully dude doesn't just pull his the mask off of the janitor and it's fucking Hannibal under.
Well, not the whole film, just the parts where he has to pretend.
No, because he would have had plastic surgery.
Oh, plastic surgery.
So yeah, that's his face now.
I want him using chin putty.
Oh, no. Not after popcorn.
A little respect on Toby's name, but we are going to continue. At a table, a meeting is being held where Sogliato, played by Robert Rietti, argues his point that while Dr. Fell's language and skill are admirable because he is not Italian, he doesn't possess the inherent discernment to hold this position. This is my interpretation. He did give specific examples of he could be holding this and not even know what it is, you know. But Pazzi enters, finding Ricci, played by Ennio Coltorti, sitting in a seat away from the debate. Pazzi sits in the row behind him, and when Ricci offers him a cigarette, Pazzi declines. Pazzi comments that they're still arguing, and Ricci provides the context that Sogliato wants the job for his nephew, but the scholars are happy with the temporary guy that's been appointed. Ricci lights a cigarette as across the large room, Sogliato reasons that if this man is such an expert on Dante, let him lecture on Dante at the Studiolo. He looks forward to seeing him face them. The scholars agree, and the date for the presentation is quickly set for the 14th. The meeting is adjourned. Pazzi lights his own cigarette and watches as the men stand from the table and chatter to themselves on the way out. But one man remains at the front of the room. Pazzi stands and crosses the space over to the man who has his back to him. When he calls out, "Dr. Fell," the doctor turns, revealing himself to be, plain as day, Hannibal Lecter under the brim of his hat.
Not even trying.
No.
When Pazzi introduces himself as the chief inspector of the Questura, Lecter shakes his hand and asks how he can be of service. Pazzi apologizes for the smoke and fans it away from Lecter's face before stubbing out his cigarette in one of the ashtrays on the table. He explains that he's investigating the death of Dr. Fell's predecessor, Signore de Bonaventura. Lecter interrupts that predecessor implies that he has the job, and unfortunately he doesn't, not yet. But he is hopeful. They're letting him look after the library for a stipend. Pazzi offers a quick, before returning to the purpose of his visit. The officers who first checked didn't find any kind of farewell or suicide note, and he was wondering if... Lecter declares that if he finds anything in the Capone library, stuffed in a drawer or in a book, he'll call Pazzi at once. Pazzi nods, hands Lecter his card, and turns to walk away.
That is honestly such amazing work on behalf of Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
To clearly have killed this man.
Oh, yeah.
And
That was going to be my question.
And then worm your way into a position. A paid position.
Well, it's one he's good at. He knows about it.
He does.
He does, but wouldn't you be worried that this puts the target on you?
You would
You're
think.
taking this man's job, and no one knows you around here.
No, and you look an awful like somebody on the most wanted list. It's honestly it's like bragging that you can. Like,
It's bold as fuck.
it is.
Yeah.
So I can't believe I'm getting away with this. Something I did want to mention, I kind of want to amend something that I had said earlier about that video, or the way that they shot Verger's memory and everything. Still think that that's brilliant. But part of me, after seeing Hannibal Lecter for the first time in person like this, makes me think that they should have had him a little more veiled in that memory.
Okay.
So that we can see his face for the first time.
Yeah.
This way.
Okay.
After glancing at the card, Lecter calls after him, stopping him in his tracks. "You've been reassigned." Sliding his hands into his pockets, Potsy bristles at this. Pardon? Lecter, or Dr. Fell, is sure that he read Potsy was on the El Monstro case. Potsy confirms this, and Lecter muses that now he's on this, much less grand a case.
I guess you could say, I can't believe they Dr. Fell for this.
Yeah.
I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why are you antagonizing? It's like
I don't know.
He can't help himself.
No, he's having fun.
Yeah. Potsy reasons that if he thought of his work in those terms, then yes, he would agree. Lecter presses, a missing person. Was he unfairly dismissed from the grander case, or did he deserve it? Instead of answering, Potsy walks over to Lecter, closing the gap between them. He shifts his focus back to this case. Are the Signore's personal effects still at the Palazzo? Lecter says yes. They're packed neatly in 4 cases with an inventory. Alas, no note. Potsy says that he'll send someone over to pick the things up. He thanks Lecter for his help and disengages, leaving the building without another word.
But it's so in character because it reminds you of how he needled Clarice
Yeah.
in The Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
This is just who he is.
But it's like this is your first impression.
Yeah.
And Potsy's the chief.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do this? Did he find it rude that Potsy's smoke went into his face?
Maybe. That's all
I'm
it
like,
takes.
are we
Yeah.
Jigsaw petty?
Yeah.
Well, he did like blow it away.
He
Like,
apologized. I mean, I just
Too late.
this instant, like, no, I'm gonna fuck with this dude.
Yeah.
Back at the office, Clarice is down in the basement again, poring over the files and evidence when Jeffrey comes back and hands her a stack of envelopes. He asks if she has any leads, and Clarice reasons that they're all leads. They just don't lead to him. As Jeffrey peers at the x-ray up on the wall with a magnifying glass, he says that he doesn't know how she lives with all this stuff. But Clarice reacts with disappointment when she opens the first letter. She says it's from the Guinness Book of World Records. They're congratulating her on being the female FBI agent who has shot and killed the most people.
There's no way.
That's why.
Can't be.
That has to be from Bolton or something.
Yeah, no.
Like, that has to be fake. Or Ray Liotta.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Krindler.
Yeah. I forgot. I'm sorry.
She folds the letter back up and drops it to the side, focusing her attention instead on a larger envelope. She uses the letter opener to slice it open and pulls out a smaller white envelope inside, closed with a thick red wax seal at its point. When Clarice flips the envelope to the front and finds her name written there in flowing script, she drops the letter on the desk as if it's burned her. We press in on her face as she realizes exactly what this is, and she asks politely if Jeffrey would excuse her. Of course, he obliges and leaves the room. Donning gloves now, Clarice pries the wax seal open with a scalpel before laying out the multi-page letter with its beautiful penmanship.
Yes.
Oh my God. And this paper?
I was going to say, you could tell just from the quality of the envelope that it was
Oh my God.
What a crazy ass. You wrote her a letter.
yeah, old-fashioned.
He's
Yeah.
a gentleman. The letter reads as follows. Dear Clarice, I have followed with enthusiasm the course of your disgrace and public shaming. My own never bothered me except for the inconvenience of being incarcerated, but you may lack perspective. In our discussions in the dungeon, it was apparent to me that your father, the dead night watchman, figures largely into your value system. I think your success in putting an end to Jamie Gumm's career as a couturier pleased you most because you could imagine your father being pleased. We leave Clarice to hover outside of the windows of the Capone Library. We enter and glide through the spacious and ornately decorated rooms inside to find Lecter sitting at the piano. As he coaxes out the gentle notes, we see what is propped in front of him are not sheets of music. Instead, they are Italian newspapers with pictures of Special Agent Clarice Starling rendered in black and white next to the articles. We pan past Lecter, revealing the Washington Post with its headline, FBI Agent Kills 5 in Shootout. The letter continues. But now, alas, you're in bad odor with the FBI. Do you imagine your daddy being shamed by your disgrace? Do you see him in his plain pine box, crushed by your failure? The sorry, petty end of a promising career? Lecter sits at his desk, writing this letter with a gorgeous ink pen by candlelight. What is worst about this humiliation, Clarice? Is it how your failure will reflect on your mommy and daddy? Is your worst fear that people will now and forever believe that they were indeed just good old trailer camp tornado bait white trash, and that perhaps you are too? Lecter folds his letter and licks the seal of the envelope. Back at the office, Clarice sits in front of a computer with other agents around her, each bathed in the glow of their own screen. She watches as Hannibal Lecter's picture is dragged and added back to the ranks of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. The letter continues. By the way, I couldn't help noticing on the FBI's rather dull public website that I've been hoisted from the Bureau's archives of the common criminal and elevated to the more prestigious 10 most wanted list. Is this coincidence? Are you back on the case? If so, goody goody, because I need to come out of retirement and return to public life. After playing the piano more in Italy, Lecter heads to the street to drop the letter into a crimson-colored mailbox in a beautifully framed shot. As he sits and reads the newspaper at an outdoor cafe, his voice continues to narrate his letter. I imagine you sitting in a dark basement room, bent over papers and computer screens. Is that accurate? Please tell me truly, Special Agent Starling. Lecter swallows down the rest of his espresso from a small silver cup, a blue ring glinting on his pinky in the sun. We watch as he signs the letter. Regards, your old pal, Hannibal Lecter, MD. Back at the office, Clarice unveils the last page of the letter, where Lecter has included a drawing. It depicts Clarice lying naked with her breasts exposed, her focus intently on the bearded man next to her. The inky sketches around them connect them in a gossamer bond. But there's more space dust on here. P.S. Clearly, this new assignment is not your choice. Rather, I suppose it is part of the bargain. But you accepted it, Clarice. Your job is to craft my doom. So I'm not sure how well I should wish you. But I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun. Ta-ta. H.
What is he, Dracula?
He's better than Dracula.
And I guess we shouldn't be surprised that a cannibal's letter is so biting.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Good Lord.
I'm like, he is such a bitch. Like, he's so cutting. It's
And what do you
crazy.
mean retirement? I think you've already done that.
Yeah. Something very interesting. You had mentioned the Capone Library.
Yeah.
This was actually filmed at Palazzo Capone.
Oh.
Different sources. One source said that it was built in the early 1700s. One source said it was built in the early 1400s.
Ooh.
But
Jesus.
regardless, this building is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of history.
Oh.
But something really, really cool is that this bit of piano, this beautiful composition, was actually written by Anthony Hopkins.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess he was playing it while they were filming, and Ridley Scott came up to him and said, that's going to be what it is during this scene.
Very nice.
It fits perfectly.
Yeah.
It does.
In a lab, a technician played by Bruce McVitie analyzes the letter. He found a partial fingerprint. It's not enough to hold up in court, but Clarice interrupts that she already knows it's him. She needs to know where he was when he wrote it. The tech shrugs that the paper is not going to help. Yes, it's linen fiber, and yes, it's expensive, but it's not so rare that you can't find it in 1,000 different stationery stores throughout the world. Same with the ink. Same with the wax.
It's so funny to me that he presents it. He's like, I think this was written by Hannibal Lecter.
She's like, I know. Of course. He offers to check the Las Vegas postmark, but he'll bet her $1 it came from a remailing service. Clarice agrees that Las Vegas is the last place Lecter would be. It would be an assault on his sense of taste. The tech chuckles. We abruptly cut to a spread of bloody crime scene photos. The score goes chaotic as we zoom in on bloody limbs, and Lecter asks on tape, "Don't you feel eyes moving over your body, Clarice? I hardly see how you couldn't. Don't your eyes move over the things you want?" Clarice lies on a couch in the office, listening to this tape through headphones. She speaks up in the recording. All right, then, tell me how. But Lecter replies with a firm no. He says that it's her turn to tell him. She doesn't have any more vacations to sell on Anthrax Island. Quid pro quo, Clarice. He tells her things and she tells him things, but not about the case, about herself. Clarice gets up and walks to the letter from Lecter, housed now in an evidence bag. She opens it and sniffs inside as Lecter continues to prod on the tape. Yes or no, Clarice? In a boardroom, Clarice sits in front of 3 people, backlit by a large window. The perfume bottles displayed on stands shine in the light. The 3 perfume experts, played by AJ Nadeau, Kelly Piper, and Mark Margolis, all wear white gloves.
Yeah. Mark Margolis, he was in Black Swan. We talked about him there. And he has a credit in Tales from the Dark Side, the movie.
That's wild.
And that was very long ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Episode 6.
Yes.
And of course, he's Hector
Of
Salamanca.
course, yes.
It's so funny because I was watching this and I saw that shot that you described and I just loved the symmetry and the color of it.
Yes.
And then I'm like, is that fucking
You're
Mark
like,
Margolis?
Yeah.
What the hell? They take turns sniffing at the letter and then passing it along to the next expert. When he finally takes possession of it, the final expert, Mark Margolis, of course, takes a deep sniff, deciding hand cream, raw ambergris based, Tennessee lavender, and a trace of something else. He continues to smell with his eyes closed as another expert offers fleece. He comments that it's lovely. When Clarice asks what ambergris is, because clearly she didn't see that one episode of Futurama, the expert explains that it's a whale product. And as much as they'd like to, they can't import it due to the Endangered Species Act. Clarice wants to know where it isn't legal. The expert reports Japan, of course, and a couple places in Europe. He's sure she'd find it somewhere in Paris, Rome, Amsterdam. Another expert adds, maybe London. The last expert is certain that this bouquet was hand-engineered to someone's specifications. Clarice asks if there's any way to know which shops. The first expert tells her that of course there is. He'll make her a list, and it'll be short. He takes one more sniff of the letter. I'm like, okay, so a win?
Yeah.
Also, it's just occurring to me, this is a specifically hand-engineered scent with fleece, like a lamb.
Oh, okay. They're screaming.
Yeah.
They are screaming.
Damn, Hannibal.
Yeah, I know.
We follow Pazzi across a crowded street in Italy as he makes his way to the police station. Once inside, he hushes the chattering to declare, in English for some reason, that he needs opera tickets. A couple officers laugh at this, one looking up from his newspaper to smirk that he doesn't think he has any on him. Getting himself some coffee, Pazzi laments that it's sold out, whatever it's called. Pandolfini, played by Aaron Craig, gossips with another detective in a low tone that it's that pretty young wife with the ever-open beak who needs the opera tickets. So, I think that this line is probably a little heavy-handed, but in the novel, Scott said that Pazzi's wife is talking all the time about money, about wanting more money, about wanting more luxuries, doing more things, whatever. And it is a big motivating factor for some decisions that this character makes moving forward. I already picked up on that just from this.
From that
and
line?
the small interaction later on.
Yeah.
Of, well, did you get it? Well, are you gonna? Well, it's not going to be bad ones, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah,
enough
yeah.
for him to be like, I need to provide. I need to score, basically.
Right.
Like, I need to hit it big.
I do completely understand that. I do think that it is a little undersold.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't think about it until that, to where she's mentioned about the seats, and then I was like, oh, well, how bad? Like,
Yeah.
what does that mean? Were
'Cause-
they bad to you, or
Yes.
were they really bad?
That to me, it almost feels more like preference than it being this thing of like, oh my God, I need so much money.
Yeah.
to, you know.
We'll talk more when we get there.
And who
Okay.
just said that? Was that Potsy that was saying that, or was it somebody else? About the
Potsy
beak.
didn't say that.
That's
no.
why I was like,
No,
dude,
no,
they're
it's
gossiping
another-
about
yeah.
him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
'Cause I was
they're
like,
like,
what the fuck did you say about my wife? Yeah, dude,
They're like,
we're not
he
doing
needs the
that.
tickets
Yeah.
for his wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, if he heard that and he's like, I know, man. I'm like, dude, I'm kicking Potsy's ass.
No, they were whispering.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Potsy has moved on from his ticket quest when he spots Agent Benetti, played by Andrea Pieramonte Bodini, watching security footage. Something catches his eye, and he tells Benetti to rewind it. But Benetti asserts that he can't. He's making a copy. He's recording. Potsy ignores this and goes to rewind it himself, earning an exasperated sigh from Benetti. He rewinds the tape, security footage from a bustling shop where customers line up to be helped at the counter. He presses play and steps back to watch, paying attention as a man in a hat makes his way up to the register. Potsy asks what this is, and Benetti informs him that it's security footage from a perfume shop in Via della Scala. The FBI, through Interpol, requested a copy. Potsy asks why, but Benetti reveals that they didn't say. Potsy repeats this, questioning, and Benetti admits that it was actually kind of weird. It's like they were making a point not to say.
That's very strange.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I did want to point out, if I'm not mistaken, this is that pharmacy I was talking about.
Oh,
Okay.
On the tape, the man in the hat leans forward to take a grateful sniff from a sample held out by the clerk. Potsy quickly pauses it, and the face of Dr. Fell, a.k.a. Hannibal Lecter, is clearly visible on screen. Potsy notes this with a, On the street, Lecter walks casually with a white hat perched jauntily on his head before going into a store, and Potsy watches him from afar. When Lecter enjoys a glass of wine at an outdoor cafe, Potsy is seated at a nearby table, sipping espresso. When Lecter has brought the bill for his meal, he reaches into his pocket for the payment. Potsy is watching closely as this supposed Dr. Fell finishes his glass of wine, using the cloth napkin to shield his fingertips from coming in direct contact with the stem of the glass. And curiously, he then uses the napkin to wipe the rim where he drank. Finally, Lecter stands, buttoning his suit jacket as he leaves the restaurant and walks back onto the street.
It's pretty guilty behavior.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
For me, though, you're watching this and you're seeing him live this amazing life. He's got these really like amazing suits.
Listen, call
Like,
him Ranch.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Going to cafes and drinking wine and coffee and all these things. Why are you doing anything to jeopardize this? But you still feel this need to contact Clarice. You feel this pull.
Yeah.
Right.
Like it's a need.
Anthony
Yeah.
Hopkins had described him as like bored. Like
I
he's
get
just
it, I
going
guess.
through day to day and he's just fucking bored.
Yeah. So do that.
I
Just
guess
that.
because this should be the getaway.
Yeah.
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 You
I
know?
escaped.
Yeah.
At Potsy's house, he takes the tape out of the manila envelope addressed to Agent Starling. He lights himself a cigarette and focuses on his computer screen, where he visits the FBI website. As he clicks the tab for the 10 most wanted list, his wife, Allegra Potsy, played by Francesca Neri, steps up behind him and takes a drink of his wine.
Francesca Neri. I remember her from Collateral Damage in 02.
Oh. I've never seen her before. She's very beautiful.
Yeah, that's the only place I've seen her, but she does have a lot of stuff on her IMDb as well.
Ridley Scott had described her as like an internationally like renowned actress.
Okay.
As the VICAP screen loads, a warning pops up. Stop. You are attempting to access a federal intelligence database. Unauthorized access is a federal crime. Your actions will be monitored. Allegra leans in and asks if they're going to the opera, interrupting Potsy's search. Turning away from the screen, he assures her that they are. When she asks if they got tickets, he says no, but he will. In fact, he was just about to look on the computer. Allegra requests that they not sit in the back row. She would like to see it this time. As she strokes Potsy's hair, he assures her that they won't sit anywhere near the back row, no matter what the cost. Placated, Allegra leaves, allowing Potsy to sign into the database. He types in a username, P. Francesco, adds a password, and hits OK. The screen loads, presenting Potsy with the FBI's top most wanted. His eyes scan over pictures and names. Osama bin Laden, Victor Manuel Guerrena, Hannibal Lecter. Potsy smokes his cigarette as he gazes at the unashamed face of who he knew to be Dr. Fell. He clicks on Lecter's name and consults the paperwork for Dr. Fell in front of him. He appears in this picture as a man with dark hair combed back and a beard and mustache.
He looks like the devil.
It looks funny.
I wonder if this is them saying, like, maybe this is how he initially looked in Italy, and then over the years he just got more and more comfortable.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
he,
You know?
Yeah.
he was on the most wanted list.
Yeah.
And then he was removed.
Yeah.
And that's when Verger, got upset, and then now he's back on. So maybe it is exactly that. That
Okay.
he thought he needed some kind of disguise, and then he was just like, fuck that. Like, whatever.
Yeah, they had taken him off.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll even speak in my normal voice.
Yeah.
And I'll kill a man and take his job.
But wouldn't this make you stop whatever you were like?
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
If
If-
you're Potsy,
yeah.
I would be like,
You kind of don't need anything else.
Yeah,
No.
Like, this is the smoking gun.
The route this takes.
Oh
yes,
my God.
I know.
But on the screen, Lecter appears as we know him. Staring intently, Potsy looks over the search results for him. Allegra sits on the couch in front of the TV, glancing back at her husband, but saying nothing. Noting her, Potsy types something else into the advanced search bar. Hannibal Lecter, reward. See, this is why he looks at his wife and he's like, what can I get out of this?
Yeah.
Because she is expensive.
She just wants a good seat at the
Yeah,
opera.
yeah. Just want to be able to
Just
see.
this one time.
Yeah.
He wants to be able to see. You need to hear. You'll be fine. There's one result, and when he clicks on it, Lecter's face appears again, staring coldly at Potsy from the screen. Potsy scans over the summary written about Lecter, including his 10-year-long escape. But what really catches his eye is the only thing written in yellow among the white text: the $3 million reward.
Is that enough?
It buys a lot of
Yeah.
opera tickets.
I mean, it does, but
$3
I
million.
don't know.
Look,
Listen,
Reading all of that and finding out what he's done or what he's capable of.
It's that.
Oh.
I don't know.
I think that I understand, but it gets to a point where it's like, okay, whatever happens to you, you have been willfully.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What? I'm not going to say you deserve it, but
Right,
you've
right.
been warned and warned and warned
Yeah,
and warned.
yeah.
I thought that you were asking if that was enough for Potsy.
No.
And I just want to go on record and say, if anyone wants to give me $3 million,
I will apprehend.
yes, I will
Hannibal
personally apprehend. Really, anyone.
At the very bottom, a note details that anyone with information about Hannibal Lecter may also call 1-212-555-0118. Potsy scrawls this number down and underlines it. He smokes a cigarette with intensity, staring back at Lecter's face. And we match cut the photo of Lecter to another of him on the board in Clarice's research room. Krindler looks at all of this with wide eyes, the pictures of Lecter and the crime scene photos. Clarice sits behind him with her feet propped on the desk as she continues to listen to the tapes with headphones. As Lecter asserts in her ear quietly that it's au naturel to want to taste the enemy, she eyes Krindler. He chuckles when he spots the drawing Lecter did of Clarice up on the board. She has put a sticky note over the bare chest of the drawing, but Krindler, of course, lifts it, chuckling childishly at the bare sketched breast when it's revealed.
What is going on?
I know.
Dude, oh my God.
It's like, all right.
Yeah.
It's like, dude,
Don't you have somewhere to be?
No, I don't think he does.
I don't think he does. This is when Clarice decides to make her presence known, pulling the plug from her headphones and allowing Lecter's voice to blare from the speakers. What is your worst memory of childhood? Badly startled, Krindler is like, Jesus! He's like, I was just putting the sticky note back on. I think Pearsall was in here. Clarice asks if she can help him, but he wants to know what the hell she's doing sitting here in the dark. Clarice answers smoothly, thinking about cannibalism. Krindler reveals that people in Justice are thinking too. Did she know that? They're thinking, what exactly is Clarice doing about Lecter? Clarice asks if he isn't curious why Lecter dines on his victims, but Krindler questions what the point of that is. He wonders, are you writing a book or catching a crook? He kind of ate with that.
He did. But she also did with this idea of what she just heard about eating the enemy.
Yeah.
Right when he
Yeah.
She's like,
And she's like, I'm thinking about cannibalism. That's great.
Good. But Clarice answers her own question. He does it to show contempt for those that exasperate him, or sometimes to perform a public service. In the case of the flautist, Benjamin Raspail, he did it to improve the sound of the Baltimore Philharmonic Orchestra. That's so darkly funny.
It is.
That's insane.
He's just like, ooh,
Yeah.
I need that.
I'll take care of it.
It speaks so much to him.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
He served the not-so-talented flautist sweetbreads to the board with a nice $700 Montrachet. Krindler sits on the edge of the desk while Clarice continues, detailing that the meal began with green oysters, followed by the sweetbreads and a sorbet. She reads from a copy of Gourmet Cuisine, the notable dark and glossy ragout, the constituents never determined. Krindler only offers that he figured Lecter was queer because of all the artsy-fartsy stuff, chamber music and tea party food. He stammers that he doesn't mean anything personal if Clarice has sympathy for these people. I'm like, every time I think that this man can't get worse.
Yeah.
Literally,
he opens his fucking mouth.
every sentence.
Yeah.
He steps toward her desk, getting down to the point of the visit. He better seek cooperation. There are no little fiefdoms here. He wants to be copied on everything. Does she understand? Clarice offers. But Krindler continues that if she works with him, then her so-called career here might improve. And if she doesn't, then all he has to do is draw a line through her name rather than under it. And it's over for her. He sits down closer to her as Clarice asks sincerely, what is it with him? It was wrong for her to tell him to go home to his wife? Krindler chuckles at this and tells her not to flatter herself. That was a long time ago. Why would he hold that against her? And besides, this town is full of corn-pwned country pussy. Clarice looks away from him in disgust, and so did I.
What is happening?
I know. It's like, come on, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
I do appreciate, I know that we saw him eyeing her legs or whatever in that meeting, but that we're finally getting down to the core of what's really going on here.
Right.
You made advances, she rebuffed you, and now you're trying to make her life fucking hell.
Mm-hmm.
It's really disgusting to learn that there is a history.
Yes!
Yeah.
Krindler is like, now having said that, he wouldn't mind having a go with her right now if she wants to reconsider. Are you... Does he think she'd be like, all right.
I know.
After that corn pone crack?
Yeah, I was going to say. I think you insulted me, man. I don't know.
Clarice counteroffers. In the gym, anytime, no pads. She gets up and leaves. Krindler sits agitated, the rejection washing over him. Later, watching another store's surveillance footage, Clarice makes a call to Agent Benetti in Italy. She wonders if there's any chance that the tape went out with the regular mail, but Benetti assures her that he overnighted it. He filled the slip out himself the day after she requested it, and he did it right away, so he doesn't understand what happened. She should have it by now.
I didn't even, I'll be honest, I didn't even catch it until you thinking about it right now, and you said it a second ago. This motherfucker took the copy home.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see it at his desk.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that meant he intercepted it
Yeah.
from being mailed out.
Crazy.
Clarice asks if he can mail her another, and he says that he will. He'll make another copy, especially for her. Agent Clarice? Is it okay if he calls her Clarice? As he speaks with her, Benetti sketches a naked woman with flowing hair on the paper in front of him. Clarice corrects him with a grin. Agent Starling. She tells him that she appreciates it. She asks his name and he provides it. Agent Franco Benetti. He tells her that he'll send it to her tomorrow, and Clarice thanks him before ending the call. Jeffrey has come back in, eyeing the footage when he asks, "Nothing, huh?" Clarice says, "Nothing yet," but she's still waiting on Florence in London. And on the pad in front of her, she finishes sketching a mustachioed man. So,
Everybody,
they're both imagining what they look like.
Are they made for each other? Like,
That's the real love story. Back in Italy, Pazzi hesitates, jostling the change in his hand before going over to a red public phone.
I love the sound design on these
Yes.
coins.
Yeah.
Because it's almost, and again, this is doing too much because I'm always doing too much. It made me think of Crossing the River Styx.
Oh, that's
of
good.
What he is about to get himself into.
I like that.
Yeah.
It just like echoes so loudly above like this bustling street.
Yeah.
And it's like that is his focus. Like everything else is faded out like moralistically. His job, his like everything he's supposed to be doing. Because it's like, dude, he's got fucking tunnel vision.
Yeah.
As people walk past him, Pazzi deposits his coins and consults on his scrap of paper before punching in the phone number. After a brief ring, a voice informs him that the number he's dialed is not in service at this time. Pazzi hangs up the phone. He starts to walk away, but stops in his tracks when the phone begins to ring. He turns and looks at it with gravity before approaching and answering. He answers, "Yes?" When a man on the other end responds with the hello, Pazzi blurts that he has information on Hannibal Lecter. The voice asks if he's gone to the police because he's required to encourage him to do so. Pazzi inquires if the reward is still payable under special circumstances. The voice advises him to contact an attorney before making any possible illegal action. There's one in Geneva who's excellent with these matters. When the voice gives him the attorney's toll-free number, Pazzi writes it down, and before he says anything else, the call is ended. Pazzi drops more coins in, and this time someone answers. "Hello?" Pazzi says that he was just speaking with someone, but the voice interrupts, revealing itself to be a recording that informs him of a $100,000 advance. To qualify for the advance, a fingerprint must be provided. Once the print has been positively identified, the money will be placed in escrow at Geneva Credit Suisse and may be viewed at any time with prior 24-hour notifications. I can go visit my money.
Yeah.
The voice offers to repeat the message in other languages, but Pazzi has heard all that he needs to. He hangs up the phone and goes walking through the plaza. He climbs the stone steps of a building and decisively presses the buzzer for the Biblioteca Caponi, the library.
Firstly, regarding this phone call, I did notice that the telephone was red.
Yep.
Okay.
So was the mailbox that
Right.
Lecter sent the letter in.
Oh, okay.
You think about color theory and danger and all these things.
Yeah, yeah.
I honestly thought for a moment until we get the call to, I guess, this outside attorney.
Right.
I thought that this line was set up by Hannibal Lecter online. and that there was no $3 million reward. It was just him keeping track of people keeping track of him.
That's
that's
fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't put it
brilliant.
past him.
Not at all.
But where we go, it obviously makes a lot more sense and ties everything together.
I love that you think Pazzi's Hannibal Lecter.
Yep.
You think,
He's
you
cunning.
think the FBI's Hannibal Lecter.
Yep.
He's calling himself to check in on himself.
Yes.
So he could beat a T-Rex.
Yeah.
The jury's still out. He's still just a man.
Inside, Lecter is watching Pazzi on the security monitor when he answers the phone. Buongiorno. Pazzi identifies himself, but Lecter reveals that he can see him, and he invites the inspector to come on up. Pazzi enters as a silhouette, only exposed to light when he steps into view of the window. The sun streams into the spacious area, but when Pazzi calls out to the elusive Dr. Fell, no one answers him. He ventures inside, closing the door behind him and peering ahead, continuing to call out for the doctor. When he approaches the desk and finds the remnants of Lecter's meal, he reaches for the knife, only to be startled when Lecter makes his presence known by snapping a picture with his camera. Pazzi jerks his hand back, abandoning his grab for a fingerprint, when Lecter comes out from behind a curtain, still holding the camera. Potsy laughs uneasily, and Lecter reasons that he should have told Potsy to bring someone along. The cases are on the heavy side. Potsy thinks that maybe Lecter could help him with them. Smoking his cigarette, Lecter's like, Potsy reasons, just down the stairs. Lecter agrees and leads him deeper into the apartment where the cases sit by the piano. Indicating the pages on top of it, Potsy asks if that's the inventory. Lecter says yes. Potsy asks if he can see it. Lecter says of course. Potsy waits for Lecter to pick up the pages for him, but Lecter just stands there watching Potsy and smoking his cigarette. So Potsy takes the pages for himself and leaves through them. So at this point, if I'm Potsy, I know that you know that I know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was bold of him to just show up like this and try it.
Yeah,
I know we did have to come for the evidence or whatever.
Yeah, but
it's like, dude.
Like to go from phone call to this?
Yeah. And then by yourself, too.
And I thought about that a lot, and I was like, is there any way that he could ever get somebody else to join him without any kind of giving anything away?
Yeah.
Like, is it possible?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because going here after everything you know is really, really foolish.
Oh, yeah.
Lecter is just so funny in this scene
He
to
is.
me. Like, we were laughing off mic about him him standing in his bare feet.
Yeah.
He's like, knows that Potsy wants him to hand him this thing. He's just standing there looking at him like, I thought you could help me with it. It's this like cat and mouse. He's just an expert.
Yeah.
And you see this scene and again, if you're Potsy, you just need to get out of here right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's so clear that he's in control.
Yes.
John Doe has the upper hand.
I was thinking that.
There's a couple of shots, and there's one here where he's standing when he's talking to Potsy, and the light's on his face, and it's like half. They do it in another time later, but I love those shots.
Yes.
Because he looks so fucking like, dude, you're gonna eat me. Aren't you?
Yes,
yeah.
he looks so sinister.
Yeah.
Lecter broaches that he's a Potsy from the Potsy family, right? Potsy confirms this with a nod and a grunt, but Lecter keeps pushing. It was at the Palazzo Vecchio that his ancestor was hanged, right? Francesco Potsy, thrown naked with the noose around his neck from a window, writhing and kicking alongside the Archbishop against that cold stone wall. As Lecter pulls the drapes on one of the windows, Potsy's eyes drift up from the inventory and stare forward while he listens to Lecter's morbid and personal history lesson. In fact, Lecter found a very nice rendering of it here in the library the other day. If Potsy wants, he can try to sneak it out for him. Potsy thinks that might jeopardize Lecter's chances at permanent curatorship. But Lecter just smirks as he sucks on his cigarette. Only if you told. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Is it like John Paul was saying earlier, I think off mic, that first meeting felt like a test. This feels like more. Like,
Yeah, because it is weird the interactions he has with them, and then like we said, 10 seconds ago, he knows that you know.
oh yeah.
Is this more of that? Are you gonna say something, or do you know that I know? So this is your warning, or this is, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I'm being obvious.
Or is it a potential bribe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
With him, dude, it's
know?
like he wonders, what was the hanged man's crime? Potsy informs him that he was accused of killing Giuliano de Medici. Lecter presses, unjustly? Dropping the papers back on the cases and stuffing his hands into his pockets, Potsy admits that he doesn't think it was unjust. Lecter's like, then he wasn't just accused. He did it. He was guilty. He thinks that would make living in Florence with the name Potsy uncomfortable, even now, 500 years later. Potsy shrugs. Not really. There's some edge to his voice when he says that actually he can't remember the last time before today that someone brought it up.
I think it should be amended. It's a potential bribe and a very thinly veiled threat.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also a little bit of a conversation of like, well, there are killers in your own family.
Interesting.
Okay.
A sliver of light illuminates the center of Lecter's face as he sets his cigarette into the nook of an ashtray. The smoke curls upward. He returns his blue gaze to Potsy, remarking that people don't always tell you what they're thinking. They just see to it that you don't advance in life. Potsy's jaw tightens.
I am getting my wife, and we are leaving Florence.
Yeah.
And we're fleeing the country.
Yeah, there's no...
Well, the coincidence in hearing this advance and then him saying not advancing in life, it's like, you know what? I don't need that print or that money.
Oh, shit. I didn't even think about it like that.
It's like,
I thought he was like, making him question if he didn't do anything wrong, why was I taken off of that case?
Right.
Is it because of my name? You know what I mean? Like, I thought it was
he's
more
just getting into his...
yeah.
Like he did with Clarice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Lecter approaches with an apology. He too often says what he's thinking. The two lock eyes before Lecter excuses himself. He'll be right back out to help him. He leaves the room, whistling as he goes. As soon as Lecter is out of sight, Potsy turns to where the purported Dr. Fell was just standing. In the hall, Lecter pulls on gloves when he calls out to Potsy, educating that the room the inspector is standing in was built in the 15th century. Potsy comments that it's beautiful, and Lecter agrees in a low voice. Yes, it is. When he re-enters the room, Potsy is standing in a different place, and he turns to face Lecter quickly and a little guiltily. The score drones tensely as Lecter indicates his gloves, joking that he thinks the heating system was built around the same time. Potsy breathes that that's a pity, and Lecter agrees flatly before offering, "Okie dokie, let's drag these down."
So up until the okie dokie, the tension is rising in such a way that you are just enthralled because you don't know what the hell is going to happen next.
Yeah.
He gets these gloves, he reapproaches Potsy, and you're like, he's going to strangle him to death right now.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, let's carry these things.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you have so much control of every moment of this.
And also, I'm not leaving a single print on that case.
Exactly.
Yeah, he wasn't going to fall for it.
No.
Not this time.
He's so smart.
Yeah.
With his gloved hands, Lecter grabs up two of the cases, commenting dryly as he walks away that they must be heavy as bodies. Potsy grabs up the papers in the other two cases and follows.
Don't get cute.
I know.
He's playing in his face. Outside, we find Potsy with a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stands with his back to a wall overlooking the water. People chatter and bustle around him, but Potsy is lost in thought. At a stand, he points to a shiny silver bracelet. When he asks the jewelry shopkeeper how much it is, he's told $50,000. Potsy buys it, and the shopkeeper wipes its shiny surface clean with a towel before selling it to him. On the busy street, Nyoko, played by Enrico Loverson, walks through people, clutching a newspaper to his chest. When he bumps into an unsuspecting man, he picks his pocket, ending the brief interaction with the man's wallet. Potsy is watching this with a keen eye, and when Nyoko walks by, Potsy reveals himself with a flat, "Well done." Nyoko turns to flee, but Potsy stops him. Later, they stand by a fountain as Potsy gives Nyoko his orders. When he goes to take his wallet, the man will grab Nyoko by the wrist. Snacking on an orange, Nyoko assures the inspector that he's done this a few times before, but Potsy counters, "Not like this. If there's not a clean print on the bracelet, Nyoko is going to be spending his summer in a cell." Nyoko is still unfazed. Dropping a piece of orange peel, he holds out his hand and tells Potsy to just give him the bracelet. Potsy tells him instead to wash his fucking hands, and Nyoko complies, placing his citrus sticky hand under the stream of water coming from the fountain.
It's a bit of foreshadowing, but the whole time I'm watching this scene, I'm like, can you eat that orange later?
Yeah.
I'm starving.
Good Lord. You're getting your filthy...
He's casual. Dude. He's not worried about it.
But this is very important. And you're just smacking and...
To Potsy, it's important.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
dude,
Tuesday.
I picked like 50 pockets today.
Yeah, no shit.
When Lecter is leaving another restaurant in the plaza, Potsy and Nyoko watch from a magazine stand. Potsy tells Nyoko that he's coming and disappears inside the store. Nyoko is ready. He pulls his sleeve up, revealing the glinting silver of the bracelet, just waiting for Lecter's print. When Lecter strides by Nyoko, the hem of his coat flutters in the breeze, and Nyoko follows behind, moving to the other side of the pillars lining the plaza. He keeps an eye on Lecter, and when Lecter moves to the other side of the pillars, Nyoko dips back under the covering of the mall. Lecter stops to buy a newspaper, catching direct eye contact with Nyoko as he hurries by. For a guy that's done this before, he's sloppy as fuck.
Yeah.
Like he's spotted immediately.
Yeah.
Gripping his paper, Lecter steps out into the busy street. People walk back and forth, stop, converse, street musicians play, and Potsy trails behind. These Somali street musicians are real.
Oh.
Like they really
Oh.
perform out there, and Ridley Scott was just very taken by them. There's one man in particular that there's like a close up on him watching as Lecter kind of like hustles by.
Yeah.
And he was like, I just thought he had a very interesting face. He was just a guy out there performing.
That's
Okay,
amazing.
Yeah.
Nyoko positions himself to be in front of Lecter to bump into him. But as Lecter approaches, he tosses his newspaper to the ground. And when Nyoko steps forward to accidentally make contact with him, Lecter casually stabs him in the gut. Chomping on gum, he doesn't even break his stride as he walks by, leaving Nyoko dazed in the street. Potsy goes up to him and Nyoko holds up his wrist, showcasing the silver bracelet when he proclaims, I got it. This is the last strength he has, and when he wavers on his feet, Potsy catches him and lays him into a hidden corner. Breathing heavily, Nyoko asserts that Lecter grabbed him just right. As Potsy carefully takes the bracelet, Nyoko says that he tried to hit him in the balls, but he missed. Nyoko starts to breathe harder, his eyes going wide and wild. We finally see the wound that Nyoko is pressing his hand against on his lower stomach, and it is pouring blood.
It's honestly unbelievable. I gasped a laugh because I couldn't even believe just he tried to get me in the balls, but he hit me in a much worse place.
Yeah.
Like,
But I'm bleeding
yeah,
to death.
yeah.
Yeah.
I could not believe what I was seeing.
Yeah. I remember, I don't want to say it was the first time, but I remember early when I was watching this, I was like, that's fucking
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Because the blood just starts coming out and it's like, oh, you're not going to make it.
No. And then you just remember how casually he walked by.
Yeah.
Literally, like
just
you
kept it
said,
moving.
chewing gum.
Yeah.
This is nothing.
Yeah.
Once he's secured the evidence, Potsy offers to help him, but Nyoko pleads with him not to. Potsy pries the pickpocket's hand away, and a river of blood pours from the stab wound, drenching Nyoko's clothes. His eyes become unfocused as he goes limp and slips into death. Potsy drops Nyoko's hand, and it falls with no resistance to his still chest. Potsy slowly stands up. So on the commentary track, I didn't take it this way, but now I can't see it any other way. Ridley Scott was basically saying that Potsy hastened Nyoko's death by pulling his hand away from the wound.
Oh, yeah.
Like on purpose.
Yeah.
I didn't take it that because he was like, he's clearly gonna die anyway. But Potsy was like, well, let's like just be done with it.
Oh, no, yeah. That's why when he's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
And he moves his hand.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no, you don't want any witnesses.
Oh my
I
God.
know. I know.
Well, he's doing this on his own.
He is, but I don't know why.
No, I mean, like,
I didn't think right. I didn't
Yeah,
think that
yeah,
way either.
nobody can know what he's doing.
they can't.
If he's investigated, why did he have you get a print for him or
fingerprint.
something?
Ooh.
I know.
And I mean, you really are blackmailing this dude. You're like, well, if you don't do it.
Yeah.
then-
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
literally no
Yeah.
part of this that can end well unless this dude dies.
Yeah.
Do you think that he set him up knowing that Hannibal is capable of doing this? Or do you think that he really thought that he could get away with the print unscathed?
Or I don't know. I like if he just did it and everything was fine. Like, what would he have done then?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
You're free to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've
thank
held,
you.
you've held up to your end of the bargain. Have a nice summer.
Here's another orange. As was our deal. I did, like you were saying about this real band that was performing there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a real market in Florence that they filmed.
Okay.
It's the Mercato Nuovo.
Okay.
And something very interesting, they had mentioned there is a statue there called Il Porcellino, which is a wild boar. And so it's a pig. And there's a legend tied to it. If you rub the statue, it's supposed to ensure your fortune and your return to Florence.
Mm-hmm.
But they had said that it's possible that Thomas Harris was inspired by this statue to incorporate a certain element
Okay.
that we'll discover later in the film.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really neat.
Yeah.
Potsy's eyes shimmering with tears. He goes over to a fountain where water runs from the mouth of that stone boar. In this flowing water, Potsy now washes his own blood-stained hands until they are clean, and the blood dissipates, turning pink in the collected water below. We fall from this sight to the silver bracelet balanced on a folded cloth as a woman, played by Giannina Faccio, types on a laptop behind it. She presents the laptop to the head of the table where Mason Verger sits waiting. So he, with a quickness, sent that over. And now it's revealed that the person behind this, you'll get a reward, is fucking Mason Verger.
Right.
Unbelievable. But it brings everything together.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope he got that reward.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we can only visit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that.
The advance. You can only visit.
Can I see my money, please?
And with 24-hour notice.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So no spur of the moment visiting your money.
Wow.
On the screen, the collected fingerprint is analyzed. It beeps an affirmation, and the woman, the fingerprint tech, reports, 16-point match, Mr. Verger. Staring at these results, Verger comments, bingo. We cut to the scenic countryside of Sardinia. A woman is doing dishes with the TV playing music behind her when the phone rings. She pulls off one of her rubber gloves and grabs it, taking it outside where 3 men sit at a table. She hands the phone over to Carlo, played by Ivano Mariscotti, who presses it to his ear. When the person on the other end calls his name, Carlo recognizes the voice immediately. Mason? Gliding across the floor in his motorized chair, Verger greets him in Italian. Carlo responds in English, asking if he's coming to see Verger. And Verger hopes that he is soon, but first, he needs him to pack off the boys. Carlo asks, now? Verger knows. The day Carlo thought would never arrive has. He says that Cordell will fax the veterinary forms directly to Animal and Plant Health, but Carlo needs to get the vet affidavits from Sardinia. Coming to a stop so that someone can slip glasses over his eyes, Verger asks, how are they? Carlo has left the table now, leaving behind his brothers Matteo and Piero, played by Fabrizio Gaffuni and Alex Corrado, who continue to eat their lunch. Carlo assures Verger that they're big, very big. He walks over to Animal Pens, where he calls out to Tommaso, played by Marco Greco. Tommaso follows instructions and presses the button on a recording. The tape inside plays the sounds of a man's agonized screams. Shouting over this, Carlo repeats that they're very big, maybe 270 kilos. Verger is impressed. Oh, wow! At the pen now, Carlo raises the phone over the boars inside, who growl and cry out as the sound of the screaming prompts them to attack a dummy tied to a vehicle. They bite and shake the dummy in the car as Verger is moved to laughter, and he proclaims that they sound super. Looking through his sunglasses, Verger smiles and laughs as he takes in the scenic sight of the tree-covered hills outside of his window.
So very interestingly, this section with these very ferocious animals is filmed at Montpelier, I believe is pronounced, Virginia, which was the estate of President James Madison.
Oh.
What the hell?
Which is kind of wild.
Yeah.
But it's so terrifying to see that this is how they're being trained.
Yeah.
Yes.
This sound of misery being the cue.
Yeah.
And one might say, just from their behavior, pigs love it.
God damn.
Pigs love it.
Seems that way.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. I wanted to talk about the boars.
The same thing.
They used Russian boars, and the animal coordinator, Sled Reynolds, said that they looked at 6,000 pigs to find the biggest ones. They were all between 350 and 600 pounds.
Damn.
Wow.
Sled Reynolds said that they had to walk the line between making them appear aggressive without actually being aggressive. So they would train them to go after dummies, and they taught them to grab and shake the dummies for longer and longer increments of time before they were rewarded with treats. Ultimately, they would put meat on the fake bodies, but they had to learn to do the work first because the pigs weren't actually aggressively violent, and they would just go over to the dummies and start eating the meat. So after they trained them with dummies, they had the boars yanking a stunt person around. And we'll maybe talk a little bit later about some of the other things about these boars.
Okay.
It's pouring rain in Italy when Pazzi eyes the gold emblem of the Banque Genève, the bank detailed in the automated phone message. Shielding himself from the downpour, he hurries across the street over to the bank. Inside, Pazzi smokes as he waits in one of the offices, but he hops to his feet when a man wheels in a cart with the money and a lockbox. Before he can get to it, Mr. Coney, played by Johannes Keybrands, speaks up from behind him. The full balance of the money is payable upon receipt of the donor, alive. He adds that, of course, Pazzi doesn't need to seize him himself. Rather, he can just point him out. It's preferable for all concerned that that is the extent of Pazzi's involvement. But splitting eye contact between Mr. Coney and the stacks of cash, Pazzi counters that he would prefer to stay involved to make sure things go right. Coney assures him that they're professionals. They'll see to that. But Pazzi asserts that he is the professional. We cut to the money being shuffled through a counting machine. So this is foolish as fuck.
Yeah. I don't know why at this point, because he already has some, right?
It's not his yet.
When does it become mine? I don't have to be that
when they get him.
involved.
I know.
So
when they get him.
So you can get him without me being involved, and
Yes.
I still get then what the hell am I doing?
He said
I
you
know.
don't have to apprehend him. In fact, we don't want you to apprehend him.
Yeah.
Point to him and we'll get him.
Okay.
And he
Yeah.
said no. I prefer to be involved so I know everything goes right.
This makes no sense.
No.
It's foolish.
Yeah, it is.
At home, Pazzi sips from a glass as he watches Allegra get ready for a night at the opera. And as promised, they don't sit in the back. As the performance is showcased on the stage, Dante and Beatrice, portrayed by Danielle Denise and Bruno Lazzaretti, sing as they pose in a tragic tableau. Allegra looks to her husband with a small smile, diamonds glittering on her ears and neck. But Pazzi's attention isn't on her. His gaze wanders from the stage to Hannibal Lecter, who sits in his aisle seat. Feeling the inspector's stare, Lecter fully turns in his seat to lock eyes with him. This was
Yeah.
not a glance, like he turned around.
And again, if you're Pazzi, if you didn't already know,
Yeah.
this is it.
Pazzi offers a thin and unconvincing smile before averting his eyes. The opera continues with the performers singing in their pale makeup, and as the orchestra's piece draws to a dramatic close, a singer portraying a demon holds his sinister pose. Lecter applauds and shoots a look back at Pazzi, who is clapping himself and smiling at Allegra.
This almost made me think of that scene in Speak No Evil.
I can totally, dude,
Okay.
yeah.
You know?
I
Yeah.
can totally see that.
I wonder if they borrowed from
Maybe.
this.
The Lecter's behavior here, it's almost like he's been like Anthony Hopkins talking about him being bored. It's almost like he's finally getting to get off the bench. Like he seems so eager.
Yeah.
Like excited. Like I don't know.
And as an officer of the law, shouldn't this be something that you are
Yeah.
grasping?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did, before we move on, I wanted to talk about how this opera came together because it's very interesting. And there is a bit of trivia at the end that is kind of amazing.
Okay.
But this is obviously a very crucial scene for the film, and it only goes to a more interesting place in just a minute.
Yeah.
But it all started with them contacting Hans Zimmer to compose this opera. And it was with the aid of Patrick Cassidy that it would be the first music scored for the film. And the reason for that is because in order to film this scene, they needed the composition written.
Right.
It wasn't like scoring it after the fact. It's,
Yeah.
we need them singing it. We need all of this.
Yeah.
And so realizing that the music would kind of dictate everything else, they needed it immediately. And it's actually a sonnet of Dante's that we'll come to learn, but it had never been put to music before.
Okay.
And so Cassidy wrote the score for what would become the opera, and he called it Dante Vita Nova. So Dante's New Life.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Because it is giving new life to this sonnet.
Yeah.
But Scott said that he obviously could have easily picked anything and made it an opera, but he wanted it to be something to better reflect Hannibal as a character, and so he chose this sonnet.
Okay.
But similarly, Scott wanted to find the perfect location to use in order to shoot this scene. And he originally looked at an opera house in Florence, but he felt that it just wasn't enough for him. So he finds himself standing in a courtyard next to the Santa Croce, which was built between 1294 and 1385.
Holy
Damn.
shit.
And he thought that it would be the perfect backdrop for the opera. And it was with the help of production designer Norris Spencer, who he had worked with on Thelma and Louise, and a few other films between, I believe. But they created a simple set of a translucent metallic fabric that was draped over these beautiful facades of these buildings.
Yeah.
And with the choreography by Joseph Rocklitz, who created an original sequence of dance for the opera, that's how it all came together.
Okay.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
But he had said that they hired local extras who wore their own formal evening wear to fill out the audience.
Yeah.
Because originally it was only going to be shot with really tight close-ups of the characters that we know. But immediately Ridley Scott was like, no, this needs to be bigger.
Yeah.
It works way better. And it like spotting Lecter sitting among people.
Yes.
It works better.
Yeah. Real quick, you saying that makes me think of, it kind of echoes a little bit of how you said that Lecter is. He's awake now. He's in the game.
Yeah.
He's more a new life. And it's like him coming online and like, okay,
Oh my
it's
God.
time.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
Yeah.
And interestingly, like we were talking about with the lighting in that other scene, it is kind of like darkness within these, within the light of this event.
Yeah.
He is that.
Right.
But this is a wild, wild thing. Scott only learned after this location was selected that they were going to be filming in the exact courtyard that had been the chapel that belonged to the Pazzi family in the 15th century.
Oh, shit.
And so literally filming on the same grounds where the conspiracy and murder that Hannibal was just talking about occurred.
Oh,
That's
wow.
like serendipitous.
Yeah.
Like, that's like cosmic.
Yeah.
After the show, as they enjoy their drinks, Lecter approaches Pazzi and Allegra. He asks if Pazzi enjoyed the show. He did. He introduces Allegra to Dr. Fell, the library curator. Planting a kiss on Allegra's hand, Lecter assures her that he's honored. When Allegra asks if he's from America, Lecter reveals that he's not originally, but he has traveled there. Allegra confides that she's always wanted to visit, especially New England, and Lecter grins that he's enjoyed many excellent meals there. Pazzi drops his eyes.
What are really?
He's playing in his face. He's like, is this really what you want to do? Like, that's what it feels like.
You remember on Fargo with the Billy Bob Thornton? It's like, is this what you want, Lester?
That's what it is. Lecter noticed that Allegra was wrapped up in the libretto, so he thought this might amuse her. He presents her with an old paper inside a protective sleeve. Allegra recognizes it immediately. Dante's first sonnet from La Vita Nuova. She smiles at Lecter before telling her husband to look at it. Smoking his cigarette, he tells her, "I can see." It's like he's like,
well, you're not being cool, man.
Yeah, I didn't expect Mr. Steal Your Girl to come rolling. Like, what is going on? Allegra reads, "Joyous love, sing to me. The while he held my heart in his hands, and in his arms, my lady lay asleep, wrapped in a veil." From memory, Lecter picks up the recitation. He woke her then, and trembling and obedient, she ate that burning heart out of his hand. Weeping, I saw him then depart from me. With a smile, Allegra asks Dr. Fell if he believes a man could become so obsessed with a woman from a single encounter. Lecter ventures, could he daily feel a stab of hunger for her and find nourishment in the very sight of her? I think so. Would she see through the bars of his plight and ache for him? He tells her to keep the sonnet she holds, and when she says that she couldn't, he insists.
Potsy's like, we've got to get back to our seats. So it feels very uncomfortable for Potsy, of course, in this scene.
Right.
But do you clearly think that he's talking about Clarice?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
So is it like this? I mean, it like almost we talked about with the score of it being this kind of dark love story.
I think as far as Lecter can feel an emotion in that way.
Right.
I think that it's not, oh, I'm some monster, but she's changed everything and now I know what love is. Like, he is a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Like, he is. And so I think that even the way that he feels affection is dark and sinister.
More like a yin and yang. Like she's the light to his darkness.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna run, but I need you specifically to chase me.
And yeah, I guess that does make sense in the way that he was talking earlier.
Yeah.
So, and it's like nobody's ever had the capability to chase me like that.
Yeah.
True.
So that is a kind of love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this like skewed.
Yeah.
Lecter offers a clipped goodbye to Patsy and a more personable one to Allegra, gracing her hand with another soft kiss. Smiling, Allegra allows herself to be led away by her husband. Lecter stays behind, and when a woman walks by with a proposition to her partner, let's get something to eat. Lecter agrees, gazing after the departing Potsies. Why not?
All right.
Just for him.
Yeah.
At home, Clarice signs into the FBI database with her credentials. In an advanced search, she sets the filters, user logs for Lecter's ViCap profile in the last 30 days. There's a long list of results from the usernames C. Starling, P. Crinler, and C. Pearsall. And finally, multiple from a P. Francesco. Lingering on these credentials, Clarice questions, "Is that you, doctor?" Which is what I would think too.
Yeah.
As the sun warms the sparkling Arno River, Potsy makes his way to outdoor tables where Carlo and Matteo wait for him. When Potsy steps into view, Carlo throws something at the dozing Matteo to wake him up for their meeting. Meanwhile, back down in the blue-tinged basement, Clarice finally watches the security footage from the perfume shop. When Lecter steps into view, leaning in to sniff the sample provided by the clerk, Clarice perks up. She drops the VHS tapes in her hand, and as they clatter to the floor, she comes in close to see that it is indeed Hannibal Lecter on the screen, plain as day. And in quick, jittery shots, Clarice makes her way desperately to the phone.
I liked this dropping of the tapes.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really good way to just demonstrate this holy shit. Finally,
Yeah.
it is,
A little panic.
Yeah.
And just the effect that like his presence has on her, because even when she sees her name on that letter and realizes she like drops it and is like, "Can I have the room?" Like just this, we see her so cool and calm and like confident.
Yeah.
And in these moments, she is just shaken. Benetti is eating noodles when the phone rings. Pandolfini answers it, and it's Clarice on the other end, identifying herself and asking to speak with Potsy as she gathers up the dropped tapes. Pandolfini calls out that the FBI is on the phone for Potsy, and Potsy at first whispers fiercely that he's not here.
Serious. How do you not see this as weird as hell
I know.
to your colleagues?
But he immediately relents and answers the phone. Clarice identifies herself again before asking how he is. Potsy says that he's actually leaving for the day. Can he call her back tomorrow? Clarice assures him that it won't take long. Firstly, she wants to thank him for sending the footage from the perfume shop. And when she says him, she means his department because it was sent by Benetti. She wonders if he's there. Can she talk to him? Potsy eyes Benetti, who is still munching on noodles and watching the game. He tells her with apologies that Benetti's gone home. Clarice says that that's all right. She should tell him instead anyway. Potsy tries to get off the phone. He's got an important appointment to get to. On the commentary, Ridley Scott pointed out that he says, I've got an important appointment to get to. Like he was going to say lecture, but it sounded too close to lecture. So he fixed himself.
Okay.
That's good.
But walking up to her investigation wall, Clarice launches into the facts. The man on the tape is Hannibal Lecter, the man she's looking for. Sinking into his chair, Potsy's like, who? Clarice tells him again, Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Potsy's never heard of him. Potsy says that he's not familiar. Clarice continues that the tape confirms Lecter is or was recently in Florence. Potsy's like, really? Clarice warns that Lecter is a very dangerous man. He's killed 14 people that they know of. Potsy asserts again that he really has to go, but Clarice just has one more thing. Is he sure he's never heard of Hannibal Lecter? When Potsy says again that he hasn't, Clarice admits that she's confused. She's very confused because someone there has been accessing the FBI's private VICAP files on Lecter with some regularity on his computer. Potsy dismisses this. Everybody uses everybody's computers around here. Come on.
I know.
That's so funny.
Say, well, it's a shit show over here. I don't know how it is.
Yeah.
That's wild.
He's eating noodles.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Maybe someone on the Il Monstro case was looking at profiles of killers, but Clarice drops the bomb. She's speaking about Potsy's home computer. Potsy says nothing. Clarice fills in the gaps. He's trying to catch Lecter himself for the reward, isn't he? She cannot warn him strongly enough against that. She details that Lecter killed 3 officers in Memphis while in custody. He ripped the face off of one of them, and he will kill Potsy too. Potsy slams the receiver down, putting a harsh end to his phone call with Special Agent Starling. He stubs out the remains of his cigarette and gathers up his coat, and our view lingers on the gun atop Potsy's desk.
You better listen. We seen that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were there for that. Night has fallen outside, and Carlo and Matteo wait on a street corner when Potsy enters the area. When Carlo's phone rings, it's Potsy on the other end, asserting, I want him out of Tuscany fast. Carlo assures him that he'll be gone from the face of the earth fast, feet first. Potsy turns to make eye contact with Carlo across the plaza. A podium is dragged up a large flight of stairs in the Palazzo Vecchio, where Lecter prepares to give his promised Dante lecture. I forgot that this was, remember at the beginning?
Yeah.
He's like, oh no, I still have an appointment to get. I still need to lock this position down. But the man pulling up this podium is, again, the man that was buffing the floor.
Yeah.
The man that was going to be El Monstro.
I was going to say he's the monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's so interesting. I'm so disappointed.
I know.
Yeah.
Because I love shit like that that rewards you when you go back and you're like, oh my God, he was there the whole time. And that is, it seems like that's what they were going to be doing. Later, standing at the back of the room next to the projector that displays a grim tableau of demons tending to tortured people in flames and someone hanging by their neck from a tree in the chaos, Lecter details that the avarice and betrayal of the Emperor's trust led to Pierre della Vigna being disgraced, blinded, and imprisoned. Dante's pilgrim finds him on the 7th level of the Inferno. Like Judas Iscariot, he died by hanging. Judas and Pierre della Vigna are linked by this greed, this avarice that Dante saw in them. In fact, avarice and hanging are linked in the medieval mind. Maybe we take note of that.
Yeah.
Huh.
When Potsy walks by on the upper level, Lecter sees him, but he doesn't break his focus. He changes to a picture of a carved ivory box, explaining that this is the earliest known depiction of the crucifixion from about AD 400. It includes the death by hanging of Judas, with his face upturned to the branch that suspends him. He shows another depiction carved onto the wall of a cathedral, this time with his bowels falling out.
Oh.
Potsy enters the hall and stands next to the table of candles, watching Lecter. But when his cell phone rings loudly, he pulls the attention, not only of all the attendees, but of Lecter himself, who calls out to him by name. Potsy gives a wave of apology and turns his back to answer the phone.
Just you're not getting out of here.
Yeah, no.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, you had the element of surprise.
You did.
But
Did he?
I guess. Well, he hadn't turned around yet.
No,
Yeah.
he was just teaching.
Yeah.
He should answer the phone and be like, you just got me killed.
It's Clarice on the other end, admitting that it wasn't easy, but she was able to get this number without telling why. But before she can say anything else, Potsy hangs up on her. He offers an apology, but Lecter dismisses it. Not at all. He welcomes Potsy and invites him to join them. Potsy takes a seat. Lecter continues his lecture, clicking to the next slide of a carving of Pierre de la Vigne's body hanging bleeding from a tree. Lecter gives an aside that he won't belabor the obvious parallel with Judas Iscariot, but Dante Alighieri needed no drawn illustration. It was his genius to make Pierre de la Vigne, now in hell, speak in strained hisses and coughing sibilants, as if he is hanging still. That's creepy as hell.
Yeah.
He has ventured casually up to the back row, and he drops a knowing hand on Potsy's shoulder when he says this last part. A low rumble of bass echoes at the contact.
There is no way as Potsy that you think this is going to go well.
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah.
you've been warned by Clarice.
Yeah, desperately.
Yes.
Yeah.
You read that little blurb that I guess was on Verger's bounty.
Yeah.
Come on.
And told by the dude at the bank.
Yes.
We would prefer that you
not.
don't. Yeah.
Is it just a matter of, and I hadn't thought about this until now, but him thinking that he has something to prove because of being taken off of that case?
Maybe,
Okay.
but
You know?
this is not going to be anything public. I mean, it can't be public,
Well,
right?
to himself.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Because, they're like, nobody can know about
Yeah.
this at all.
Well, we let that guy bleed out.
We did.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
my God. We just left him there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He like tucked him into a little like nook.
That's true.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't care what happens to him.
Lecter slips into Italian to present a quote before summing it up in English. Avarice, hanging, self-destruction. He speaks in Italian again before translating. I make my own home be my gallows. Potsy's eyes are on the bleak depiction of hanging at the front of the room. Lecter thanks everyone for their kind attention, and the room bursts into applause, the attendees even getting to their feet to properly commend the presentation. Everyone makes an abrupt exit, some of them nodding to Lecter with approval on their way out. I'm like, that dude that was fighting for his nephew, I'm sorry, man. Like, Lecter killed it. Potsy approaches with a smile, allowing that he's not a scholar, but he thinks Lecter got the job. Lecter thanks him as they shake hands, and when Potsy offers to buy him a drink, Lecter accepts. He'd like that. He'll just be a minute gathering his things.
He's not buying that shit, dude.
No, at all.
Potsy tells him to take his time and walks away, dialing on his phone. When he brings it to his ear, it's Carlo that answers from outside. Coolly, Potsy tells Allegra that he'll be home just a little later than he said. He's taking Dr. Fell out for a drink. Behind him, Lecter is pouring a clear substance onto a folded white cloth. Outside, Carlo comments that he can see the people coming out now as the well-dressed attendees leave from Lecter's presentation. Potsy ends the fraudulent call and explains to Lecter that it was his wife. But Lecter has clicked the slides again, presenting another image at the front of the room. He laments that he should have shown them this one. It's the rendering that he found at the Capone Library. Can Potsy make it out? Potsy turns to look at the screen as Lecter continues that there's a name up there, the one he told Potsy about. Potsy's face is stricken when he walks up to the screen, the photograph a far-off picture of a historical building. Lecter grins, inching up behind Potsy as he presses for the slide to move forward again. This time, the image is undeniable. A drawn man hangs from his neck, dangling with his hands behind his back. The words next to him bear his name, Francesco Potsy. The score goes dark. Lecter points out that it's Potsy's ancestor, hanging beneath these very windows, Francesco de Potsy. On a related subject, he has to confess, he's giving very serious thought. Potsy turns to face him, and it's only then that Lecter finishes his statement. To eating your wife. He winks before bringing the cloth over Potsy's face.
I'm speechless. But this is all your fault.
It is. And he let that happen. Why did you
He
go
did.
that close to the fucking screen? Come on. And then you don't know where he's at.
No.
You're here to capture him or to whatever. Why?
I wonder, in his hubris, did Potsy really think that he was handling this?
I think he did.
Yeah.
Because he
there's-
turns his back on Lecter. He's like, I'll
Exactly.
just gather my
Yeah.
things. Oh, no, take your time.
Yeah.
I'm just going to call my wife. Like, it's like, dude, he's been 50 steps ahead of you this
Yeah.
entire time.
Yeah.
And it is very funny because he's like, dude, I am killing this as he's pretending that
Yeah.
that's Allegra.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Hannibal Lecter's got this ready for you. He's already got the drop on you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking as we were talking about it, and is the be my home, my gallows or whatever, is that like, look, you're making these decisions. They're going to lead you to this bad ending. Like what,
Yeah.
is this really what you're continuing to head into?
It feels like we always talk about in Halloween, when it's like we should be paying attention to this.
Yeah,
lecture.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like that totally. This entire lecture was like made for Potsy.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, pay attention.
Yeah.
And just seeing the name of your ancestor
Yeah.
massive on the wall.
Yeah.
Hanging from this building where we are standing in right now.
Run away.
Yeah.
The inspector tries to thrash against Lecter, his shadow dancing across the morbid depiction of his disgraced ancestor. But the fight is soon over when Potsy loses consciousness and goes limp in Lecter's arms. Outside, Carlo and Matteo are still waiting patiently as people in tour groups move throughout the plaza. Inside, Lecter ties a noose before approaching Potsy. Potsy has been restrained with his hands behind his back and tape over his mouth. His eyes are furious and his yells are muffled. As Lecter wraps the noose around Potsy's neck, he offers that if he'll tell him what he wants, it might be convenient for him to leave without his meal. So he's going to ask the questions and then they'll see. The stakes being, steak, no pun intended, but the stakes being, tell me what I want to know and I won't cannibalize your partner.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Only Hannibal can rise to these heights.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is just unbelievable.
Well, it makes you have a quick decision. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you-
Yeah. Lecter has Potsy restrained to the motorized dolly that was used to bring up the podium. He uses it to get Potsy upstairs and position him in front of the highest window. With a sigh, Lecter faces him. So was it Mason Verger that you sold me to? Potsy moans against the tape and tries to pull himself free, but Lecter puts a gentle stop to it. Blink twice for yes and once for no. Was it Mason Verger you sold me to? Potsy rolls his eyes before blinking hard. Twice. Yes. Lecter thanks him before asking the next question. Are Verger's men waiting for him outside? After hesitating for a moment, Potsy blinks. Once. Lecter asks if that was a single blink. Oh, he must be confused. He implores the inspector to please not be confused because then he might have to fillet Senora Potsy after all. Potsy grunts and lurches forward as hard as he can, trying in futility to get to his captor. So Lecter resumes his questions. Has Potsy told another in the Questura about him? Potsy blinks once. No. Lecter grins, lowering his voice when he asks, and have you told Allegra? His eyes no longer furious but defeated. Potsy blinks weakly. Once. No. Lecter asks if he's sure, and when Potsy grunts, Lecter smiles that he believes him. Satisfied, he turns to the window. Okie dokie, here we go.
When did this become his line?
He really likes it.
Yeah.
Lecter opens it and sniffs at the night air. When Potsy's phone begins to buzz loudly in the jacket pocket of his suit, Lecter mocks that his heart is really palpitating. He reaches inside, realizing that it's not his heart. Holding Potsy's phone, Lecter asks, "Should I answer it?" Lecter flips the phone open, presses it to his ear, and answers in Italian. Clarice asserts that she's gone above Potsy and spoken to his section chief. She reasons that he'll thank her one day, or he won't, but she doesn't care. He'll be alive. When he doesn't answer, she calls his name. "Inspector Potsy?" Clarice's eyes dart as she waits, but it's not Inspector Potsy that answers her. In his unmistakable voice, Lecter asks, "Is that you, Clarice?" "Well, hello, Clarice." So this is the Mandela effect that we all contribute this to. The Silence of the Lambs. You've never said it in Silence of the Lambs.
Okay.
Says it here.
He said it on there. And
I still feel like
one
he did.
timeline. Yeah, I don't know.
In one timeline before we jumped.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He regrets that he has some bad news for her. Clarice asks immediately, "Is he dead?" But Lecter instead wants to know if she got his note. He hopes she liked the skin cream. He had it made specially for her. So I'm like, I've done everything that you've wanted me to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Catching this smell, getting it analyzed, finding the shop. You wanted me to do that every step of the way.
Yeah.
Well, you talked about almost feeling as if he was testing Potsy, but meanwhile,
Yeah.
he's testing her this entire time.
Clarice asks again, firmly, "Is he dead, Dr. Lecter?" Lecter decides that there's nothing that he would love more than to be able to chat with her, but unfortunately, she's caught him at an awkward moment. He asks her to please forgive him before promising to see her around. Lecter ends the call, explaining in a smiling whisper to Potsy, "An old friend." He slips the phone back into Potsy's pocket before standing behind the dolly and pushing Potsy out onto the balcony as he whistles cheerily. Lecter turns a crank, propping Potsy up above all of the people in the dark plaza below. Carlo catches sight of this and takes off running, instructing Matteo to cut him, kill him if he has to. Potsy struggles against his restraints, but they don't move an inch. Lecter, though, has something of a dilemma. Staring eerily, he debates, what's it to be? Bowels in or bowels out, like Judas? Potsy tries harder to free himself, and Lecter takes this to mean that the inspector's confused. He'll decide for him then, if Potsy will permit him. In a quick instant, Lecter slashes down Potsy's middle and pushes him over the balcony with an unbothered "Ciao." Potsy falls, the weight of his body dragging the dolly with him. And when the dolly is brought to a stop by the balcony railing, Potsy is jerked. The rope is pulled tight around his neck. His phone falls and breaks on the cobblestones below, followed immediately by his intestines. They splatter to the ground in a slick red heap. Potsy dangles there above the plaza by his neck, hanged and dead, the last of his entrails swinging from his yawning gut. Below, the tourists scream as panic sets in. People stare up in disbelief at the inspector, a victim of his own ill-advised avarice.
This is such an unbelievable visual, and just the idea of almost like the fate of his family.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a mirror.
It's unbelievable.
So they had a stomach wrap on the dummy loaded with animal intestines, blood packs, and tubing. And the jerk of the hanging triggered everything to fall out. Canham said that they had to get creative with what they used for blood because the fake blood that they would typically use would stain the stucco of these old buildings and be impossible to clean off. So they ended up using a compound with Caro syrup just to be able to cleanly hose it off. But it was like they needed to be cognizant of all these things filming in these real locations.
Yeah.
But it's,
Yeah, he was warned over and over.
He was. And it's crazy because Clarice being like, he killed people in custody. He will kill you too. He left from that conversation to go get killed.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, yeah.
And he was rushing off the phone to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Matteo comes sprinting up the stairs into the Palazzo Vecchio with his gun at the ready. Lecter is already striding out, passing the empty seats where he just gave his impressive presentation. Matteo comes over right after we see Lecter, turning his head this way and that, sweat flying from his hair when he calls for Carlo in a hushed tone. No one answers. When he calls his brother's name again, it's Lecter that speaks up from behind. Yes? Are you kidding me?
Are we seeing too much of this guy?
I like it.
He's having a great time.
Yeah.
Matteo turns to face him with wide eyes, and Lecter is waiting there with a devious grin, looking back up at him. With a swift sweep of his arm, Lecter slashes Matteo's throat. Matteo falls backwards, clattering against the chairs, crashing into the heap that they become. Lecter is all smiles when he wipes the droplets of blood from his face and strides away. He leaves Matteo on the ground, his throat sliced open. When Carlo finds his brother, he drops to his knees in horror. A dark pool of blood begins to spread behind Matteo's head.
I feel like we should have probably came behind Potsy and then like just hid somewhere in the doorways and watched instead of waiting outside. Like he'll bring him out here.
Yes.
There's people out here.
And
Why couldn't we do it inside?
I have no idea.
It's so funny because Potsy, I guess when he was like, let me gather my things or whatever, he was calling Carlo to be like, we'll just be a few extra minutes because he's getting his shit together.
Yeah.
And so Carlo and Matteo are just waiting out there while he does his little, oh, look at your fucking hanging ancestor, chloroforms him, restrains him, wakes him up, questions him, takes a phone call from Clarice, and they're just like, any minute now.
What did he need to grab?
I know.
Back at the office, Clarice is watching the grainy footage of Potsy's murder. As he goes tumbling over the railing, Lecter stands and watches, unafraid. He lifts his hand into a wave. Clarice watches this, the video flickering in her teary eyes. This is so eerie.
Yeah.
Again, 1,000 steps ahead. He knows exactly who's going to be watching this tape. And on the commentary, Ridley Scott said that he loves this like grainy shot of Hannibal Lecter waving at the surveillance camera because he thinks he looks like Nosferatu.
Oh.
And once he said that, he does.
Okay.
Lying in bed, Verger is watching the same video. He calls out to Cordell with the question, does that look like a wave goodbye or hello? Lecter stands paused on the screen, his hand raised high. We cut to Clarice getting in her exercise as she runs across the bridge and into the woods, her red ponytail swinging behind her. It's when she stays centered on a path that she spots someone walking behind her. But when she turns to look over her shoulder, they're gone. Still, Clarice picks up her pace and runs faster.
That was crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. And so that's real.
Yeah, that was I was like, did I know, of course it's a movie, but I'm like, did I see that too?
No, we
What the hell?
saw someone there. Back at Verger's manor, he contemplates from behind Lecter's restraint mask, the bottom half of his face hidden. So what do you think? Does Lecter want to fuck her or kill her or eat her or what? Fixing Verger's yellow tie, Cordell guesses that it's probably all three, although he doesn't want to guess in which order. Verger offers what he thinks. No matter how Barney might want to romanticize it or make it Beauty and the Beast, Verger knows from experience that Lecter's object has always been degradation and suffering. He snaps at Cordell to get the damn mask off of him. He can't breathe in it. I'm pretty sure you wanted this on. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think Cordell would just put this on you.
It's like, it'd look cute on you.
Yeah. Honestly, this whole conversation feels very strange to me because I feel like him and Cordell don't have that kind of relationship to be like, so what do you think about this?
I think Verger has no one.
So he just has, like, this is the only...
Yeah.
This is his paid physician.
So he's just bouncing ideas.
Yeah. And it's like, well, what do you think? Well, what I think is, I think he's just talking.
Yeah.
And Cordell's just like an accessory. Cordell does as he's told, unfastening the mask from his employer's face as Verger continues that Lecter comes in as a mentor, as he did with Verger and with Clarice. But it's distress that excites him. To draw him in, Clarice needs to be distressed. to make Clarice attractive to him. Let him see her distressed and let the damage he sees suggest the damage he could do. When he smacks his lipless mouth together, Cordell offers Verger a straw, and Verger takes an eager drink. He continues, when the fox hears the rabbit scream, he comes a-running, but not to help. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. At Crinler's place, he paces on the phone with Verger, still dressed for a tennis match, when he asserts that he doesn't understand. Cordell watches from a chair while Verger assures him that all Crinler needs to understand is what it's worth to him. But Crinler clarifies, he doesn't understand why she didn't turn this in when she's such a straight arrow. We see Verger during the phone call, sitting on his spacious terrace overlooking a beautiful view. He sits with the hat and sunglasses when someone sets a straw drink in his lap. Verger tells the truth. She didn't turn it in because she didn't receive it. She didn't receive it because it was never sent. It was never sent because Lecter didn't write it. And he didn't write it because I did. Crinler's like, oh!
How'd you get this job, dude?
I don't know. No idea.
You don't even know what's happening.
No.
But why didn't she turn it in?
Yeah. What?
That's why this is called a lie.
Yeah.
Verger asks what he thinks, and Crinler thinks Verger would be better off if he never got her out of trouble in the first place. Verger dismisses this. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. He wants to know what Crinler thinks about the money. Crinler contemplates. 5. Verger scoffs. Yeah, let's just toss it off like 5. He tells Crinler to give it the respect it deserves. Bouncing a tennis ball off his racket with each word, Crinler tries again. $500,000. Verger allows that was better, but not by much. He asks if it'll work, and Crinler says that it will, but it won't be pretty. Verger muses, whatever is. And Crinler chuckles as Verger ends the call. Leaning forward to sip his drink, Verger laments, cocksucker.
Yeah, he sucks.
He's just a dumbass.
He
Yeah.
is.
We cut to a postcard in an evidence bag. The picture on the front is of William Blake's The Ghost of a Flea. Sitting in Director Noonan's office, Clarice asserts that she has never seen that before in her life. Crinler laughs dryly. Then how does she account for it being in her office, in her basement? Clarice asks how he wants her to answer that. What possible reason would she have to withhold it? Crinler guesses that it's because of the nature of its content, because it reads to him like a love letter. Clarice immediately asks if it was tested for prints, and she's told that there weren't any. But there weren't any on the other letter either. Flipping the postcard over to reveal the message on its back, Clarice asks, handwriting analysis? And handwriting very different than the distinct script of Lecter's letter. The message reads as follows. Do you ever think, Clarice, why the Philistines don't understand you? It's because you're the answer to Samson's riddle. You are the honey in the lion. Sounds like him to me. Crinler snatches this up and reads it for everyone, eyeing Clarice. Throwing his earlier words back in his face, Clarice reminds Crinler of his assumptions of Lecter's sexuality. But snatching his glasses off, Crinler decides that he sounds like a nut with a crush. Clarice jumps to her feet to plead her case, but Noonan interrupts. He's placing her on administrative leave until document analysis tells him unequivocally that a mistake has been made. In the meantime, she will maintain her insurance and medical benefits. He tells her to surrender her weapons and identification to Agent Pearsall. Crinler cuts her a bitchy little look as he strides away. It was.
Yeah.
Clarice looks taken aback, but she does as told as the silent Pearsall watches. She drops her weapons and ID card on Noonan's desk before declaring that she thinks she's entitled to say something. Noonan agrees. Clarice thinks that Mason Verger is trying to capture Dr. Lecter for the purposes of personal revenge. She thinks Mr. Crinler is in collusion with Verger, and he wants the FBI's efforts against Dr. Lecter to work for Mr. Verger. and she thinks that Mr. Krindler is being paid for this. As Clarice's agitation mounts, Krindler warns that she's lucky she's not sworn today, but Clarice shouts at him, "Swear me! You swear too!" Noonan assures that if the evidence is lacking, she'll be reinstated in full without prejudice if she doesn't say or do anything in the meantime that would make that impossible. Clarice nods in understanding, her face blank.
I don't even know that you need a proper handwriting analysis.
No!
Yeah.
Just put them next to each other.
Yes!
Yeah.
It's
And I just don't understand how I get their higher ups or whatever and they're being rented or what, but come on, dude, you have no, like, you can't back me up at all.
Apparently
you
not.
can't anything. It's just like, no. If it's wrong or it's, what do you mean? If I would hold this shit.
Yeah, yes.
honestly. And again, we keep thinking, how high is this going?
Yeah.
Because there's no way you knowing Clarice and what you know about Mason Verger.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't think he got into
Yeah.
Ray
Someone-
Liotta's pocket?
Yeah.
Right? You told us earlier.
Yes. I keep forgetting his name.
Ray Liotta's fucking Krindler.
Krindler.
Krindler. That's an interesting
That is
one.
the man's name. As Krindler strides through the lobby without a care in the world, a newscaster reports the relieving of duty, pending investigation into the charges. He details Special Agent Clarice Starling, a 10-year veteran of the Bureau, who began her career with an assignment to interview the lethal madman Hannibal Lecter. Today, they heard comment from the Justice Department spokesman, Paul Krindler. Krindler is all smiles when he steps in front of the waiting reporters and shuddering cameras outside of the office. When asked for comment on the Justice Department's decision, Krindler gives it. The FBI and Justice Department are looking very carefully at these very serious charges, but he wants to add a personal note. Starling is one of their best agents, having worked with her for a number of years, and he'd be surprised if these accusations were true. When pressed further, Krindler says that it's much too soon to condemn her. Dressed up in his biking gear, Krindler leaves his house, and when his dog tries to go with him, he makes the whining pet stay inside. Someone is watching Krindler from a car on his street when he descends his front steps carrying his bicycle. They're listening to this news report before switching off the radio, and once Krindler reaches the street, he hops on his bike and off he goes. Him being like, well, we mustn't condemn Agent Star. I'm just like, I want to knock his teeth out.
Yeah.
Like, this is beyond.
And you know he leaked it to the press.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
He's
Yes.
making the comment.
Yes. Yeah.
Krindler's dog rushes to the door when it opens again, but it's not Krindler returning to the house. It's Hannibal Lecter with sunglasses on his face and a hat on his head. At the sight of him, the dog whimpers and settles down, only barking when Lecter gets closer to him. The dog growls as Lecter goes through Krindler's mail on the hallway table. Lecter decides on a Verizon bill to take with him before turning to the dog and telling him in a low voice, "Good boy." The dog barks as Lecter takes his leave, closing Krindler's door behind him and stepping back outside. So this is the first time that we see that he is in America.
Yeah.
Is anybody wondering how he got back? on the America's Most Wanted list?
I don't know.
Not changing his
Here's the-
face.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
He's Hannibal Lecter.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Just that easy?
That's enough.
All right.
But it does recontextualize somebody following Clarice when she was running.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because from what we understood before, Lecter's in fucking Italy. He's
Right.
nowhere near her. But was that him? Was that one of Verger's men?
Huh.
Was that fucking Krindler?
No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, dude.
It was Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta.
Was it Ray Liotta?
Yes. One thing I do like is this almost recognition from this dog of something animalistic.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. We are treated to operatic singing as Lecter goes shopping in luxury dining stores. Afterwards, he heads to a hospital and snags an unattended white coat. He's wearing this when he steps into the morgue, and when the coroner walks into the freezer, Lecter closes the door behind him. He scoops up a sleeve of scalpels and instruments, deposits them into the seat of a wheelchair, and casually begins his walk out of the morgue. I feel like maybe this was too much to wrap into a montage.
Yeah, I'd say.
I feel like that's a lot that just happened.
It is.
And it's also really funny to see him going shopping for like dining wear.
Yeah.
He has plans.
Yeah.
The beautiful singing continues as we watch a vehicle cross a bridge in the rain and approach a lake house. It's Lecter that gets out and begins to load his boxed purchases into the large house. We watch from the rain-splattered window of the car as Lecter makes his way inside. Meanwhile, Clarice is carrying her own box of things from her office into her own house. She sets her things down on a bench by the door before growing frustrated. She drops the box on the floor and kicks it under the bench. Later, she's drinking and deep cleaning her kitchen cabinets while listening to Barney and Lecter's tapes. Ridley Scott had said that to him, Clarice is not someone who would just sit and wallow in this even the day it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So she's getting up and doing something constructive.
Yeah.
And I thought that was like relatable because this goes nowhere, her cleaning. I mean, except like the imagery of a kitchen because whatever. But I just thought it was interesting like to flesh her out even more,
Yeah.
you know? Barney's recorded voice shares that he thinks she's nice. She's always been nice to him, polite, don't you think? But Lecter asks if Barney knows what roller pigeons are. Roller pigeons climb high and fast, then roll over and fall just as fast toward the earth. There are shallow rollers and there are deep rollers. You can't breed two deep rollers or their offspring will roll all the way down, hit and die. Agent Starling is a deep roller. Let's hope one of her parents was not. Clarice sits and listens to this before falling asleep and dozing in her chair. It's then that Lecter comes out from his hiding place. He finds her, asleep in the living room with her glass perched on the arm with a little bit left inside. Lecter switches off the lamp, picks up the glass, and sets it oh so gently on the end table before taking his finger and pulling Clarice's red hair away from her face. Clarice stirs, but she doesn't wake up. Lecter walks away from the dim stillness of the room, the ceiling fan spinning silently above him. Later, candles are lit on the table and a magazine is open to a Gucci ad with Clarice's face, black and white from the paper where she wears a hat and sunglasses, pasted over the models. The phone rings, pulling Clarice from her slumber. As soon as she opens her eyes, she sees the candles, the magazine. She looks over her shoulder before getting to her feet and answering the phone. She asks, "Hello?" Lecter's voice answers her. "The power in that battery is low, Clarice. I would have changed it, but I didn't want to wake you." He tells her that she'll have to use the other one on the charger. Hopefully the light is green by now. This like mundane inconvenience being something he's worried about is so good. Like that's so genuinely funny to me.
Well, he spent all his time making collages and
Yeah.
lighting candles. He's like, oh shit, the phone.
The phone's dying.
She can do that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
He warns that this is going to be a long call and he can't let her off because even though she's been stripped of her duties, he knows that she wouldn't abandon them. She'll try to put on a trace, so they'll only disconnect long enough for her to replace the battery in the phone with the one on the charger. Shall we say 3 seconds? When he asks if she's ready, Clarice says yes. Lecter tells her to go. He hangs up. Clarice swiftly replaces the battery before going to her closet and removing a folded flag from the top of a box. As she reaches inside, her phone rings again. When she answers, Lecter commends her before reminding her, as she loads the gun she's pulled from the box, that if she gets caught with an unlicensed concealed firearm in the District of Columbia, the penalty is pretty stiff. But she can bring the gun if she has to. He tells her now to get in her car.
Is this just to demonstrate how well he knows Clarice?
I think so,
Yeah.
probably. But this
Yeah.
is like too well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like some jigsaw shit.
Clarice steps outside, peering down the street before getting into her vehicle as she was told. Someone watches in a van down the street, keys jingling, and when Clarice gets behind the wheel and takes off, they follow. Clarice's eyes flit to the rearview mirror, spotting the following van as she drives. Lecter explains that the reason they're doing it like this is because he likes to watch her as they speak with her eyes open. No, it doesn't excite him. It pleases him. She has very shapely feet. It's like, Lecter, let's stop talking one sentence before. One sentence before we're done.
We already knew he was a man of taste.
Yeah.
I am very puzzled as to what is happening in this conversation. Because I don't know where her feet came into it at all.
Kind of all over the...
Yeah.
It's like with your eyes open. Great feet, by the way. It's like, what?
He could keep it to it.
I need to tell you, I don't know what's going to happen to me.
When Clarice doesn't respond, Lecter asks her with an edge to his voice where they are. Call it out. Clarice reads the sign aloud as she passes under it. Massachusetts Avenue. Lecter tells her to take it, and she does. The van is still following. He tells her that he thought, to begin with, she might tell him how she's feeling. Clarice asks, about what? Lecter explains. The masters she serves and how they've treated her. Her career, as it were. Your life, Clarice. But Clarice thought they might talk about Lecter's life. Instead, Lecter asks her what the next cross street is. When she tells him Capitol Street, he instructs her to make a left into Union Station in 2 blocks and park. Sitting parked in a van and talking through a headset, Lecter pivots back to her question. His life? He's been in a state of hibernation for some time, a little inactive, but now he's back home and very happy and very healthy. It's Clarice he's worried about, though. Clarice assures him flatly that she's fine, but Lecter counters that she is most certainly not. She fell in love with the Bureau, with the institution, only to discover after giving everything she's got that it does not love her back. In fact, it resents her. It resents her more than the husband and children she gave up to it. Clarice passes under Lecter's parked van, and when he spots her, he casually gets out, wondering, why is that, does she think? Why is she so resented? So this kind of pulled the rug out from under me because I thought that Lecter was following her.
Me too.
So it makes you like, who's trailing her then?
Yeah.
Krindler?
That can't be his name.
It is.
I think Krindler, not Krindler.
Just
We're
like,
adding extra corners.
Krindler. Who's following her? Ray Liotta?
Yes.
Clarice gets out of her car and slams the door, inviting Lecter to tell her. Lecter asks, tell her? He passes a man playing a saxophone and drops change into his hat with the gentle, God bless you. Automatic doors open for him when Lecter walks through the entrance of the mall at Union Station, deciding that it's clear. Clarice serves the idea of order, and they don't. Clarice believes in the oath she took. They don't. She feels it's her duty to protect the sheep. They don't. They don't like her because she's not like them. When static chirps through the bud in Clarice's ear, she sets her sights on Union Station across the street. She makes her way there, entering through the doors Lecter just went through. But he's still on his tangent, asserting that they hate her and they envy her. They're weak and unruly and they believe in nothing. Near Clarice, someone gets their picture taken in a photo booth, and the shudder and whine draws her attention. It's not Lecter, though. Facing forward toward the slowly revolving carousel, Clarice tells Lecter explicitly that Mason Verger wants to kill him. If he turns himself into her, she promises that no one will hurt him. Lecter ventures, will you stay with me in my prison cell and hold my hand, Clarice? We could have some fun. He counters that she's wrong. Mason Verger doesn't want to kill him any more than he wants to kill Mason Verger. He just wants to see Lecter suffer in some unimaginable way. He is rather twisted, you know. We pan over the oblivious shoppers making their way through the mall before settling on Lecter as he slides on a pair of sunglasses. He asks if she's had the pleasure of meeting Verger, and Clarice replies dryly that she has. Lecter presses, face to face, so to speak. When Clarice confirms this, Lecter quips, attractive, isn't he? He's a dick.
Yeah.
He's a dick. Clarice's head is on a swivel, marking the kiosk selling twinkling wind chimes, an espresso machine hissing steam, a small group of musicians playing their violin and cello. Through with the back and forth, she tries to cut through. Dr. Lecter? But Dr. Lecter has a fresh haircut and walks through the mall with his hands laced behind his back. No care in the world. His hair fluctuates wildly throughout the I know it's a little distracting. The color, the cut, the length, whatever. Looking around through his sunglasses and chatting into the hands-free dangling earbud, Lecter wants to get back to her. What is it that she thinks she'll do now that everything she's ever cared about in the world has been taken away from her? Clarice admits that she doesn't know. She scans the upper level of the mall, finding no one of note. Lecter isn't done. Will she become the chambermaid at a motel on Route 66, just like her mommy? Huh? Clarice doesn't answer. She walks over to a railing and leans on it, surveying the shoppers. Lecter has his eyes on her, peering around a corner. Clarice takes in the mundanity of it. A person being called on the loudspeaker. Two men wearing sunglasses, seeming to eye her as they walk across the upper level. People going here and there, eating, shopping, chatting. A baby's wail echoing incessantly in the distance. She still remains quiet. Lecter wonders, his peeking face reflected in the shine of the sleek wall, making his doubled visage appear warped and distorted. What are you thinking now? Are you paying attention to me, ex-Special Agent Starling? Are you, by any chance, trying to trace my whereabouts?
Did this remind you of the shot in Better Call Saul?
Yes!
I feel like that had to be an homage to this.
Totally.
Okay.
It's like kind of funny, but like it's scary.
Kind of funny. Dude, it's hilarious. Like he looks like an alien.
He does. Literally like an alien.
It's such an odd choice to me because I understand that there has to be some kind of symbolism there as far as maybe like duality of man or something.
Right.
Yeah.
But it does not work.
I think it looks
Yeah,
scary.
I like it.
I think it's
distorted,
hilarious.
but it is funny.
Yeah.
It's a little too funny, but it is also scary.
It does look fun.
So we can agree.
Yes, yeah. At least on that.
Right. Okay.
Verdict. That was funny. We see now that the two men in sunglasses leaning over the banister and straight up watching Clarice are Carlo and Piero from Florence. So they're here too.
Yeah.
Clarice spots him and reports, "I'm being followed, Dr. Lecter." But Lecter already knows this. He saw them. And now Clarice is in a real dilemma, isn't she? Clarice quickens her pace and heads into the main hall, where the carousel spins, as Lecter explains the dilemma. Does she continue to try to find him, knowing that she's leading them right to Lecter? Does she have so much faith in her abilities that she believes she can somehow simultaneously arrest Lecter and them? He warns that it could get very messy, like in the fish market. He's like, "Hey, Clarice, what if I did it for you?" Eyeing the occupants of the carousel, Clarice asks, "Did what?" Lecter explains, "Harmed them, the ones that harmed you. What if he made them scream apologies?" No, he shouldn't even say it, because she'll feel with her perfect grasp of right and wrong that she was somehow an accomplice. We continue cutting from Clarice to the carousel, Clarice to the carousel, Clarice to the carousel. But at Lecter's offer, Clarice turns her back to it, plugging her ear and speaking emphatically, "Don't help me." It's as soon as her back is turned that the spinning carousel reveals Lecter sitting astride one of the horses and reaching out to gently brush her red hair with his finger as he goes by.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
By the time she turns, Lecter is disappearing around the other side, and he tells her to forget that he said it. As Carlo and Piero notice this, Lecter teases that she was very, very warm. She was so close. When she takes a step away from the carousel, he cautions, "She's getting colder again." She steps back to where she was. Now she's warmer again. Clarice is eyeing the photo booth across the space, the flashing camera going off again and again. Lecter decides that he's been generous enough with Clarice and with the clues. She's on her own now. Clarice's hand dips into her purse as she makes her way toward the photo booth, and when she calls out for Dr. Lecter, he doesn't respond. Clarice only hesitates for a moment before ripping the curtain for the malfunctioning photo booth open. She looks down at the seat to find a pair of black, strappy Gucci heels. Lecter speaks up again in her ear. Hope you like them, Clarice. Ta-ta. He likes ta-ta.
Yeah.
Because wasn't he talking shit about her shoes in Silence of the Lambs?
He was.
Yeah.
So this is upgrade.
Yeah.
This entire sequence is fantastic.
Oh,
The
yeah.
cat and mouse of it all.
Yes.
It's so good.
Yeah.
And I love this like breadcrumb situation of her following the sounds that she hears through his.
Yeah.
Like that is so
Yeah.
cool and a really cool way to have a pursuit on film.
Yeah.
It really surprised me, but they actually used Union Station in Washington, D.C.
That's awesome.
The only thing that they had brought in, according to Spencer, the production designer, was that carousel.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
He said that they, I guess, broke it down piece by piece and built it in a corner of Union Station so that they could use it. Oddly, it made me laugh, but he had said that whenever they had scouted the location, that giant dinosaur skeleton was not there. And then when they come back to film, it's just there. And so Ridley Scott was like, you know what the hell? Sure. Let's use it.
Fuck it.
And it forms like this really cool
Yeah.
visual.
Yeah.
And Scott had said it's almost like a representation of this predator energy in Hannibal.
Oh,
Okay,
I like that.
yeah.
So it works.
Yeah.
And proof that he could take down a T-Rex.
Oh,
But
right.
I
He's
thought
like,
it was,
I killed that one.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That's his trophy. Yeah.
I thought it was interesting because on the commentary, he said that he really enjoyed this sequence, but in his mind, he had wanted it to be at night. I think it works really well during the day.
Yeah.
Because it almost does mirror the like fuck up at the fish market.
Yeah.
Where you have all these innocent people wandering around. You hear babies crying. You see people shopping. They're walking around. It's like the stakes are so high because it's not just me and you here.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, I don't know. It worked. It worked. I don't think he said that it would be like, obviously, like scarier. But I don't think we need that.
No. And I feel like that's an easier way to have not so many people there. It's at
For
night,
sure.
so
Yeah.
it wouldn't be as full. The daytime, I think, like you're saying, it is scarier because
Yes.
there's more innocent people here.
Yeah.
Anything could go wrong.
Isn't that better as well to be trying to find him within a sea of people?
Yes.
I think the darkness would be like an unnecessary layer.
I agreed.
Yeah.
When Lecter leaves Union Station, Carlo and Piero are close behind. They radio into Tomasio, sitting behind the wheel of the van that was following Clarice, and he gets into gear. Lecter is walking into the parking lot when Carlo fires a taser. The darts shoot out and hit Lecter right in the back. He grunts and falls between two parked cars. Couldn't have seen this coming.
Yeah, no.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be real honest.
I gasped because I don't think I've ever seen him in such a state or thought that we ever would.
Yeah.
You gave me 20 guesses. This would not Clarice comes out of the mall as the van screeches over to where the subdued Lecter is being tased by Carlo and Piero. And the saxophones are literally getting louder as the street performer continues to play. Lecter is thrown into the back of the van and cuffed in place. Carlo punches him repeatedly in the face, bloodying his teeth. Again, you took down a T-Rex,
Yeah.
Hannibal. Clarice sees him being taken and sprints across the parking lot, pulling her gun as the careening van tries to make a speedy exit. She aims, screaming, but this doesn't deter the driver at all, and Clarice has to throw herself on the hood of a parked car to avoid being run over. The alarm blares and horns honk as the van slips from the parking lot and into traffic. Knowing that she has no chance of hitting them, Clarice finally lowers her gun, watching the departing van. It's nearing night when Clarice stands outside with Pearsall, assuring him that she knows the first thing a hysteric says is that they're not a hysteric, but she's not a hysteric. She's calm. Lights flash atop parked cruisers as officers and detectives move about behind Pearsall. He warns that he's going to ask her one time, and she needs to think before she answers. Think about every good thing she ever did. Think about what she swore. Clarice tells him quickly and clinically, 2 men in a van, a third driver, another man down. They put him in the back and she thinks that it was Lecter. She gave Pearsall the license plate and she's giving him her statement again in front of witnesses. Pearsall relents with a nod and then, all right, he'll go with it as a kidnapping. He'll send someone out with the local authorities if they'll let them on the property without a warrant. Clarice thinks that she should go too. He could deputize her, but Pearsall gives her a firm no. She's not going. She's going to go home and wait for him to call and tell her what, if anything, they found. Clarice doesn't respond. 2 uniformed police officers stand in the open doorway of Verger's manor, telling Cordell to thank Verger for his time, and they're sorry if they inconvenienced him. Cordell assures them that Verger is always happy to see them. The gates close as half a dozen official vehicles make their way off of the property. Lying in his bed, Verger shouts, "Phone!" An automated voice replies, asking what number he would like to dial, and he replies, Carlo. Piero is bringing takeout from a restaurant, munching on his food as he walks down the street. When he passes Carlo, who waits by a payphone, Carlo takes a styrofoam cup and Piero takes the rest of the food to the parked van. When the phone rings, it's Verger on the other end, asking, "How is he?" When Carlo replies that he's sleeping, Verger gives his order, "Bring him home."
I don't know, man. This almost seems like things are going a little too smooth right now.
One would think, yeah.
It's like, man,
Two
I don't...
according to plan.
Yeah.
We float above a bridge as traffic races by before gliding below to a dirt road where Clarice drives. We hear her phone ringing and Clarice's answering machine pick up. It's Pearsall's unhappy voice on the message telling her to pick up. There was nothing out there. He tells her again in case she didn't hear him before. She is not a law officer while she's on suspension. She's Joe Blow. When Clarice encounters a squat, locked gate, she drives slowly through it, the front of her car breaking the chain securing it closed. This message is being left on the answering machine inside of her dark, empty home. Pearsall says that he hopes she's in the bathroom before hanging up.
Pearsall should know better.
He knows.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
It's so funny to me that this is what is going on, that there were no eyes on Clarice.
Yeah.
And he's like, I hope you're not breaking into the Verger estate. Like, what do you think she's doing?
This is also wild that she can make her way onto the property in this way.
Also
Yeah.
true.
Like that tiny little gate, and she's like, nope.
See, and this is why, again, it almost feels like it does go higher than Ray Liotta.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
Sorry. Crindler.
Ray Crindler.
Ray Crindler. Yeah. Because I'm sorry, there's no way that if somebody is not wanting this to be the next thing that happens,
Yeah.
just simply allows it to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Clarice navigates her car across the uneven ground of a field, maneuvering through annoyed cows as she makes her way through. At Verger's manor, Cordell leads the crew from Italy to Verger. They transport Lecter, rolling him forward on a dolly. They all come to a stop next to a dining room table. Verger speaks from the shadows before moving his chair forward and coming into view. Hylochirus minor sogeni. He wonders if that rings any bells from high school biology for the doctor. When Lecter doesn't answer, Verger takes it as a no. He offers to list its most conspicuous features, if that'll help jog his memory. Lecter slightly cocks his head as Verger details, circling around the stationary Lecter in his motorized wheelchair. 3 pairs of incisors, 1 pair of elongated canines, 3 pairs of molars, 4 pairs of premolars, upper and lower, for a total of 44 teeth. Verger stops his chair in front of Lecter, peering up at him condescendingly as he announces that the meal will begin with hors d'oeuvre tartare, your feet. The main course, the rest of Lecter, won't be served until 7 hours later. But during that time, Lecter will be able to enjoy the effects of the consumed appetizer with the full-bodied saline drip. That was clever. That was clever. Lecter gives no response and instead only gazes back at Verger, who assumes that Lecter must be wishing now that he'd fed the rest of Verger to the dogs. But But Lecter shakes his head. No, Mason. No. I much prefer you the way you are. This gives Verger pause for a moment before he reports decisively. Dinner at 8. He turns in his chair and disappears around the corner in the next room.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
He'll never stop.
Yeah.
Like he will go to his
Yeah.
grave talking shit.
There's no way he thought he would break him.
Yeah.
The way that he's looking at him is almost like when a child shows you something that they've been working on or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, look
Aw.
at you. Yeah, like
Yeah.
he's looking at him like, okay, that's cute. We see the towering Verger Manor in the distance, panning over the lake and the surrounding woods to find Clarice standing outside of her car parked on the side of the dirt road. She stares at the manor before snapping into action and getting back into her car. Inside, Cordell knots Verger's tie over his dressy vest. Verger presumes that Cordell will be staying tonight, won't he? But Cordell would rather not, if that's all right with Verger. Verger challenges this. Rather not or will not? Outside, the van is driven into the garage with Lecter inside. There's a setup with the aforementioned full-bodied saline drip waiting for the doctor. We cut to Lecter, perched on the front of a forklift as it's driven into a pen, his arms spread out and secured, and the restraint mask over his face. He's driven forward and jerks when it comes to an abrupt stop. Lecter stands on his bare feet as the lift slowly rises. Piero slides shut a slatted door.
I thought I guess you could say Christ imagery
Yeah.
was a little surprising.
Yeah, I think he's positioned in the way they trained the hogs to attack that dummy on the car.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't even catch that, but he absolutely
Yeah.
is.
Because I was thinking of, I guess, because they are about to eat his body.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
But
And
that's
that-
true, too.
Yeah.
The presentation he gave talking about the crucifixion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But outside, Clarice is armed as she finishes crossing the field outside of the manor. She finds where the van is parked under the covering where they just brought Lecter, and she steps inside. So this is where it's like the pacing is a little odd because it's like now everyone's here.
Yeah.
Like everyone except, I guess, Krindler that's like played a part in this game.
Right.
Everyone has somehow made it at the, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little too fast. A little too, I don't want to say easy, but like almost.
Right.
Like Clarice got here very easily.
Yeah.
Outside, the boars wander, hungry and grunting as the men talk in Italian. Clarice has made it inside and is passing the stables leading to the pen. Carlo is all smiles when he reaches up and presses play on a boombox. The agonized screaming begins from the tape, and the boars react to it immediately, raising their heads and squealing. The pens are opened, and with shouts and nudges with a shovel, the boars hurriedly make their way inside. Clarice is silhouetted in the darkness, still clutching her gun with both hands, as the boars begin to throw their weight against the shut, slatted door. Carlo goes to Lecter, and as he goes to inject him with the IV, Lecter teases from behind his mask. Your little brother must smell almost as bad as you do right now.
That's crazy.
He can't stop talking that shit. He can't stop. Carlo fixes him with a cold look. Another van pulls in and parks, this one with Cordell behind the wheel and Verger sitting in his chair in the back. Everything is coming to fruition when Clarice throws the door open, points her gun, and screams, "Hold it! Hands where I can see him!" Carlo and Piero freeze as Lecter watches. The captors begin to speak to each other in low Italian, ignoring Clarice when she shouts for them to be quiet. Piero suddenly cries out, and Carlo makes a move for something, but instead of taking the test, he took 2 in the chest. Clarice shoots him, and he goes down.
Really, man? Well, call Guinness because that's another.
Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, she beat her own record. In the time it took for this to happen, Piero has pulled his own gun and fires at Clarice. Clarice returns the fire, and Piero goes down when he's shot. Again, so fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carlo is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that trend continues.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cordell is wheeling Verger over to the event when Verger asks, "What was that?" He snaps at Cordell to go faster. Clarice tells Piero to get on his stomach. He does, and as she rasps the handcuffs around his wrists, securing him to his dead cohort, Lecter speaks up. "Good evening, Clarice. Just like old times." She tells him coldly to shut up before walking over to him. When she asks if he can walk, he says that he can try. As Clarice cuts his restraints with a knife, he watches her, noting that she's looking well. But Clarice warns that if he touches her, she will shoot him. He understands. Pointing her gun at him, she vows that if he does right, he'll live through this. Lecter quips, spoken like a true Protestant. The Boers are still throwing themselves against the door, and Lecter tells her that she better hurry. It might go faster if she gave him the knife. He reaches for it with his freed hand. Surprisingly, she hands the knife.
I know.
She hands the knife over to Lecter. But she holds her gun on him as he begins to cut himself free. I couldn't believe it. He alerts her to a third in the loft. When she looks to her right, he tells her no, behind him. That's when Clarice spots Tomasio hiding behind the oscillating blade of a fan. She fires and hits him, causing him to fly back, but she's hit too. She grunts as she falls onto her back, hitting the floor of the pen and dropping her gun. Clarice groans as she tries to reach for it, but Lecter gets to it first. He grabs the gun before picking Clarice up, and it's now that the Boers finally burst through the door. They spread through the pen, and Piero has gotten to his feet, desperately trying to drag Carlo's body, bound to him by the cuffs. Clarice is limp in Lecter's arms, an entry wound open on the left side of her chest. Her eyes are closed. Piero screams madly as the Boers move past Lecter and begin to eat him. Clarice stirs for a moment before slipping back into unconsciousness. Verger and Cordell have finally arrived, presiding over this horror from a platform above. Verger screams for Cordell to shoot him. Cordell hesitates. Go into the pen? Verger screams, yes! Cordell says no, he's staying out of this. But Verger is emphatic that Cordell is involved in all of this. He growls, now do it. Cordell again says no. Hearing this, Lecter turns with Clarice still draped in his arms. He calls out for Cordell. Why don't you push him in? You can always say it was me. Without a word, Cordell unlocks Verger's wheels. Verger's like, Cordell? Cordell! Cordell flips the chair over the platform, and Verger goes falling into the pin below, face down in the dirt. Piero is still kicking weakly as the Boers snack on him and munch on Carlo's face. But when they're finished with them, they turn their blood-stained faces to Verger, who can do nothing but stare from his place on the ground. A Boer comes in close, opens his mouth, and chomps. It's silent as the Boer bites down on Mason Verger's face and shakes him like a rag doll.
This, for me, is when I really, really realized that things were moving very quickly. The death of Mason Verger.
Yeah.
Just the offhand, like, you could just throw him in the...
And you can?
And he does.
Did, yeah.
It just shocked me.
It is funny, but I remember watching this and thinking, man, the amount of calm that he is holding Starling, and they just walk by him.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, they didn't even notice he was fucking there.
No, they didn't care
even
about
the
him at all.
animals are like, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Again, it reminds me of that dog.
Yeah.
Where everyone's like, hey.
Yeah.
All right. It's fine. Back to those pigs, training those pigs. For the filming, they had dummies covered in gelatin with chicken inside. So the Boers actually had something to bite into and then eat.
Yeah.
But that main boar that eats Mason Verger, that is a mechanical puppet made for production.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously we know that a boar's not eating somebody's face.
Right,
but it
right.
looks really good.
No, it does look good.
You mean to tell me?
Chimp Gordon.
Peppa Pig.
Right. Yes. This was the first role. Breaking into the industry.
Yeah.
That's showbiz, baby.
Yeah.
We race down a tree-lined road following the taillights of a van as serene music plays. In the back of the van, Clarice lies unconscious. Lecter drives her, perched behind the wheel and alert. After the ride, Clarice's eyes flutter open. From her POV, everything is hazy as we look up at Lecter, the ceiling fan spinning above him as he concentrates. The bullet clatters once dropped into a metal bowl, and Lecter carefully sutures the gunshot wound closed. Clarice is still in and out of it, but her throbbing heartbeat grows stronger as he tends to her, injecting her with the syringe. Upon receiving the dose, her eye grows wider, and she sees the staring head of a white deer, light catching in its glassy red eyes. On the road, Ray Liotta speeds down in his luxury car. Crinler.
Right.
In a phone call to his assistant, he informs her that he's decided to take off early. He'll be in his lake house all weekend, and he demands that she not forward any of his calls to him. Whoever it is, it can wait. It's the 4th of July, for Christ's sakes. Crinler pulls up and parks in front of his lake house, the very lake house that Lecter was loading supplies into earlier. So Ridley Scott said that a lot of people missed this, that this is the same house. I think it's because they kind of match cut to Lecter going inside and then Clarice coming inside.
Okay.
Because when I watched it, I did think that he was hiding in her house. But when we see him pull up, I was like, oh, what a great twist that he's been squatting in fucking Crinler's lake house. It's really good.
I almost thought it was meant to be like this grand reveal, like the editing was supposed to trick you.
Yes, it is.
You know?
But people didn't get it.
Catch on?
Yeah, people didn't get it.
That's a shame.
Crinler comes inside with the bag of groceries, but he stops in his tracks when he sees that the dining table has been set and a vase of white flowers is at its center. He continues forward, asking aloud, "What the fuck?" when he sees a lit sparkler on the counter. He stands there, staring at the sparks dumbfounded, when Lecter steps up behind him. "Good, you brought the wine." Crinler barely has time to yelp before Lecter grabs him and forces a cloth against his nose and mouth. It's tried and true.
Yeah, it works.
Crinler drops the groceries and the wine crashes to the floor. He loses consciousness quickly and goes limp in Lecter's arms. Lecter takes him gently to the floor. Upstairs, we pan across Clarice's body where she lies in bed. The strappy Guccis are on her feet, and her body is clad in a black halter neck designer dress. She lies on a white pillow, her red hair pulled neatly into a low ponytail. When she stirs awake and blinks her eyes open, there's a lit candle on the bedside table, and the ceiling fan spins slowly above her. Clarice tries to get back up, but lethargy takes her back down to the pillow before she can get up all the way. The dress exposes her back and shoulders and cuts a deep V to showcase her chest, where she finds the wound that Lecter stitched for her. Clarice stands and goes to the window, where she spots an empty boat sitting at the lake shore. She stumbles out of the room, and she's doubled and tripled for us when she feels her way clumsily down the dark hall. Clarice looks down the staircase as a drilling sound rings out from below, accompanied by Lecter's gentle voice, assuring that this won't hurt a bit. Her gaze swings to the hall table, where she finds a gun, a wallet, a money clip, keys, handcuffs, a phone. She picks up the phone, and when there's no sound, she leans forward to see that the wire has been cut. When she reaches down to fix it, she's still so drugged that she tumbles to the floor. Downstairs, Lecter is mincing herbs in the kitchen, dressed in a high-end suit. A light flashes on a nearby phone, and Lecter takes note of this, consulting his watch before returning to his preparation. So all of that was like laid out for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Upstairs, a voice on the phone tells Clarice that they've traced her call and the units will be there in about 10 minutes. If she can do so safely, get out of the house. And if she can't, he tells her to stay on the phone with him. But Clarice just sets the receiver down on the table, ignoring the officer's voice that still comes through. She turns to face the stairs before turning back to the table, her eyes lingering on the silver handcuffs. We cut to Clarice, slowly making her way down the stairs, clutching onto the banister. She looks into the kitchen, where she spots a pot, red-stained towels, and an electric saw on the countertop. A small pool of blood is collected under the saw's blade. Clarice turns away from this and squeezes her eyes shut, trying to steady herself as she looks toward the dining room. Through the crack in the door, she can see Lecter cooking tableside for Crinler. Krindler sits at the head of the table with a cap on, asking, intrigued, are those shallots? Lecter confirms this. And caperberries. Krindler gushes that butter smells wonderful. Lecter asks if he's feeling hungry, and Krindler laughs gruffly. Very. There's a snow globe sitting on a table outside of the dining room, and Clarice musters her strength to snatch it up and hide it behind her back. At the table, Krindler asks, what's the main course? Lecter still presides over the pan, stirring as the small burner licks blue flames beneath it. He warns Krindler that you must never ask that. It'll spoil the surprise. Without even looking up, Lecter asks what Clarice is doing up. She should be resting. His eyes flitting to her, he tells her to go back to bed. But as Clarice enters the room dazedly, she tells Lecter that she's hungry. The food sizzles, and Lecter adds in some wine to flambe whatever's inside. When Clarice says hi to Krindler, he just stares at her with a slack jaw. Lecter tells Krindler not to be rude. Say, hello, Agent Starling. Krindler does, flatly. Hello, Agent Starling. This close, we can see that his skin is pretty clammy.
Yeah.
His eyes are red, and he looks unfocused.
Yeah.
He adds that he's always wanted to watch her eat. Lecter wonders what Clarice has in her hand. Something to bash him over the head with? He tells her to put it on the table, and she does as she sinks into the chair. The snow globe lands with a thud, the glitter swirling inside the glass orb. Krindler laments, hey, that's mine. Clarice's view of Lecter is blurry as he continues to stir the contents of the pan. She looks up at him blearily when he tells her, Clarice, I love the dress. It's beautiful. When he asks Krindler, what do you think, Paul? Krindler interrupts with a nod of his head that it's nice. Nice. His gaze lingers on Clarice before floating away. Gentler piano plays as we see a convoy of police cars making their way down the road, their lights flashing. At the lake house, Lecter shoots a glance at the clock, noting that it's 8:50. He goes to the table behind Krindler and takes a silver lid off a bowl that he bought when shopping earlier. Picking up a ladle and stirring what's inside, he invites Krindler to say grace. Krindler's like, me? Grace? Okay. Lecter whispers for Krindler to bow his head, and he does, but Clarice keeps an eye on Lecter as she carefully snatches one of the silver knives from the napkin in front of her and holds it below the table. Krindler says a stuttering grace. Father, we thank thee for thy blessings and dedicate them for thy mercy we are about to receive. Forgive us all, even white trash like Starling here, and bring her into my service. Amen. Lecter looks up at Krindler when he delivers the insult, but Krindler is smiling innocently and brightly across the table at Clarice. Lecter comes over with a bowl of soup for Krindler, commending that even the Apostle Paul couldn't have done a better prayer. He hated women too. I was like, clock it.
Yes.
Her voice husky, Clarice politely asks for some wine, but Lecter doesn't think that's a good idea, not with the morphine. He suggests that she eat some broth, and he walks away. Dropping his voice into a loud whisper, Krindler tells Clarice that, by the way, Starling, that was a job offer that he worked into the blessing. Beneath Krindler's cap with its PK embroidering, Krindler looks terrible. His eyes are sunken and his skin waxy. Doesn't Clarice know that he's going to Congress? Clarice is like, oh, really? Krindler advises her to come around campaign headquarters. She can be an office girl. Can she type and file? Can she take dictation? He tells her to take this down, closing his eyes as he recites, Washington is full of corn-pwned country pussy. He opens his eyes and turns to her, widening his mouth and letting out a cackle.
What the fuck?
He was very proud of that.
He was. Because he remembered it word for word.
Yeah, he did.
Clarice says that she took that down. He said that already. Something is leaking onto Krindler's forehead from underneath the hat when Lecter comes back with the long straw, warning Krindler that he's being rude. And Lecter hates rude people. He tells him to drink his broth like a good boy. Lecter presents the straw to Krindler and tells him to sip. Krindler does, wincing as the taste fills his mouth. He lets go of the straw and shakes his head. It's not very good, buddy. Dabbing up the droplets from Paul's straw that landed on the table, Lecter takes this in stride. He has to admit that he did add something to Crinler's, and maybe it's clashing with the cumin. Crinler's face goes slack, and his eyes immediately begin to roll back in his head. Lecter assures Crinler that the next course is to die for. The clock's pendulum swings as time ticks by, and helicopters have joined the journey to the lake house. When Lecter approaches Clarice with her soup, she tries to cut him with the knife, but she is still weak, and Lecter is able to easily overpower her and take the weapon. He walks away to the head of the table, snatching off Crinler's hat and revealing a slice entirely around his head. Crinler's head lolls as Lecter takes a hold of it and uses a scalpel to cut the slice further, finally lifting the top of Crinler's head off and exposing his slick and bloody brain.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
I was very puzzled by his behavior.
You're acting very
Yeah, but also much like yourself. So it's
but not that different, actually.
Yeah.
But good Lord, this visual.
Yeah, I'd be terrified if I'm Starling and I'm like, are you going to fucking eat my brains?
Yeah.
Just kill me.
You
can eat me after still.
He would.
I feel like, but this is an oddly like romantic gesture.
Like
this
the table
fucker.
He fucked with her.
Exactly.
He did.
This is done for you. I am getting a lot out of it.
Yeah. He's got to eat.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's also for you.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I got what I wanted.
Yeah.
Crinler looks back at Clarice with unfocused eyes when she breathes, Dr. Lecter. But Lecter assures her that the human brain can feel no pain, if that's what she's worried about. Yeah, that's the main concern. Indicating a section with the tip of his scalpel, he provides an example. Paul won't miss this little piece here, the prefrontal lobe, which they say is the seat of good manners. Her voice wavering, Clarice says that Lecter's profile at the border station has 5 features. She'll trade him. Tears spilling, she implores that if he stops now, she'll tell him what they are. His face twitching, Lecter questions. Trade? How does that word taste to you, Clarice? Cheap and metallic? Like sucking on a greasy coin? Crinler's voice is thick when he speaks up. Who's Clarice? Lecter snaps that Clarice is Agent Starling, and if he can't keep up with the conversation, better not try to join in at all. Tears roll down Clarice's face when she tells Crinler that it's her. She's Starling. Lecter gets back to work, slicing through what he details to be the sac that contains the brain. The membrane squelches as he cuts through and peels it back, fully exposing Crinler's brain. Clarice cries out that she would really like some wine. Lecter doesn't respond. He takes a small piece of the brain and adds it to the piping hot pan. It sizzles with the shallots and the capers. Crinler turns his head in Lecter's direction. That smells great! The meat has cooked quickly and Lecter agrees. He offers Crinler a piece. Crinler dutifully opens his mouth as Lecter deposits the piece of Crinler's own brain onto his tongue. Clarice pleads again that she would really like some wine. She gags as Crinler munches on the meat, deciding that it is good.
Lecter's like, what do you think?
Yeah. How's that taste? Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just watching as far as, because you're wondering, you're like, what, is it green screen? Are you like, what, how are you doing this? Because it looks really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
It looks excellent. So they had a full sculpt of Ray Liotta completely for this dinner scene. The dummy that they made cost $70,000 to make.
Wow.
And Ray Liotta said that it was a treat because he got to sit on set and watch himself in a scene with Anthony Hopkins. But it was both. It was Ray Liotta sitting in the chair and also the dummy sitting in the chair. And the dummy had full facial movement. It could blink and everything. And when it's Ray Liotta in the scene, they put a green cap over his head for when the brain is exposed, and they just added it in digitally.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it's the dummy and the brain is actually being used, it's a real sheep's brain. And they did have a brain surgeon on set who told them, like we learned from John Kramer, that they like to keep their patients awake and talking while they work on their brain.
Yeah.
So this isn't like completely medically accurate, but they had somebody there that was like, no, I mean, that's close. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is such a striking visual that you are not going to forget seeing this.
No.
Yeah, no.
And it's just another level of depravity for Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
And I feel like this falls into the category of one of those things that you know of whether you've seen the film or not.
Oh,
Yes. Lecter finally relents and brings a glass of wine to Clarice, but when he offers it to her, she pulls back. Lecter looks over his shoulder at the clock. 8:53. The pendulum continues to swing. Lecter takes a drink of the wine before setting it down in front of Clarice. He eyes her with a heavy sigh before asking, "Given the chance, you would deny me my life, wouldn't you?" Clarice shakes her head. Not his life. And Lecter understands. My freedom. Just that. You'd take that from me. He wonders, if she did, would the FBI have her back, does she think? Those people that she despises almost as much as they despise her? Would they give her a medal, does she think? Would she have it professionally framed, hang it on her wall to look at and remind her of her courage and incorruptibility? Clarice stares at him coldly, but Lecter smiles, adding, all you'd need for that, Clarice, is a mirror. Clarice stares up at Lecter tearfully, digesting his words. Off screen, Krindler suddenly speaks up. I had plans for that smart mouth, but I'm never going to hire you now. Lecter calls Krindler gently. Paul. When we see Krindler, his head is lolling forward and blood is rolling down from his exposed brain onto his face. Krindler repeats his own name. Lecter reminds Krindler of what he said. If he can't be polite to their guest, he's going to have to sit at the kiddies' table. Lecter crosses the table back over to Krindler, telling Clarice not to get up. Krindler will help him clear the table, and then he'll make the coffee. As he wheels Krindler out of the room, he advises Clarice to just think about what he said. The swinging kitchen door closes as Krindler offers Clarice a weak wave and repeats dazedly, coffee. The cruisers are still speeding down the road, over the bridge, their blue lights pulsing against the night sky. Left alone in the dining room now, Clarice snatches up a heavy candlestick and arms herself before pushing the door to the kitchen open. Lecter stands with his back to the door, cutlery scraping against a plate. Krindler sits next to him in the wheelchair, his head drooping and bleeding. Sick of the sight, Lecter throws a hand towel over his head, like absently. It did make me laugh because it's like, this dude is just, what the fuck is wrong with me, dude? Clarice raises the candlestick to bash Lecter, but he turns just in time to grab her wrist and overpower her. He throws her against the fridge, the contents inside rattling as it knocks back. Lecter pins her, holding onto her wrist when he tells her that he came halfway around the world to watch her run. He brings his face in close, imploring her, let me run, huh? When he backs away, Clarice attacks him, only to be thrown against the fridge again. Lecter pulls the door open and closes it on her ponytail. He rips the handle off, trapping her there. He invites her to tell him, would she ever say to him, stop. If you loved me, you'd stop. Clarice answers honestly, not in 1,000 years. Lecter repeats this, not in 1,000 years. He brings his mouth in close to hers, burying his teeth somewhere between a bite and a kiss. He pulls back and whispers, that's my girl. Lecter plants a kiss on Clarice's lips, and his eyebrow raises when he hears the rasping of handcuffs. He backs away to find that she has cuffed his wrist to hers. He holds it up, deciding, that's really interesting, Clarice, but he's pressed for time now.
He didn't count on that.
No, he didn't.
When he asks her where the key is, Clarice just blinks back at him. Lecter asks her again, his eyes searching her face for the answer. But Clarice, as always, betrays nothing. Her hair still trapped inside the fridge, Lecter pulls her forward and slams her hand against the counter as he snatches up a cleaver. He brings the blade over her hand, giving her the option. Above or below the wrist, Clarice? She just stares at him and again says nothing. So Lecter raises the cleaver and eyes her. This is really gonna hurt. He brings it down, the blade thwacking loudly against the counter after having passed through the meat and bone of a human wrist.
Should have let him run.
The score rises, drowning out Clarice when she squeezes her eyes shut and opens her mouth in a wide scream. Finally, the cruisers make their way onto the property. Clarice is outside, standing in the glow of the helicopter's light. She runs to the shore in her Gucci heels, just in time to see the boat she spotted gliding away from the shore. The officers flock to her, demanding with their weapons drawn that she show them her hands. She does, raising both of her fully intact hands into the air. And when she's told to identify herself, she cries out that she's Clarice Starling, FBI. Clarice stares out into the water and finds that the boat is empty. The score grows hopeful when fireworks begin to burst in the dark night sky. Happy 4th of July. Clarice raises her eyes to this instead.
As soon as we see her step out of the house and stand in the yard, I looked at her hands.
Uh-huh.
And when I saw both there, I was like, oh, good. And I was like, well, that's pretty embarrassing. But, and also, look, this looks terrible for her because it's like, first of all, why are you here?
Yeah.
Second of all, why are you dressed so sexy? Like, there's a lot of questions that she's going to have to answer and they're going to go inside and find Krindler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My good Lord.
Yeah. No, it's bad. It's bad. So this is a lot different than the book ending.
Okay.
We're going to get to the ending in just a second, but there's a lot of differences, like a lot. But I'm just going to focus like on the very end and why I would presume Demi and Jodie Foster were like, we're not doing this. And why Lecter and Zaley, everybody was like, we need to change that ending. Okay. So after the thing with the pigs, right? He brings her back. He nurses her back to health, but he's like treating her and they're using like psychotropic drugs. And he shares with her this tragedy from his past, the loss of his little sister. And in some way, like he sees his little sister in Clarice in some way. And so they're bonding over this because of the loss that she has with her father. Under these influences, she speaks to her father. Like it's this weird bonding thing between the two of them, right? So this does happen with Krindler. They do, tableside cook his brains or whatever. But Clarice is super into it. Like they're eating his brains. Like her and Hannibal Lecter have like connected on this level, and it's like this simmering kind of mutual feelings and romance, right? And so after all this, it's talking about them like drinking and like they're having these deep conversations talking about, grief and philosophy and her father and his sister and da-da-da. And in one scene in particular, she like is standing in front of the fireplace and she asks him, if he was breastfed, because basically they both decide to let them go. Like he needs to let his sister go. She needs to let her father go. And so she asks if he was breastfed and he says yes. And she was like, so when your sister was born, did you feel like your mom like basically took that away from you, like denied you access to that? And he was like, no. And so she pulls down her dress and exposes her breasts and puts wine on her nipple and invites him to come drink because she won't take it away from him.
Tom Atkins?
No, yeah, he goes full Tom Atkins. They be fucking. Like, they were fucking. They talked explicitly like sex is a sensual delight that they visit upon frequently. They're traveling the world. They're eating. They're living in the lap of luxury as lovers when the book ends. And they go to an opera or something, and Barney is there with the woman, and he sees Lecter at an intermission. And when the lights go back down, he's like, I need you to not ask me any questions. We need to leave from here and get on a plane and go. And at the very end, they're like dancing on a terrace, and it's like the point of view, the narrator or whatever is like, we'll leave them here as well because like Barney was smart enough to do. We don't need to look too long at what they've got going on, basically. And so the end is them dancing together on a terrace in love, and that's the end of Hannibal.
There are elements of this that I find very intriguing, that I think
John Paul just shaking his head.
are interesting in a way of exploring ideas and quite sensual. But I feel like this is such a betrayal of Clarice Starling.
Yeah.
And I can exactly pinpoint the moment where Jodie Foster is like, you know what? I'm very busy.
Yeah.
It's a bold choice.
Very.
It's a really bold choice. I feel like, and Ridley Scott on the commentary, he was talking about this moment where he like kind of has her in the fridge and he's asking like, come on, man, like just let me go, or like, would you ever just let me leave? And he said that the way that Lecter views Starling, if she would have said, okay, yeah, run, he probably would have killed her, because it would have shattered the way that he sees her. It would have shattered the adoration that he has for her, that this is not her like succumbing to him or being like, oh my God, like, yeah, me too, pass the brain, babe, or whatever. Like that would destroy what makes him so fascinated by her.
Yeah.
So it's a very complicated dynamic. I think that we walk a kind of delicate line in the film of him clearly having some kind of something for her.
Right.
Is it romance as far as he understands romance, or as far as he can feel love or any, deeper emotion in that way? That is an interesting thing to explore. Him sucking titties and like fucking that, it just is like an odd it's an odd departure.
I don't like that.
I think it being her idea is also very interesting. Like her being like with the wine and whatnot, and her eating the brain at all.
Yeah, she's a party to it.
It's weird. I don't like any of that. I don't.
Yeah, so that's why, I mean, and I kept hearing in the production again and again, we got to change the ending. I'm in, but we got to change that ending. Well, we got to tweak the ending. Like, that's all anybody kept saying. And so I was like, what the hell? What was the ending?
Yeah.
And so they received the manuscript. And so that's the ending that they read. And we're like, nah. And it does make sense why Jodie Foster would be like, who the hell is this?
Yeah.
Because this is not Clarice Starling. And reading online, I found a huge group of people that love it, that hate Hannibal because they love that story and dynamic and ending for Clarice and Hannibal. And I love that for you if you love that. But that's just not, and look, enemies to lovers, who doesn't like it? You know what I mean? But that's not what, to me, that's not what this is.
I think it's very funny because Jules and I just started reading Red Dragon this week, so it's funny that's what we have to look forward to.
I'm sorry.
But the thing is that's interesting to me is, what if there are nuances in the Silence of the Lambs that we don't know about?
True.
That could maybe make it to where it's more palatable, and if you are just someone who read the books, you're like, oh shit, you are fucking up Clarice Starling.
Yeah.
By changing that. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe Silence of the Lambs was a betrayal of the book character.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
No idea.
I read Red Dragon once.
I don't remember reading any of that when I read Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, many moons ago. I don't think I've read Silence of the Lambs. And I read like a chunk of the end of Hannibal for this. But I was like, I need to get my hands on this book because I don't believe the people online saying that this is the end of the book.
That doesn't fit with anything that happened here. I don't know. I think if the first movie, like you're saying, T, maybe if there was something in there more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe if she also was like, you can't take me from him or what, you know what I mean? Even once. Then it was like, that was weird. But then having it here and then having that ending, it'd be like, oh, I guess you always kind of had something for him or something. But it's like, I don't think so.
And I think it's just, I don't know, what we're setting up here, there are those, like I even called them romantic gestures from Hannibal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you never see that from the other side.
Yeah, no.
There's nothing from Clarice that feels like there is anything other than a fascination, but also just needing to catch him.
Yes.
Yeah. The quote was, sex is a splendid structure they add to every day. That was the quote from the book.
Okay, but we don't that's not what's happening here.
It's just hard to imagine Hannibal in that context.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them.
In that universe or time.
Yeah.
That's another jump.
Yeah.
But on a plane, an undisclosed amount of time later, a white Dean and DeLuca box is opened, revealing a scrumptious spread of meats, fruits, and cheeses inside. There's a small glass of wine set next to the bottle on a tray table. Lecter drinks from this glass, his arm in a sling. And so, like, this sacrifice that he made,
Yeah.
you know, because he could have done it to her.
Yeah.
So, and Ridley Scott was saying that she just played she just stayed true to who she was, and it played into the way that he idolizes her, or else he would have just killed her and fucking taken off.
Yeah.
I think that that's just really interesting.
It is. I think their dynamic is infinitely interesting.
It is.
It is.
And him saying this is going to hurt, he's literally
He's like,
giving.
Yeah.
This is what I've been doing to people.
Yeah. God damn.
But he was like, let me grab one thing before I go.
Well, he already packed it.
It's really
You're
funny.
not going to spend all that time cooking
No.
that and leaving it to go to waste.
Yeah, there's too much.
Yeah.
He uses his remaining hand to pick up the small silverware from the box. He spots that he's being watched by the little boy in the seat next to him, played by Ian Iwataki. He tells him hello. The boy points toward the box, asking, "What's that?" Lecter picks up the tin of beluga caviar and tells the boy what it is. The boy asks, "What are those?" What are those?
Yeah. He's like, they're Gucci.
Yeah.
And they would be.
Yeah.
Lecter holds it up. They're figs. Pointing at the small container in the box, the boy asks, "And that?" Lecter lifts the lid, revealing Paul Krindler's sautéed brains inside. The boy stands to get a look at it, but Lecter tells him that he doesn't think he'd like it. The boy counters with a small smile that it looks good. Lecter agrees that it is good. So the boy asks, "Can I have some? Where is your mother?"
Asleep.
I guess.
Where is your mom? Lecter muses, "You're a very unusual little boy, aren't you?" The child admits that he couldn't eat what they gave him, and Lecter understands. How could he? It isn't even food as he understands the definition. That's why he always brings his own. The boy is like, and Lecter repeats this. Indicating the box, he asks the boy which of these he would like to try. When the boy's eyes fall upon the brains, Lecter supposes that that's all right. After all, as your mother tells you, and my mother certainly told me, it is always important, she used to say, always to try new things. He gets a bite onto the small fork and tells the boy to open up. He does as he's told, and Dr. Hannibal Lecter feeds the little boy Paul Krindler's brains. Everything goes dark as we zoom in on his calm blue eye, and soon that is gone as well. It cuts to black, and the credits roll. I will say at the very, very end of the credits, it's the title of Hannibal in script, like in white at the bottom. And Lecter's voice goes, "Ta-ta, H." H.
That's so funny.
So, what did you guys think of Hannibal?
What a fun movie, huh? What a good time that was.
I feel like we're all like slumped over.
Yeah.
It's a long one.
We're Krindler.
Yeah. Well, that little boy got to try some new food, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's okay, I guess.
Uh-huh. Isn't that like you'll like die?
Oh,
Like you'll get
Yeah,
really sick,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
human brains you shouldn't be eating.
Yeah.
Everything
No.
else is fine, just not the brain.
Oh.
Anyway,
So what'd you think about the movie?
I really enjoyed this. I had a lot of fun talking about it with you guys, as always. But again, I will say that out of the three, this is number 3 for me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But it still is really good. Like, it is really good. And that ending does go really fast. It really does. We got to get rid of people. My thing is, it's like, did he know the whole time how everything was going to play out and he just went with it?
Uh-huh.
Because it is fast, but it is almost like he knew that they were going to take him at Union Station.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And it seemed kind of like, to me, like he was like, okay, I'm going to come outside. They're going to take me. She's going to come. She's not going to let this go, and she's going to come after me. So I don't have anything to worry about, and I'm just kind of going with it. But again, that's me trying to rationalize why things are going so fast at the end.
Yeah, right.
Like trying to like, oh no, he planned this. But it is still, there's a lot of good shots. There's a lot of good shit that you remember. Like I said, and it is the Hello Clarice is from this.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, I guess we want to credit it to Silence of the Lambs because it's a little better than this movie. But still, it's like, no, that was this one. But yeah, I still really, really enjoyed this. This will be something that I'm sure I'll watch again and again and again.
I enjoyed it as well. I think there's a lot to enjoy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the performances, because they are fantastic.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Ray Liotta gets his credit because that last scene is incredible.
Yeah.
And just watching him just kind of, I don't even know what the word would be.
Deteriorate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because it is just, he still maintains aspects of himself.
Right.
But he is just losing more and more as it progresses.
Yeah.
Until he almost becomes like a zombie.
Yeah.
But it's just really good work. And in the same vein, the makeup work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That entire sequence, the digital trickery that I can't even believe that's how it was done.
Yeah.
Everything with Mason Verger.
Mm-hmm.
You almost forget because there is so much happening.
Right.
But it's just, I don't know, it's really remarkable in a lot of ways. And I think that I'm in the same boat as you as far as what I recall of Red Dragon.
Yeah.
I think this might be the third. I would have to, of course, whenever we revisit it, I'll have a clearer understanding of it all.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would return to this as even a way of having just a trilogy to watch and enjoy.
Yeah.
I don't remember Hannibal Rising, aka Raising Hannibal. So that would be fun to return to as well.
Yeah.
But I think that, I don't know, there's a lot of beauty in this film, I think, through the score, through the cinematography, these locales and structures, the architecture of Florence.
Yeah.
The way that they capture it and the way they were able to utilize the buildings themselves, the interiors, these plazas. I think that it works really well for everything that they're trying to accomplish and convey about Hannibal as a person, a character.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that there are some things that I don't like. But I mean, I don't know. I think for the most part, because it's like you had said at the intro where we had gone to Letterboxd.
Oh, yeah.
And the people hate this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it really surprises me because I don't think that it's like outright bad or anything.
No.
Yeah, no.
There are some things that I critique, and that the plausibility of a lot of it is kind of wild.
It is.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, without stretching some logic, how would we have anything with this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ridley Scott had said that they had done, or thought about, I guess, getting shots of him breaking into Clarice's house.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, we don't need that. Like, you just believe that Hannibal Lecter is going to get into wherever the hell he needs to get into. We don't need to see him flying back to the States. He's just here. You know what I mean? Like, he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild. But then again, if we see him like standing in line and going through customs and stuff, and he's like Dr. Fell or whatever, using this paperwork, like, is that really going to help? Or
no,
you
it's
know?
not.
Yeah. And honestly, we have enough going on. We don't need airport business. Yeah, I agree. I'll try to be brief because I feel like this is going to be an incredibly long episode. There's so much that happens in this movie. Just to echo, I think the makeup effects are insane. They're so fucking good. That's the thing, is anything that I can complain about where some areas that are lacking, or like the pacing is weird, or like after a certain point, I feel like once we all get to Verger's estate, it is a fucking sprint.
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy the pacing at the dinner.
Yes.
But I think everything around that is like we're breaking our necks to get to that dinner.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I don't know if we were maybe just doing too much in 2 hours. Like, I don't know what it is, but the pacing does feel like, damn, I kind of wish that we could have had a little bit of even verbal sparring between Verger and Lecter a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, all he really tells him is like, no, I prefer you this way. And that's it. Like, we don't even really get a satisfying conclusion to that. It is, karmic, whatever, that he was going to feed people or feed Lecter to his pigs and then he gets eaten by the pigs.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah.
I like the ultimate payoff, but like the whole movie, this dude's been hunting him.
Yeah.
He's been collecting his artifacts. He's been obsessed with him. And then he goes around him a couple times and then says he's going to eat his feet and then it's over.
And then he's like, Cordell, handle my light work. And just gets tossed into the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that aspect is a little unsatisfying. But then you think about like the use of these pigs, the training of these pigs, the way that the pigs loved it. You know what I mean? The makeup effects, the performances while these things are happening. It's like for every negative thing that I have to say, there are a few positive things that balance it out for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm that fucking dinner scene.
Uh-huh.
With Paul and the brains.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't forget shit like that. And even if it was a movie that's not as good as it is the rest of the time, that's going to bring the average up for me, just that scene.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, Ray Liotta kills it. Like, it is slow, like he's almost like childlike, but still his like boorish self, but losing his faculties. Like, it's really fucking good. And then you have Anthony Hopkins just fucking... it's really good.
Yeah.
The scenes in Italy are stunning.
Yes.
I think this whole poetic thing of Pazzi being hanged just like his ancestor, this lecture that we're given on greed and the comeuppance of this greed in the form of hanging, and then he's sitting there watching this lecture, and then that becomes his reality in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe we could have spaced that out a little bit more now that I'm thinking about it. But it's really good. It's really clever. And Ridley Scott, visually, he's just really good.
It's the word of the day calendar.
Yeah.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
So we can kind of slide into ratings. Like I said, this is not a perfect film. I don't think it's bad, though. In fact, I really like it. And the aspects that I don't like, it's not enough to make me like, oh, well, that's a one and done for me. Like, I watched it 3 times this week, and I would watch it again, absolutely.
Yeah.
As part of I honestly, this does make me want to watch Manhunter, though.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see what Brian Cox did with Hannibal
Yeah.
Lecter.
Me too.
But I definitely will revisit this. I adore the cannibal, the character of Hannibal.
I mean, yeah. That's a lot of his character.
I'm so fascinated and intrigued by what makes him work.
Yeah.
And that was another thing that Ridley Scott had said that really resonated with me when we're talking about him, like, oh, he would have killed Clarice if, whatever. He was saying that they had that backstory about his sister and this, like, turning him into what he became. And he said to him, it's just scarier that he is just this force of, like, evil. That's just what he is. Nothing necessarily happened. No tragedy befell him to make him a monster. This is just what and who he is. And he does it with a smile.
Yeah.
In a fucking Gucci suit.
Yeah. I think that's why I'm a little reluctant to kind of go to Hannibal Rising or because I do, again, these 3, Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and Red Dragon, I love that. He's just a monster. I don't need to know anything else. He's scary as is.
Very.
I don't need any kind of curtain pulled up and like, well, this happened and that's right now. Fuck all that. Let him be who he is. That's terrifying.
I feel like I'm so torn because it's difficult because I imagine it would be successful in the form of a novel.
Okay.
But maybe not in the form of a film. Getting all that explanation. Because having that insight of character as you're reading might be helpful.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you put it in a movie, like especially this one, it's like, I don't think that really works especially for how just diabolical
Yeah.
we've made him.
Yeah. And again, there's something about this character specifically that it's a little undercut to be like, oh, this is the why.
Yeah.
I don't really want a why. I just want to see him being his fucking terrifying self.
He's sassy here and there.
Oh
yeah.
my God, he's a bitch. Like,
Yeah.
like he's so bitchy, the things that he says, and petty. Like, I think him and John Kramer would
Oh,
have a
yeah.
blast together.
Yeah, is it cunty or not there yet?
Not
Not quite
yeah, maybe a
little,
little bit.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little.
He cuts to the bone.
He does.
It's wild.
He knows what to say to make it hurt.
Yeah.
And he does it in such a like, what? Like, I'm just
Okay.
But again, it's like his psychoanalysis of doing it's more in the form of a question, not even accusing or like insulting.
Yeah.
It's just like, isn't that?
Is it because you wanted to make your father proud?
It's like, why are you doing this?
Yeah. You're killing me right now. But just to wrap it all up, I can't remember if we officially slid into ratings, but we're already here.
Mm-hmm.
There's just something intriguing about this. I don't know if it's some kind of Stockholm syndrome because I've watched it back to back to back at this point, but I really do enjoy it. Even with its problems, nothing is glaring enough to make me like, ugh, Hannibal. Like really nothing. So on a scale from 1 to 10, mind-blowingly magnificent meals, I am going to give Hannibal 8.5 out of 10 mind-blowingly magnificent meals. Give me Hannibal Lecter and I'll probably be happy with what you're showing me.
Yeah.
Like, I just really enjoy this character. But I will now open up the floor to you. And he could absolutely defeat a T-Rex.
He'll eat the T-Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, he's not human. I don't know.
No, he was like,
Yeah.
no,
He
thank
also
you.
eats other things.
Okay. No, I agree. I won't take too long either because I've already said how much I like the trilogy, and I just like Hannibal Lecter. I think the character in itself, it is that. Give me something that has Hannibal in it, I'm probably going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be honest, I know that this movie isn't perfect. I know, but I do think that I agree with both of y'all. And when there's something for me to nitpick, something else is even better. So it's like, okay, I can forgive that, or I can just forget and move on. It does move a little fast at the end, but other than that, I mean, I think it's really cool. You know what I mean? It was a really good movie. It was something that I know I've watched just in the past maybe couple of months. I've watched Silence of the Lambs 2 or 3 times. I watched Hannibal maybe once or twice before even this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're really good. I do like learning or watching Hannibal. But all that just to say, for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, mind-blowingly magnificent meals, I'm going to give Hannibal an 8.5 out of 10. I still like this movie, you know what I mean? And I thought a lot of people would have liked it too, I guess.
I did too.
I was wrong.
I was also surprised.
Yeah.
I went to log it and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Looks like I was wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I enjoy this film quite a bit. And I had watched it once, and then I had watched it again this morning before coming over to record.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I even liked it more the second time.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. There are those things. I think Potsy is an incredibly frustrating character.
Yes.
But I also feel maybe that's what he's meant to be.
Yeah.
But you also
know?
understand his motivations.
I do. I would prefer that they were established a little bit better.
That's fair.
Just the level of this greed,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But because it really is, she's just like, can we go to the opera? And he's like, God damn it, I need $3 million.
I'm drowning it down.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know.
I'm up to my ass in opera tickets.
But I mean, I don't know. I like this film a lot, honestly. So I think for me, because I think we've said all that needs to be said.
Yeah.
Out of 10 mind-blowingly magnificent meals, I honestly feel the first time I watched it, it would have been maybe a 7 or a 7.5 leaning that way. But then the second time, it was like a 7.5 leaning towards an 8.
Okay.
And so I think that for me, out of 10 mind-blowingly magnificent meals, I'm going to give Hannibal 8 mind-blowingly magnificent meals out of 10. I do think, though, and I again thank Jules for showing this to me, have to watch the TV show, both of you.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
I will.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Hannibal, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stirhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, the promise of high reward always comes at a high risk. When you're in over your head, it's important to use your brain while you still can. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Nagari, Eggy, William Berry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Cow OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer P, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen,
Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Ginny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnius, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paola Garcia, Nikki M., Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jaden Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Gillian Munford, Evil Chris, Rexterm Raoul,
Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Skin Deep, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped, a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker-Focker, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samira Samuels, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, Kimberly Martinez, James Floyd, Stephanie, Hope Mowry, Abe the Camel, DGS, J. Taylor Art UK, Robert Murdoch, GQ, Danielle Carter, Jason Moore, please, Emily Jeffries, Joey Monda, Madison B. Saw, Jasmine, Midnight Martini, Victor Rushing, Gavin Annette, Jennifer Monahan, Beetle Babley, Lucille Brooker, Tono and Tone, Mick K. Dingus, Brian Highsmith, Abigail Spitzer, Christina Juarez, Billy Williams, Robert Quadriguez, Wispy Rainbow, Bionic Shoulder Blade, Zachary Luke, Squid Fart, Amy Goodman, Spooky Gal 89, Alyssa Defoe, Trev Heron, Vicky Worgan, Brooke Ball, Jason, Ryan Skelton, Travis Coolest Name on Earth Adams, Sage Pearsell, Elizabeth Selvamoen, Seed, Funny Bearded Guy, Ronnie Artega Chavira, Puck/Annie, Trauma Llama, Ashling O'Leary, Jake Guajardo, Danny Landeros, Jamie Peel, Desiree Rose, Maija B, I'm Only Here for Aliens, TJ Schroeder, Kaylee RV, Rachel B, W. Grant Livingston, Disco Tumor MD, Bimbo Yaga, Such a Horror, Dana Simpson, Christopher Zufall, and Nikki Pook. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you.
Week after week, we are thrilled that we get to serve you episodes, not like your own
right.
brains.
I would hope.
Obvi.
Our brains, we try.
We do.
Yeah.
Until next time.